Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 201. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 201. Taking advantage of the next Hogsmeade Open Day, Sirius plans to go there and meet Harry. This is Marx's new message from Ron. No way, Harry was mad at the game, trying to attack Marx, but almost killed Luna, so he always dared not talk to Marx recently. And Hermione has been in complex emotional problems, suffering from loss. Only Ron can tell Marx about this news. However, Marx is very clear that everyone's trip to Hogsmeade is definitely not going to happen. A few days ago, Marx and Dumbledore talked about it again. During the period, he said that the reason for the resurrection of Voldemort was in the form of speculation, but the experience of that night, because it was too embarrassing and not explained. To put it bluntly, even he himself is still hesitating to believe it. If you can determine its authenticity, then telling those stories to Dumbledore is the right choice. Before that, it was imperative to tell Dumbledore what he was missing. No matter whether there is a problem with the Book of Sin, at least one of the points mentioned is unquestionable. He who has recovered his emotions and can sense magic power is the one that will be about the volume of truth. The study mentioned the forefront. No matter how he should decide next, no matter how the situation will develop, it will not be wrong to improve the strength. However, Dumbledore's answer surprised Marx. Marx, this plan was originally proposed by you. Since you discovered the hidden dangers of the plan in advance, it must be stronger than when the hidden danger broke out. Dumbledore paused. There is interest in it. You just said that you have explored the location of the stone monument. Have you already seen it? Not yet. Marx shook his head. But according to the description of the person I hired, the stone is in good agreement with some of the information I know. It is said that it will erode the soul and change people. Be the kind of black monster we have seen before. When Dumbledore heard it, he showed a thoughtful expression. After you said this, I remembered some past events about Hogwarts. He said, pointing his finger at the shelf behind Marx. Maybe, it might know something. Marx immediately looked back and found that there was only the dirty sorting hat. He got up and took the hat that had been on the shelf and got it in his hand. Hey, kid, don't bother your grandfather to sleep. Sorting Hat unceremoniously opened up. Who doesn't know if it's a break now? Do you still have morality? Do you want to wait until the day when you sleep? Grandfather goes, can you sing a song on your bed? Okay, Hat. Marx put it on Dumbledore's desk and didn't care. There is a serious matter. The major event of Hogwarts survival, and help answer the question. The survival of Hogwarts. Sorting Hat yelled. Hey, don't pull that big. You think grandfather is scared? Someone will accompany you to talk a few words? What are you dissatisfied with? Is it better than you are on the shelf? Marx said, reaching out and patted his hat. I recently met some professors. Black people, they're likely to be related to a stone monument. I say so. Have you thought about something? Oh, it's not that big stone. Sorting Hat twisted the tip of the hat and impatiently said, yeah, I know. At the earliest time, the big stone stood in the Forbidden Forest. The time was still a lot of movement, and it was taken away by Slytherin. What is it? The broken stone is making trouble again? This corresponds to another thing. The Marx surface is not vivid, but the heart is secretly confirmed. Almost. He shrugged and continued to ask, so, do you know? What is the principle of the stone to control humans? Where do I know this? Sorting Hat said strangely. Isn't this what your wizard should be pondering? The conversation between Marx and Dumbledore didn't last long, and Dumbledore didn't seem to want to comment on the whole conversation. Obviously, he wants to give Marx the opportunity to think and let Marx make his own judgment. In the days that followed, Marx spent most of his time in the ward with Luna. Although most of the time he just sat down and studied rune. He can see that he is showing great concern to Luna. But Luna doesn't have much change, whether she is sitting in a hospital bed and screaming at God, or is it something that is confusing. Of course, she reads the Quibbler every day, which is definitely one of her biggest hobby. After a few days, Harry finally appeared on Luna's bed. Miss Lovegood? That day. I'm really sorry, I didn't think so. Harry looked awkward, but unlike Ron, anyway, as long as it was his fault, he would definitely come out. Apologize. On Harry's body, you can clearly see the qualities that belong to Gryffindor. He is a pure young lion. It's okay. Luna shook his head slightly and laughed at him casually. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Marks knows too, she said, turned to look at the Marks who sat on one side. Yes? Marks looked up and smiled and nodded. What he can blame is only himself. Harry was not wrong. He didn't blame Harry's thoughts from the beginning. But even with the understanding of the two, Harry still felt very uncomfortable. After all, he personally hurts people, and even almost killed people. This kind of pressure is too big. That day, Harry stayed in the ward for a whole morning, leaving a lot of snacks to leave. In the afternoon, he should go to the last class. It is a potion lesson that is linked together in 2 sessions. As he walked down the steps to the underground classroom, he felt that his mood did not seem to have eased. He would rather be smoky and stopped by Luna and Marks, and would not be so forgiven by them so easily, because, at least it will make him relieve the unspeakable sense of guilt. But when he came to the entrance of the potion class in a gloomy manner, he found that Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle were standing outside the classroom, gathering with the Slytherins headed by Pansy Parkinson. They seemed to be looking at something. Each and every one hee-hee-ha-ha smiled very happy. Hermione and Ron stood in front of them, and it seems that they have just arrived here. As Harry approached, Pansy's fox face exclaimed excitedly from Goyle's wide back. They are coming, they are coming. She giggled, and the Slytherins gathered in a pile. Harry saw a magazine in her hand, Witch Weekly. The magic photo on the cover was a hot curly witch. She grinned and covered her mouth with a wand pointing at a big sponge cake. You will find something you are interested in, Granger, Pansy said loudly, throwing the magazine to Hermione. Hermione reached out and looked a little scared. Just then, the door to the underground classroom opened, and Snape called everyone in. Hermione, Harry, and Ron walked to a table behind the classroom as usual. Snape just turned around and wrote the ingredients for the potion to be made today, and Hermione hurriedly flipped the magazine under the table. Finally, Hermione found what they were looking for in the middle of the magazine. Harry and Ron also scraped together, and under a color photo of Harry, an essay was printed. Harry Potter's Secret Sad History. He may be a different boy, but he also experienced the pain that the young boy often has. After losing both parents, the 14-year-old Harry Potter thought he finally found a feeling of comfort in Hogwarts. Hermione Granger, who was born with his girlfriend, the Mole family. But where did he think that in the life he experienced a lot of pain, he would soon suffer another emotional trauma? Miss Granger is a plain, but ambitious girl. She seems to have a soft spot for the famous wizard. Harry alone cannot satisfy her liking. Since the Bulgarian team Seeker and the last World Cup hero Victor Krum came to Hogwarts, Miss Granger has been playing with the feelings of the two boys. Krum has apparently been fascinated by Cunning's Miss Granger, who has invited her to go to Bulgaria during the summer and insists that he has never felt this way for other girls. However, I am afraid that these unfortunate boys are so obsessed with Miss Granger's natural beauty. She is really ugly. Interviewer Pansy Parkinson, a beautiful, lively 4th-year girl, commented on Miss Granger. She is likely to have made some kind of Tabian. She is very clever. Wrong, I think she did it. At Hogwarts, that is naturally forbidden. Albus Dumbledore no doubt needs to seriously investigate the matter. At the same time, people who have a good wish for Harry Potter hope that the next time he wants to offer his true feelings, he must choose a more valuable love candidate. This article was reported by Rita Skeeter. Hey, Hermione, I said, Ron whispered to Hermione, who looked down at the article. I would like to ask, what is the taboo of the taboo? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 202. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 202. At this time, in the study of Riddle House, who was given extension charm, the Death Eaters were sitting around the long table. However, everyone is silent, no one dares to say even a nonsense. This is because, in the previous trials at the main gate of Hogwarts, Marks, who should have been internally accommodating them, did not appear until the last moment. The action was originally developed by Master and Marks McClawn, but Marks, the original person who initiated the action proposal, failed to appear in action. The Death Eaters are all extremely angry, but in the anger, more is fear. The owner left the Britain Magic Circle for a while, but when he came back, he found that the original safe action did not succeed. In the style of the Dark Lord, anger is a common thing. However, the most important thing now is how to do. Antonin Dolohov, he is an old-fashioned Death Eater. As early as the last War of the Wizard, it brutally tortured a large number of moles and wizards that did not support Voldemort. He has a pale and distorted face, a strong figure, a deep hair color, and looks fierce. In order to learn Voldemort's deep and effective cruel magic, he used his favorite dark magic to clear all obstacles for Voldemort. This is an evil wizard that broke into madness. Like Bellatrix, he was one of the prisoners who took Azkaban out of Marks. What to do? The anger of the master must be withstood, said a thin man sitting on the other side expressionless. Don't you be afraid, Antonin. Antonin Dolohov said with a sneer, it's ridiculous. I was asking, what should we do about that? Marks McClawn. The thin man's eyes are slightly pumped, and he has always been calm, and he can't help but have a contradiction. He is also one of the prisoners brought out by Marks from Azkaban. It can be said that every wizard who has truly seen Azkaban is still difficult to remain calm when facing Marks. After all, even Voldemort himself, I am afraid there is no way to treat a large group of Dementors like flies. This should be decided by the owner to personally. He was somewhat unnaturally replied. Rodolphus, I want to see, are you afraid? Antonin licked his neck and showed his face. Hey you, McClawn is scaring you. Antonin, shut up. Bellatrix screamed. Rodolphus is her husband. When the owner is absent, she will still pay attention to maintaining her husband. But if Voldemort is here, she estimates that there is no time to pay attention to it. At this time, Lucius Malfoy, who had been watching with cold eyes, spoke up. You guys don't quarrel. What's the use of quarreling? He knocked on the table and didn't forget to grab his sleeves. Now Barty Jr. Crouch hasn't returned yet. What happened to Hogwarts? It's not clear at all. To ask the master, who can we answer? He said that he was paused, and he smashed the Death Eater, and he continued, I think it's better to find out why McClawn didn't appear at the time, instead of arguing for that little thing. Isn't it? When is the owner coming back is still unknown, but we have to hurry up and try to figure out some things before the owner returns. To be the master, we can't answer anything, that's the worst. Why, would you like to go to Hogwarts and ask Dumbledore? Antonin snorted, ironically. Of course not. Lucius glanced at him slyly and then said, I can contact Severus and believe he can give us an answer. I agree. The old Avery who sat behind was the first to express his approval of Lucius, and follow closely from behind, of course, Goyle and Crabbe. These two people have always been supporters of Lucius, and this relationship has been extended to their children. Lucius's proposal is really very popular. After all, in the absence of everyone's mind, there is a person who takes the lead in proposing a clear and actionable proposal that is always easy to pass. Voldemort can convene the Dark Mark to convene people, but Death Eater does not have this right. Before the meeting, Lucius volunteered that he could let his son go with Snape. This is very reasonable, because everyone here knows that Severus Snape is the godfather of his son Draco. What they don't know is that this time Lucius took the initiative to ask, but it has a deeper hidden feeling. Late at night, in the Slytherin house common room, Draco Malfoy was habitually learning his father's sitting position, sitting gracefully in the middle of a sofa. He is still reading the article in Witch Weekly with keen pleasure. Although he has already spent dozens of times, he can't be bored. Whenever he read the article, he would think of both the Potter and Granger faces, which would make him feel very happy. No way. The old man is right. Moreover, the two guys actually became the champion of Hogwarts, enough to let him gnashing teeth for a whole year. A pure blood shame and a mud blood. A perfect match. Draco coldly snorted, then he said with a smile, I really want to catch them all, then force them to stare at this article 3 days and nights. However, if you want to think about it, he really shouldn't have made any big moves against the two. You can write a person in this article. At the thought of Marx, Draco couldn't help but shrink his neck. He hasn't been close to Marx for a long time, from the beginning of the unwillingness, to the later fate, to the present admiration and fear. Draco's mood is very complicated. It's actually very strange to say that he was only taught once and for all by Marx with a full-body curse. It didn't make him have such complicated emotions and thoughts. The behavior of Marx is really impressive. Normally, there have been no people, and every time there is any action, a major event is formed, causing an uproar inside and outside the school. And Draco, a typical Slytherin like him, always feels awed Marx's powerful peers. If Marx's strength is not as bad as he is, he will avoid some of that's all. But now, he doesn't even dare to make too much action against Harry. Not to mention why, since last year, Father has always reminded him in the letter, do not have any conflict with Marx. If you can't avoid it, then be decisive. Yeah. He has long since grown up to see Marx. Is this still using Father over and over again? It's a bit of a sorrow for Draco. Normally, he can also rely on this article to ease his mood. Even if it was an article about Harry, he could come back and forth for dozens of times. The more I thought about it, the more depressed I was, and when he was going to read it again, Goyle and Crabbe came in. Malfoy, your family's owl brought you a letter, Goyle muttered, handing the envelope in his hand to Draco. He reached for it and then carefully tore it. For a long while, Draco restacked the letter and stuffed it back into the envelope. I want to go out, he said casually, and got up and walked outside the common room. Oh, wait for me. Goyle and Crabbe quickly chased a few steps, but Draco yelled back. Malfoy, where is this going? Crabbe was awkward. Who knows? Goyle touched the round belly and said, I think we should go find something to eat. Hey, I just finished my dinner. Oh, I want to be hungry. Not to mention Goyle and Crabbe, Draco was slowly walking down the hallway in the basement. He is very entangled now, because Father actually wants him to find the McLawn. Is this asking him to be sent to the door to be humiliated? Otherwise, what else can he do to find McLawn? However, Lucius only said in the letter that he would go to Marx, but he didn't mention anything about why he was going and what he was going to do. When you get there, you understand what you have to do. This is the original words written by Lucius, but I didn't say anything like it. With guilt and uneasiness, and how many fears, Draco slammed into the door of the school hospital's ward. That's right, McLawn has been staying there for most of the time, and his relationship with Luna has been rumored in Hogwarts. Of course, this kind of following has maintained some kind of temperance from beginning to end, neither exaggerating nor speaking on the bright side. It is a rumor in the dark. From this situation, it can be seen that even if McLawn is already a student of Durmstrang, Hogwarts young wizards still maintain a kind of awe of him. It seems that in the eyes of most young wizards, Marx has long been ignored as a student. The last student who can do this seems to be Dark Lord. Draco was shocked by his own thoughts, and then the idea seemed to be rooted in his heart and could no longer be erased. Standing in the empty hallway of the school hospital, smelling the weird potion smell in the air, Draco was too late to push the thin door open. See what he should say? Should it maintain the dignity of the Malfoy family, or to say, according to Father, what is it? Don't stand outside the door. Come in. A calm voice came out of the door and Draco subconsciously stepped back. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 203. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 203. When Draco Malfoy stood at the door of the ward, Marx knew it. Because he is doing something interesting at Luna's bed, it is not very convenient to be seen. Don't stand outside the door. Come in. Although I don't know who was standing outside for so long, the other party apparently did not find the alert spell he set, so most of them would not have to be too prepared. The voice settled, and after a little while, Draco pushed the door open. "Oh, good evening." He greeted him with a narrow head. Marx saw him stunned, and he remembered one thing. "Oh, it's you. Had your father let you come?" Draco's action is stiff and nodded. "Don't stand at the door. Come in quickly. Take the door by the way." Marx waved his hand casually and sat back in the chair. Since it is Draco Malfoy, he doesn't have to care about that many. After Marx greeted him casually, he took out the things he was just pondering. Draco walked to the end of the bed, just like he looked at him, and put a lot of strange things on the floor, and he looked at his eyes in a mess. "What is this?" Draco, who wanted to ask and didn't know how to ask, was like seeing Jerry's Hamtaro. Both of them are mice, but it's not the same thing at all. "Oh, this is the technology product of Mul. They call it television," Marx said without raising his head. As soon as Draco heard it, his face immediately showed a bit of disgust. For the pure-blood wizard family, everything in the Mul is annoying, including the existence of the Mul. Although Marx is not sure where the origin of the wizard is, it can be horizontally contrasted, and most of it and the Mul can't be separated. However, what Draco is reacting now, Marx is not interested at all. "You wait for a while, I am busy here," Marx said casually. "Just find a place to sit for a while, wait until I get it and tell you." After all, he picked up the parchment roll that he had just placed on the bedside table and spread it directly on the floor to write and draw. How long has Draco been waiting for? Ask Merlin to go. He only knew that when he woke up again from sleep, the sky was already bright. All night, he slept and woke up to sleep. After all, sleeping in a chair, this is the first time, really tired and tired. The key is that he simply does not dare to bother Marx. This time, when he looked at Marx again, he found that the other party was still on the floor tossing the strange stuff that had scattered all over the place. Mr. McClawn. Draco couldn't help it. "Don't talk." Marx didn't even look at him. "Oh." Draco opened his mouth, but he leaned back on the back of the chair. However, this time, he finally has to wait any longer. Of course, this is a good thing, but Draco is really not happy. "Oh." A soft voice rang from the bed in the hospital bed. "Marx." "Good morning." When Marx, who didn't look up at night, heard the sound, he immediately stood up from the ground, and the reaction was so frightening that Draco was scared. "Good morning, Luna," Marx said happily. "Is it a good night's sleep? Don't you have to sleep more?" Luna, who had slept in sleep, heard the sentence and the eyelids were reapplied. After a little while, she opened her eyes again and looked towards Marx with her silver-grey eyes. "I still don't sleep," she said with a nightmare. "If you wait, you will be hungry." Marx nodded, then turned back to Draco and waved. "Go out and say." Then, Draco was like a suspect, and he walked out of the door with a deep foot under Marx's gaze. "No way, I sat for one night and my legs were numb." The two stood by the corridor, and Marx immediately said, "You go back and give you a letter back to father." 2 days later, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Hogshead in Hogsmeade Village. "Is it clear?" "Well." "Oh, is that all right?" Draco said in surprise. "Nothing else?" "What else do you want?" Marx shrugged, turned and went to the ward, leaving only Draco alone in the empty hallway. Messy. "Wait for the whole night." "Is the result a word?" Draco looked at the closed door, crying and tears. This time, Marx is really not intentional. Once his brain is all devoted to the research, if there is something else, he often turns his head to the corner. Just like this time, Draco came to this matter, basically just to circle in his head. How come in the end, the original model will be taken out of his mind as it is. If Luna had a higher priority in his heart now, and she was distracted by Marx's attention, Draco expected it to wait. "Marx, this TV set. Are you ready?" Seeing Marx coming in, Luna, who was almost awake, curiously looked at the parts on the ground and asked, "Where is it so easy?" Marx spread his hand. "Using magic to transform technology products, now it's just an idea at best. But then, my spare time should be a lot more than before. Just slowly come, One day we'll be successful. Yeah? Luna nodded, and then turned his attention to the window, watching the clouds in the sky habitually fascinated. In fact, the reason for the original idea of Marx was to study the practical application of various runes. Moreover, this incident can also be used to confirm the meaning of rune. But very quickly, Marx had a lot of thoughts on this. The earlier magic and technology combined quickly evolved into magic transformation of technology products. The goal has become a lot more practical, and the foundation is still on the magic that Marx is good at, which makes the extremely complicated theoretical research very simplified. Of course, most of the current research focuses on the study of the rune, which is temporarily an exercise on the rune application. After a few years, the Magic Circle will have a TV show to watch. Marx thought about it, but it was strange and interesting. If you don't mention magic news, just look at Animal World. Very interesting look. Early in the day, Marx packed the pots on the ground and went to the auditorium for breakfast. Luna doesn't need to worry about it. Madame Pomfrey's 6 special nutrition breakfast is much richer than the usual breakfast. And just as the students passed through the foyer, they saw the announcement on the bulletin board that it was Biorites, but it was extremely frustrating. Today's Hogsmeade trip is really ruined. Harry regrets quite a bit, knowing that he should send a message to Sirius after the second task ends. Obviously, now he can only drill the secret passage. At noon, Harry sneaked away with his invisibility cloak. As for Ron and Hermione, of course, they are not missing. When they came to the village of Hogsmeade through the low secret passage, the faint sunshine was shining on the street full of snow all year round, and the eyes of the 3 were bright. Today is the warmest day of the time, and 3 people took off the cloak and put it on his shoulders. Sirius also told them to bring food in the letter. Now they are being carried by Harry. They stole 10 chicken legs, a long loaf, and a whole bottle of pumpkin juice from the lunch table. It is very difficult to sneak in Hogsmeade. They went around for a walk, although they didn't dare to go to the store, but even if they walked around in the sun-shone brightly street, it was a rare relaxation. At half an hour, they walked along the road through the Davis & Ban's magic equipment store and moved towards the village. Harry has never been in this direction before. The winding road took them to the wilderness fields around the village of Hogsmeade. There were only a few small wooden houses, but the fields that were attached were very large. They walked towards the foot of the mountain, and the village of Hogsmeade was in the shadow of this mountain. Finally, when they turned a corner and saw a fence at the end of the path, they were waiting for them to be a big black dog. At this moment, its front paws are placed on the highest fence, with a few newspapers in the mouth. This dog looks familiar. "Hello, Sirius," Harry said as they walked over. The black dog eagerly sniffed Harry's bag, licked his tail, then turned around and ran on a bushy field. The sight led to the foot of the rocky hill, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly climbed over the fence and followed the steps. Sirius led them all the way to the foot of the mountain, where the ground was covered with large and small stones. The 4-legged advantage appeared in this inconspicuous place. Sirius was easy to walk, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly got tired for breathing. They followed Sirius and went higher and began to climb the hill. They followed Sirius's swaying tail and climbed for nearly half an hour on a winding, steep, rocky path. The warm sunshine now has an illusion of sun exposure. Finally, on the edge of a rock, Sirius disappeared. When they came to where he disappeared, they saw a narrow crack in the rock. They squeezed in and found that they came into a dimly lit, cool cave. It's Buckbeak. The hippogriff is a winged beast. It is now at the end of the cave, and its rope is wound around a large rock. All 3 of them were deeply jealous of it, and Buckbeak only looked at them arrogantly, motionless. Since it came back from the World Cup scene, except McLawn, whoever came to it was not awkward. The black dog turned into a human form. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 204. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 204. It's been a long time since I saw Sirius last time. It looks like it's clean and tidy at the moment. He wore a tough striped suit and his hair was not cut, but it was seen that it was indeed trimmed. However, he still looks so thin. Chicken. He just threw his dilapidated daily profit on the ground in the cave, and said hoarsely. Harry snorted and suddenly thought of something. He pulled the bag off and handed the bag of chicken legs and bread over. "Thank you," Sirius said. He eagerly opened the parcel, grabbed a chicken leg, sat down on the ground, and yanked off a large piece of chicken. The three of Harry looked at him strangely because there was an inexplicable sense of confusion on him. "What's wrong?" Sirius looked up at them and looked down at her clothes, then stunned. "Oh. This is the Christmas gift that McLawn gave me last time." He chewed his chicken legs in his mouth and vaguely said, "He originally prepared some gold galleons for me. But I didn't want to. But obviously, to maintain self-esteem, you have to pay the price. You may know, rat meat is really not very good to chew. They are always running around." He looked up at Harry and smiled heartily, but Harry just smiled reluctantly. "Don't learn me, Harry. I know that I don't have a bad temper, but I can't change it in my life." It seems that even when he laughed at himself, he did not forget to perform his godfather duties. "What have you been doing lately, Sirius?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "This will wait a little while. McLawn will come over today," Sirius said. He continued to bow his head and lick his chicken legs and bread. Black and barely fell. Harry and Hermione were dark. They looked at each other and then subconsciously moved their eyes elsewhere. If they are in peacetime, they will definitely call Marks. But now, as soon as they see Marks, they feel very uncomfortable. They did not tell Ron about what happened in the labyrinth that day. First, they don't know what to say. After all, they don't know much about themselves. Second, they don't want to say it because they have been avoiding that topic as much as possible. However, Marks did not let them struggle for a long time. After a while, Buckbeak suddenly looked up at the hole and immediately screamed with excitement. "Oh, are you here already?" Everyone quickly turned around and saw Marks standing there with ease and laughing at them. Hermione looked subconsciously behind Marks. Okay, Miss Lovegood didn't seem to come along, which would at least make her feel less bored. Hermione is very scared now. She is worried about when she can't stand it anymore, and she will go to Marks and ask him why. As for what why, she doesn't know it herself. "What are you staring at?" Marks walked to the deepest part of the cave, reached out and touched Buckbeak's neck, and took a fresh sleigh from his waist. While feeding Buckbeak with snacks, he said casually, "Sirius, I said that I hired you to take care of Buckbeak for me. Can you take Gold Galleon down? As for your stomach, can't you go? I am not plain. Send money to you for no reason." Sirius vaguely said, "No, it is okay to take care of it. You can save me a life. If I collect your money, then let me return this life to you first." "Okay, don't look at myself. I don't have enough to eat." "You hippogriff. I never let it go hungry." "That's it. I will give you a clear ode today." Marks turned back. He smiled. "The ferrets used for feeding are much better than the mice. The farms are fat and big in order to make them grow. They generally don't let them have too much exercise. From now on, I will give Buckbeak a meal, and you eat snow with it. How about?" Black listened, but somehow it was really a little heartwarming. "How can Sirius and Buckbeak eat the same thing?" Ron was surprised. "Shut up, Ron," Hermione interrupted immediately. "What do you know? Snow can be much more expensive than chicken legs." "Just kidding," Marks waved his hand. "It's time to say something, right, Sirius? I discussed it with Dumbledore and decided to temporarily terminate the plan." "How did it suddenly end?" Sirius swallowed the chicken legs in his mouth and asked with a mouthful of oil. "Is the plan not going very well?" Marks put away a smile and slowly shook his head. "The specific situation and my prediction have a great deviation. If you continue, there may be a big change. The details have not yet been determined, so I won't say it first, but at least one thing is certain." He paused and said seriously, "Voldemort is probably not our biggest enemy anymore." Marks's words are like a bitter cold wind, quietly scraped through the cave, so that everyone is silent. Voldemort is not the biggest enemy, so how terrifying will the real enemy be? For a long time, Marx's calm and omnipotent performance has long been trusted by a few people present. If someone else says this, I am afraid that everyone will not agree, even if the experienced Sirius Black will be scornful. But now, this word is spoken from Marx's mouth, and everyone has to think about it. Marx, you mean the one who can't even mention the name. Has it been back? Ron asked after he knew it. Mark has appeared twice, you said. Hermione glanced at him, silent. Seeing everyone's faces gloomy, Marx re-exposed the relaxed expression of the previous, smiling, although it is correct to be careful, but don't worry too much. Don't forget, there are Dumbledores here. Rather than thinking that you can find a way, it is better to move Dumbledore out to make these people feel more at ease. Although at the moment, Dumbledore has already given him all the questions. Maybe, Dumbledore is also going to train me into his successor. Marx thought, depressed, that this time you came over, just to inform me of the planned termination? Sirius picked up the chicken legs again. He continued to ask while he was eating. Still, you have other things to pay. Give it to me. Marx shook his head. There are still some things, but this time it's not that complicated. I will go see two people in a while. Before that, you should first. Having said that, he subconsciously looked at Harry and the three of them, and then turned around. Harry, Hermione, Ron, some things can't be said to you for a while. If you can trust me, can you avoid it first? He said sincerely, I don't want to deceive you with other reasons. Maybe before I will do it with the slightest hesitation, but now I just want to tell the truth. I believe you can understand me. Oh, of course. Since you said that. Harry immediately nodded and then took the lead. Hermione hesitated, then silently pulled Ron, a reluctant one. What is so mysterious? Even Harry can't know. Sirius curiously said. But let me say, you might as well lie to them. At least you can lie to a higher level than the average person. Oh, there is nothing, but it's not very suitable for them to see. Marx took out wand and waved it, and a stretcher carrying people appeared on his side. This is Barty Jr. Crouch. Sirius looked at the man on the stretcher and was surprised. Is he not dead in Azkaban? Death is dead, but it is the latest thing. Marx waved wand again, and the stretcher carried Barty Jr. Crouch's body floated to the side of the cave and reapplied a disillusionment charm to cover him up. This was originally part of the original plan. I wanted to use his death to test Voldemort. Now that the plan is over, then he is temporarily useless. You can give him back to him, Father. Marx looks complicated and, although Barty Jr. may not wipe out the crimes, after all, he shook his head and continued to say, his father is likely to be trapped at home by him. You can save his father by the way. You tell him that everything is not over, things can't be exposed too early. It's what Dumbledore said, he should do it. Is your hand? Sirius couldn't help but ask. Even if it's not the same, isn't the whole plan all the way I am working? Marx sighed. There is no question about this kind of question. It doesn't make sense. You are like this, it's like killing a lot of people. Sirius helpless. It's easy to ignore your age with you. Really, this is your first time? He carefully compared the movements of the neck. He could see that he was still worried about Marx's psychological condition. After all, no one really does not care about doing this kind of thing. However, Marx just waved his hand and didn't seem to want to go on with this topic. The cave was a little silent for a while, and Marx took the initiative to break the slightly dull atmosphere. In short, you can help me to go to the Crouch home. I am not very suitable to go in person. He hesitated. You know, HMPH. Sirius didn't take it for granted. Poor Crouch. I want to see it. I can only blame himself. Can you tell me how Barty Jr. died? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 205. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 205. Lockhart is very depressed now, and the original acting is doing well. Even he himself believes that he is not already Gilderoy Lockhart. But who knows, his good play just started. The director tore the script. At first, because of the stimulation of Marx, Lockhart finally found his way of life after a period of confusion, whether it's starting from scratch, magical knowledge, or rehabilitating Obliviate. It's all because he wants to have a real adventure story. In order to have enough time to make up for his strength, he even chose to leave all the false reputations of the past, away from the magic circle, and live quietly in Millworld for more than a year. To say that Lockhart's innate talent is actually very good, he is both smart and very good at making plans. However, the vanity that he developed from childhood made him never able to persist and work hard, because he felt that since he is very likely to be unable to do the top one, it is better not to do it. However, he is eager to get attention. When he was a student at Hogwarts, he did all sorts of stupid things in order to gain attention. For example, he has tried his best to win various awards, although his little means are always seen through. For example, he applied to the headmaster to start a school newspaper, and this is just to let everyone see their name on newspaper. After all the ideas didn't work, he even tried his best to create a curse that projected his own portrait, the dark mark, into the sky above Hogwarts. He is sure that it was his first time investing in something, although that didn't help. Now, when he was finally awakened by Marks, and really determined to delve into the magic, many of the curses that he had learned before and then quickly became unsuccessful were picked up by him and firmly imprinted in his mind. It was a boring exercise over and over again. Yes, this feeling. Just like the repeated practice in order to use Obliviate. When Marks sent him a letter inviting him to participate in a plan, he left for Marks without saying anything. In the middle of the road, his mind is a beautiful future. I'm Gilderoy Lockhart. Are you finally going to be a generation of celebrities? Can you finally write a real adventure story of your own? He was so excited about it, and even the dangers were left behind. He was originally a Ravenclaw, but at the time, he even thought that he was already a brilliant Gryffindor for the blood. Lockhart also clearly remembers that on the morning of the start of the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, he drank the first Polyjuice potion that Marks had prepared for him, and then took the breakfast in the auditorium of Hogwarts with ease. I am Marks McLawn now. Yes, that McLawn is expressionless all day. He bet that his acting has broken through the sky, and even the Professor of Durmstrang could not detect the problem. But this old fellow, what time is he going to be next to him? After a while, Barty Jr., who is dressed as Stincombe Crouch, is coming over to find him. Or maybe, why didn't the guy come? He can't wait to immediately hold the scene in the past, dragging Barty Jr. forcibly. No. He can't show an anxious expression, which will make him show his feet. Let his wonderful interpretation become a bubble. He wants to be calm, to be calm. It was as if Merlin had heard his inner call, and it was not long before the singer Professor Orson left. Barty Jr. appeared. Hey, this kid's acting is not bad either. Lockhart looked at Stincombe Crouch, who was acting like him, excitedly thinking, next, that's what McLawn said before. Come on, mutual acting? He pretended not to see the silhouette of Barty Jr., picked up the napkin on the side of the plate with a very natural movement, and then stood up and put the fake tweezers on the table. McLawn, the game is about to begin. You should be ready to enter as soon as you are a champion. Barty Jr. is of course very familiar with his father. It is the appearance of this false positive, not wrong. Oh, of course, I am going to go over. Lockhart held the nodded position. Mr. Crouch, are you not sick? Is your body okay? Yes, absolutely right. McLawn is this smell when talking. Working with your heart, it's no problem. I have let. Weatherby is back. Barty Jr. tightened his face and spoke with a business official. Yes, the old fogey always remembers the name of Percy Weasley. Is he dementia? Please, all the champions are already at the rest. Barty Jr. finally said one, then turned and walked out of the hall of the auditorium. Yes, walk to twist the crotch and treat yourself as a give. Wait, damn, old fogey, if I give it, where did I come from? The two Xibai goods that also drank Polyjuice potion. The inner activities are equally rich and colorful. One of them is eager to win the praise of the master, and one is determined to win the honor, so both of them are full of strength and deductive role, and will never slack off. Mr. Crouch, I think. Some things we have to talk about first. The show is about to begin. What about the soundtrack? Where is my exclusive BGM? Yes, about this riot. Lockhart tried to make his voice line magnetic, gloomy and unique. What are you talking about? What's the riots? Barty Jr., looking back, frowning and showing a puzzled look, as if he really didn't understand. Don't play, no one hears here. We have to talk about it so as not to get set back. Lockhart learned the horrible way of talking to Marx and Barty Jr. that night, impatiently. I understand. I don't know what you are talking about. Barty Jr. The brow wrinkled more tightly, pretending to be inexplicable. Correct. It's now. Just now? Lockhart screamed in his heart and quickly pulled out the wand in his sleeve and reached Bartholomew Jr.'s abdomen. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't use me to help you recall. Huh? Lockhart licked his neck and squinted at the other side. Small bus. Enough. Okay. Barty Jr. suddenly lowered his shoulder and lowered his voice. Don't call me here. Okay, let's talk about it. Talk about it. Here. Liquid. Successful. I am the movie king of Magic Circle. I am the winner of the Best Actor award in the Bavaria Magic Circle. After a year and a half in the colorful mole world, Lockhart is a real mole with a wizard skin. Along the way, avoiding the occasional passing of students, Lockhart followed Barty Jr. to the rose garden on the side of the castle. Okay, then I will make a long story short. Barty Jr. leaned around Lockhart and whispered. The guest in the maze. I have already done my hands and feet according to the owner, and after you enter, just find Harry Potter as soon as possible, then find a way to take him there. When the timing is almost up, you use that spell to provoke the curse on the Myra, and then, Barty Jr. speaks very fast, and Lockhart's many years of exercise are not slow. Stupefy. I saw a sudden flash of fire between the two people who were very close. And Barty Jr.'s words were immediately interrupted. Then, he was so wide-eyed, unbelievably stumbled on the ground and unconsciously passed. Get it? Lockhart happily clapped his hands and habitually opened his mouth, revealing a neat white tooth. But he still seems to be not at ease. In order to be foolproof, he extended the wand to add a stunning spell to Barty Jr., and then took the other person to the Forbidden Forest. When Lockhart was at school, Forbidden Forest was a place where students were not allowed to enter at will. Now, although he is a lot bolder, he even dares to do something with Death Eater, but once he puts aside vanity, he is still a little timid. Lockhart didn't go too far, stayed on the edge of Forbidden Forest and calmed down to wait for Marx to appear. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, and 3 hours passed. Yes, the game should be over. So, is McClawn coming? However, time passed by, and soon it was dark, but there was no movement in the woods. Where did he go? Why didn't he come? The night is still very cold, and the dense canopy can't cover the whistling of the cold wind. Soon, Lockhart was frozen and his teeth trembled and shivered. He rubbed his arms, and from time to time he also added a stunning spell to Barty Jr. Merlin is on. For the first time, he really felt what it was like to be cold and hungry. In his writer career, he used this word more than once, but until now, he realized the true feeling of this vocabulary. Maybe. Is this a must-have for adventure stories? Lockhart sneezed and shrank his head, then gnashing teeth and gave Barty Jr. again. Stupefy. If this is the case, then hold on. In order to make the future works more exciting, this kind of material is also necessary. Auntie, he sneezed again and then leaned against the trunk. The hero is not so good. Later, after Marx's simple yet vivid explanation, Sirius seemed to be interested. Speak more specifically. If it's more specific, Harry should wait impatiently. Marx laughed. In short, I went to Forbidden Forest and solved Barty Jr. After all, he followed this death with Voldemort. Eater is always a scourge. Note 1, BAFTA British Academy Film Awards, The Britain Film House Award is a film award from the Britain Film and Television Art House, first awarded in 1948, and is often regarded as the Academy Award for Britain. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 206. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 206. The account of the account has been fulfilled, and then the warmth of the Godfather teaches the story. Marx was sitting next to Buckbeak, watching Sirius and Harry quietly, but there was some emotion in his heart. It was not until 3:30 in the afternoon that Harry and the others left the cave under the urging of Sirius. "Hey, Marx, don't you leave." Harry looked at Marx, still sitting still. "I have something to do later, let's go back." Marx waved. Of course he has something. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of convenience to come to Sirius this time. The night's night is the real purpose of his running out today. "What's the matter for a while? Need me to help?" Sirius asked casually. "No, just go see two people." Marx was very casually laughing. After all, the plan is terminated, and some things have to be done with some effort. Listening to Marx is actually casual, but Sirius has a lot of thoughts, things related to that plan. "Where is it easy?" "Two people?" Sirius then asked. "Who are you?" "It's all over there, Lucius Malfoy, and old Avery." "Marx, all of them who are guilty of Voldemort's control, before I asked them to help me pay attention to Voldemort's movements." "Is they two?" Sirius looked at Marx in amazement. "Can they listen to you?" "As long as there are enough benefits, coupled with the strength of the shock, smart people understand what to do." Marx he said with a smile. "Voldemort himself is a half-blood. He can make that many pure blood. The family is doing things for him, relying on the belief in pure blood, and the pure and powerful dark power, isn't it?" "Yeah. The pure blood supremacy allows the old wizard family to get more benefits, including the House of Black." Sirius spored. "You also use this to convince them?" "Oh. With this kind of invisible interest to get the support of the purer blood family, it's no wonder that Voldemort's Death Eaters are absolutely loyal," Marx lightly said with a smile. "Voldemort is really ambition. I also understand the benefits of embracing people. But to say his means. The original Grindelwald is obviously much smarter than him." "Grindelwald?" Sirius thought for a moment. "I remember. He preached. It's a series of regulations against the protection of the mole," Marx said. "He's not sure about the few provisions of the Ministry of Magic that were introduced at the time, and he really got a lot of magic circle elites. And those behaviors are the psychological balance for all the wizards. The protection provisions for moles during that time were a bit overdone." "What about you?" Sirius curiously said. "What do you rely on to convince Lucius and Avery to fall to your side?" "It's not falling to me." Marx shook his head. "I don't need them to fall to me. I don't have to dominate the magic circle. I just gave them a chance to choose." "What choice?" "I asked them a question at the time. I hope that the number of wizards in the magic circle is getting smaller and smaller, and eventually their family industry is losing money and becoming a common family, or hope that the so-called half-blood and mudblood are more and more so that their sacred 28th family will once again be brilliant." Having said that, Marx smiled and said, "Know that the current magic circle is no more than the ancient times. Since the wizard and mole have been completely separated, the forces of the purer blood family are shrinking. In fact, they all understand. When the so-called high class has no underlying support, the collapse is only a matter of time." So, the reason they stood on Voldemort was just to use Voldemort's power to remind the magic circle, just because Voldemort was too powerful. "Now you have a tiger, it's hard to get off." Sirius thoughtfully said, "But if you do this, are you helping the purer blood family to continue to make a fortune?" "HMPH. Even if I don't intervene, do you think they can't really do it?" Marx shrugged. "It doesn't matter. My appearance just gave them a chance to get out of Voldemort. Once Voldemort failed, they definitely slipping faster than anyone else, just like it was more than a decade ago. But those families who want to return to the glory of the year are not an easy task. What the magic circle will look like in the future, no one knows. After all, Marx turned his eyes to the sky outside the cave, watching the blue sky in the clouds, and for a time there was some blasphemy. Yes, what will the future magic circle look like? In the past, he was also annoyed that the future deviated from expectations. But now, he really hopes that every step that follows is unknown. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Marx dressed up in advance and went to Hogshead in Hogsmeade Village. Marx has been here many times, but this small bar with hundreds of years of history is still so narrow and dirty. There were thick dirt on the windows here. The light was almost inaccessible, and some candles were lit on the rough wooden table. Everything here is very dirty, from the floor to the roof. Even the butterbeer's bottle has a thick layer of ash. Even the cloth used to wipe the goblet in Boss' hands is the same. Butterbeer. Marx sat down at the bar and was hoarse. To be honest, guests who are willing to come to Hogshead generally have some private things that cannot be seen, so few people will go to the bar. Just like now, Marx is sitting there alone, and it looks a bit awkward. Hogshead's boss is tall, with white hair and white beard on his face and chest. Although he is only awkward, but because of his strong physique and sharp eyes, but others think that he is just rough and arrogant. In Marx's words, he looks more like a Viking squad who will slash with both hands, instead of a wizard who relies on magic to fool people. Boss glanced at Marx and then took a bottle of butterbeer from the back shelf and placed it in front of Marx with a goblet. Scourgify. Marx took out wand and clicked on the goblet to open the butterbeer. The bottles here are very dirty, but the taste is very pure. Marx sipped a few mouthfuls, and suddenly the smell of butter spread in the mouth and nose, making people feel intoxicated. He likes the low cigar butterbeer, which is unique to Hogshead. It's not as sweet as the Three Broomsticks Inn, so you can drink several cups in a row. So a good drink, as long as 2 silver can be a bottle. Marx rubbed the foam on his lips and exclaimed, "It's a bit too cheap." "That's 3 of you can be a bottle." Boss' eyelids did not lift. "The tunnel. You are sitting on the ground, boss." Marx raised an eyebrow. "I give 4, can you give a message?" Boss glanced at him again and then replied, "A galleon." His voice did not fall. Marx slammed, and a gold galleon crossed an arc in the air, accurately falling in the moblet that was wiping in his hand, making a crisp sound. "The deal." Marx decisively. Boss picked up the gold galleon in the cup and threw it into the small drawer with the coin under the bar. Just ask one. I will tell you if you know, don't know. Obviously, even if you don't get the answer, the gold galleon will definitely not come back. Of course, you must know this question. I just want to ask. Marx smiled. Where are the goats? Why do you like them so much? Boss stared at him for a while, and it was coldly snorted, "Because they are delicious." "Return gold galleon to me." Marx handed a hand. "Is Albus calling you?" Boss took the goblet in his hand to the bar and was discouraged. "He did mention you to me, but this time it has nothing to do with him." Marx whispered, "I have asked people to come here to talk about things, and come to your place to get a familiar face, then go somewhere else." Boss waved his hand and waved. "Go, don't get in the way." The boss of Hogshead is Diongdor's younger brother, the wizard who especially likes goats and even sinned, Aberforth Dumbledore. To be honest, Marx is really curious, what did he do to the goat? Not long after, the 2 Wilcodes with wide cloak and hoods pushed the door of Hogshead and appeared in the sight of Marx. At this moment, Marx was already sitting at the round table in the room. "At this moment, I saw someone waiting for me to come and knocked on the table." The 2 sneaky wizards immediately heard the sound, and they looked at each other and then walked to the table where Marx was shrinking and sat down silently. "Would you like some wine first?" Marx took the lead in using the husky voice to start talking. "No, I just leave." One of them almost reached the middle of the table. He lowered his voice. "What happened that day? Why didn't you appear? The situation is not good now." "Yeah, many people are wondering how to recover the failure of that time, or wait for the Lord. When the person comes back, it is not easy to explain." Another wizard followed. Marx shook his head and asked calmly, What? He hasn't returned yet? Yes. And no one knows when he will suddenly appear in front of everyone. It's not a good day. It can be heard that when the other party said this sentence, the tone was full of bitterness. You don't have to worry about this, Marx said. Anyway, you haven't done anything to betray. What are you worried about? You know, he can be lacking people now. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 207. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 207. Last night at Hogshead, Marx certainly didn't tell Lucius and the old Avery about the planned termination. This thing can only be known all by oneself, and the guys like Lucius and Avery are obviously not allowed to know. He just implicitly stated that the plan will be temporarily delayed so that Voldemort can be resolved more properly. As for when it will be, it is natural to say it again. Although not very willing, Lucius and the old Avery can only press the anxiety of the heart, nodded to understand. No way. Light Dumbledore is enough for them, and now Marx itself is not easy. How to stand up for the old fritters like Lucius and old Avery, my heart is clear. After picking them back, Marx glanced at the Snow Witch and finally shook his head and turned back to Hogwarts. What is hidden in the Ghost Swamp in North America? He now has a rough concept. Selene, the Snow Witch, is still worried about how to treat Mother. However, Marx hasn't made up his mind yet, and shouldn't touch the things that shouldn't be touched. Even if you want to go, you have to be prepared. At least, the research and practice of the Rule Rune is the highest priority now. As a matter of thought, Marx dismissed the idea of going to the Snow Witch. Early the next morning, Luna was sent to the school hospital by Madame Pomfrey. She can be discharged so soon. In fact, it is still largely Marx because the bottle of potion is used in time. All trauma, as long as it is not extremely serious, can usually be cured quickly under the combination of magic and potion. Fortunately, Gryffindor or sword, although no stronghold one cannot overcome, sharp exception. Even magic can be a sword, but its damage effect is physical. Perhaps it was designed this way, and perhaps Harry didn't actually play its real utility. In short, Luna was discharged from the hospital, and the most happy is Marx. It's finally discharged. It's worth celebrating. It's just Sunday. What do you want to eat? Or where to play? Marx's face was filled with a clean smile. Speaking of it, he hasn't really laughed for a long time. Now that emotions are finally back, he can't help but find out that his smile has recently increased a lot before he lost his emotions. Just as Marx and Luna walked out of the school hospital door, suddenly he felt a scent of assaults the senses. He subconsciously stepped back, and then turned around and found a silhouette with him passing by. If you don't avoid it, you will definitely be hit. Marx looked back. Good guy. If you don't avoid it, it's not as simple as being hit. The silhouette that just came on is not someone else. It is the normal and arrogant, familiar with the passionate Puxbutton schoolflower, Fleur Delacour. And this beautiful woman, now half-folded with her arms, looked at him with a look. Miss Delacour, are you? Marx politely left a step for her, lest she should keep on doing so. Fleur looked at Luna next to Marx as if he had understood what it was. She stood up again and resumed the usual elegant style. She smiled and said, "Oh, Mr. McLawn, I just want to congratulate this. She is Luna Lovegood, a student at Ravenclaw House." Marx kindly reminded, "Well, yes. I just want to congratulate her on her health again. I just accidentally admit the wrong person." Fleur laughed. The labyrinth is really dangerous, isn't it? How Luna was injured, Fleur certainly didn't know. For her, the labyrinth is dangerous everywhere, even if it is hurt. It is not surprising. And her thoughts almost represent the thinking of most students. Thank you. Luna also smiled slightly, but her eyes stayed on the small accessories on Fleur's earlobe. It seems that she is more interested in something else than Fleur's jealous appearance. Right, let me officially introduce it. Fleur suddenly pointed to the door. This is my younger sister, Gabrielle Delacour, and she wants to thank you. If it weren't for you, she might be because of me. Suffering from the lack of ability. Marx turned his head and saw a petite and lovely young girl standing in the hallway outside the door. When Marx looked at her, She found that she was staring at him with a fiery look. The little girl named Gabrielle looks like she is in her early teens, just like the miniature version of Fleur, with long-waisted golden hair and silver light. When her eyes tilted, the eyelashes glowed slightly, accompanied by the sun shining from the window, which looked like Angel. Marx carefully approached Luna for a step closer, trying to block the inexplicable brilliance of Gabrielle with Luna's innocent brilliance. "Hey! How are you?" Marx didn't know for himself. Why did he say hello in the tone of doubt? "Hello, Mr. McClone." Gabrielle's face burst into a sweet smile. "Thank you that day. Thank you for saving Gabrielle." "Oh, you're welcome." Marx also smiled and nodded. "Maybe you haven't used breakfast yet. If you don't mind, why don't we go to the auditorium together?" Fleur smacked the hair behind his ear and opened the advice. "Oh, sorry, we have already eaten it," Marx immediately replied. "If there is a chance, please call us again next time." "That's a pity." "Okay." Fleur looked pitifully. "So, my younger sister and I should go to eat. Goodbye." Gabrielle also followed the individual, and then the big one and the small two were accompanied. "Marx!" Luna suddenly shouted at him. Marx turned to look at her, wondering, "What's wrong? Are you very hot in Africa?" Although he has been acquainted with Luna for almost 4 years, he still feels that he often can't keep up with each other's ideas. But fortunately, at least Luna will not ask some questions of stream of consciousness. Since she asks, it must be seeking answers that are consistent with common sense. "Yes, it's hot." "Why did you suddenly ask this?" Marx was curious. The last letter from father said that someone invited him to Egypt. It is said that the wizard over there found a new pyramid. Luna blinked. "That. Are you planning to travel to Egypt?" Marx asked. Luna shook her head and said calmly, "We don't have money at home. If we go to Egypt, we should be hungry." To be honest, Marx is interested in helping Xenophilius. However, he is willing to help. People are not necessarily accepted. For the Lovey-Good family, it is the most important thing to live by following your own ideas. The magazine The Quibbler has been selling at a low level, but Xenophilius has never had the idea of changing the direction of the content. But to be honest, the content in the magazine is too maverick, and many things are plausible, making it difficult to accept. Even if you are a regular loyal reader of a magazine, you can use it as a what a joke book. "Well, I still don't go. It's really hot." Marx nodded, said, "There is very little rain, the weather is very dry, and it is not suitable for tourism in terms of climate." The two chatted casually and planned to take a walk on the lawn outside the castle. Recently staying in the ward, Luna wanted to go outside. But in the foyer, they saw Hermione walking towards the stairs with a face. She didn't seem to see Marx. What happened to her? Marx thought. Oh. Most of them Harry and Ron make her angry again. This time Marx really loved them, and Hermione showed this appearance. But there are other reasons. Moreover, for the time being, only Hermione knew it alone. In fact, she didn't want to let others know. Hermione was still the same as gloomy until breakfast the next day. Even if Harry and Ron ask again and again, she would not say anything. At this moment, the owls who sent the letters were Accio, and Hermione, who had been silent, seemed to be distracted by them. It can be seen that she is also looking up. What are you waiting for? Parents have learned to send letters with owl? Harry was curious. No, Hermione said. I ordered a copy of Daily Prophet. Now everything is known from the Slytherins. I am bored. Good idea, Harry said, looking up at the owls. Hey, Hermione, I think you're lucky. A grey owl towards Hermione Accio. But it didn't come to the newspaper, she said. She looked a little disappointed. Unexpectedly, the grey owl settled on the plate in front of her, followed by Accio's 4 warehouse owls, a tan owl, and a grey forest owl. How many orders did you send? Harry said, grabbing Hermione's goblet so that it would not be overturned by this large group of owls. They all rushed to the front and tried to send the first letter to her. Hell, what the hell is going on? Hermione said, taking the letter from the grey owl and looking up. Aya. She screamed in anger, Her face flushed. What happened? Ron said. This is simply ridiculous. She stuffed the letter to Harry, and Harry saw that it was not a handwriting, but as if it were spelled out with the letters cut out in Witch Weekly. You are a bad girl. You don't deserve Harry Potter. You don't deserve Wicked O'Crum. Go back to your mole home. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 208. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 208. It's all this kind of letter. Hermione opened the letter and read it angrily. Harry Potter should get a girl who is 100 times more powerful than you. You should put you in the green algae. Cook.o. She had just opened the last envelope, and a yellow-green liquid sprayed onto her hands, giving off a pungent smell of gasoline, and she immediately had yellow blisters on her hands. The undiluted Bachuba has pus. Ron said. He carefully picked up the envelope and smelled it. Hey! Hermione cried, tears popping out. She picked up a napkin and wiped the pus on her hand, but her fingers were covered with thick, painful sores that looked like wearing a pair of leather gloves that had been soaked in water for several years. You better hurry to the Colonel Hospital, Harry said, as the owl around Hermione flew away. We will explain the situation with Professor Sprout. It's all the woman's fault. As Hermione slammed his hands and left the auditorium, Ron hated and said, it's all the Rita Middle.Ski close-up article. Look at this. He read aloud a letter left by Hermione. I read in Witch Weekly that you are playing with Harry Potter. The boy has suffered so many. Wait. I just have to find a big envelope. Next time send you a spells to go. God. She really has to be careful. Ron worried about authenticity. Hermione didn't go to herbology, and even Hagrid's care of magical creatures didn't catch up. In fact, after she came out of the school hospital, she took her bandaged hand back straight into the bedroom of Gryffindor Tower. Speaking of this is the first time Hermione has taken the initiative to skip classes. If it is put in the past, it is simply impossible. You know, although she didn't say anything to others, she even applied for Time Turner in the last semester, even for more classes. But now, she is completely out of class, even if it is Hagrid's course. Although there are also reasons for those letters, the most important thing is not this, but one thing has been lost by her, or rather, it has been stolen. When Dumbledore announced that he would hold the Triwizard Tournament, Hermione, who was familiar with the school history, had already guessed that there would be a dance. To be honest, she did not expect that she would become the fourth champion. So, she was looking forward from the beginning, expecting Marks to invite her as the first dance partner of the dance. To this end, she sent a letter to her parents early, hoping to advance some living expenses in advance to purchase a beautiful dress for the ball. In order to make herself more beautiful and moving, she also tried her best to make a series of ways to make her hair straight and smooth, so that her incisors can be smaller. She deserves marks, sure. However, no one can predict that she has become one of the Hogwarts champions. And it's still an extra one. It's too suspicious. She knows that Marks is preparing a plan that no one can guess. She can't bother Marks. If she is not a champion, even if she is so shy, she will definitely let Marks choose her as a partner. She has made up her mind. This sudden change can make her uneasy. A champion dances with another champion, and they are still two different schools. It's so eye-catching that it will bother Marks. She can't be a stupid child who doesn't know the general. But Hermione is not willing. Very unwilling. She had slowed down a female child step by step. She wanted to squat at the time when the female child had not taken the initiative to open her mouth and watch the relationship between them. Still not sure. It is worthy of Gryffindor's young lion. Even in the emotional, this kind of competitive mind is still not reduced. However, even if she bit her teeth and secretly ordered the dress, even if she was prepared to be a stupid girl, she eventually lost her reason. When Snape unexpectedly stood up and almost convinced the stubborn stereotype of Professor McGonagall, Hermione gave up. In the end, the most beautiful dress she ordered for Dancing with Marks has been quietly lying in a beautiful gift box from beginning to end. Hermione promised Wicked O'Crum's invitation, but the dress was borrowed at the ball. Hermione forced herself to remain calm, but she didn't dare to go to see Marks. She was afraid that when she saw Marks dancing with other female children, she would not be able to suppress her guilt, and let Krum rush toward Marks. She was afraid that she would confess to Marks in front of all the teachers and students of the 3 schools, and then completely collapsed Marks's plan. When she stood at the door, she saw almost everyone looking at him with a look of horror, except for her. All the champions and their respective partners have gone back, but she did not. She knows that Marks, which has not appeared yet, has finally appeared. But Hermione didn't dare to look back. She even opened her eyes, lest she wouldn't help when she passed by Marks for a while. In this way, the string in Hermione's heart is getting tighter and tighter. Now think about it, Krum was probably aware of it at the time. My arm was shaking all the time. Hermione was sitting on the edge of the bed, and the bandaged hands were gently resting on the legs, and it was also shaking slightly. But when Marks walked by her, she still couldn't hold back. She looked up and looked at it. Who is that? Who is the female child who is dressed more old than Ron's lace dress? That back. How do you look so familiar? Scorpio, Professor McGonagall. The string in Hermione's heart suddenly disappeared. Yes. What has she been entangled all along? It is your own happiness. It is your own. If it does not belong to you, if you barely pursue it, it will only make you even more unfortunate. Hermione was relieved. What she should do now is to support him silently behind Marks. She believes that with Marks's cleverness, she must have seen everything in her eyes. After that, Hermione was no longer worried about Marks, and even Rita Skeeter's article did not change her mood. Even today's encounter, the strong Hermione is indifferent. She is not afraid of criticism, not afraid of filth, not afraid of provocation. However, just last night, she found that the box with the dress that had been placed under the bed was gone. Not to mention that the dress spent a lot of pounds, even if it is very cheap, but the meaning is that other more expensive dress cannot be replaced. Haven't let Marks see how it looks like it. Why is it missing? After pretending to calm down for a morning, she was injured by pus in the butuber hidden in the vicious letter. If she is in peacetime, she will at most ridicule those senders and ignore them. But now, those undiluted juices seem to drip in her heart, making it difficult for her to hide her anxiety and sadness. When herbology ended, Harry and Ron left the greenhouse to go to the care of magical creatures, and they saw Pansy, Crabbe and Goyle screaming and snickering. Draco stood next to them, but he rarely participated in it. As soon as Pansy saw Harry, he asked aloud, "Potter, have you fallen out with your girlfriend? Why is she so angry at breakfast, isn't it?" Surprisingly, Draco actually interrupted Pansy's words. "Don't talk casually." He was impatient. Harry ignored them. He didn't want her to know how much trouble Witch Weekly's article caused, lest she take pleasure in other people's misfortune. Hagrid told them in the last lesson that Unicorn's knowledge had already been finished, and now he stood outside the hut waiting for the students, with some open cardboard boxes they had never seen before. As soon as Harry saw the cardboard box, his heart sank down. Didn't he hatch a nest of blast-ended Scarlet? However, when I approached the box, I found that there were many fluffy black guys with long noses and flat front claws. It was very strange, like a shovel. They looked up and squinted at the students in the class, and they seemed confused when faced with the attention of so many people. "These are sniffing," said the students, like Hagrid, who said, "It's generally seen in the mine. They like shiny things." No, look. A sniff suddenly jumped up and wanted to bite off the watch on Pansy Parkinson's wrist. Pansy screamed and stepped back. "A very useful little treasure," Hagrid said happily. "Today we can have them have a good time." "Have you seen it?" Hagrid pointed at the large piece of newly opened land, and before Harry saw him there, the gods secretly crossed the ground. "I buried a few gold coins. Who picked the most out of the gold coin and I gave it a prize. You put all the valuable things on your body, then pick a sniff, get ready, then just let go." Harry took off his watch and stuffed it into his pocket. The watch was stopped in the maze, as if it had been accidentally broken by him, and now it is only worn out of habit. Then he picked a sniff. It put a long nose into Harry's ear and sniffed. This little thing was very affectionate. Slow, Hagrid said, looking down at the box. There is still one sniffing here. Who isn't there? Why don't you see Hermione? She had to go to the hospital, Ron replied. He seems to be no different in peace, but his heart is quite complicated. I hope that this will allow Hermione to say it with courage. And then drag it down. She will only be more sad. Ron's expression was a bit bitter. No one has come up with it recently. Marx has only that lovely good in his eyes. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 209. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 209. Luna, it's a mistake here. The sound of the singer's death is reversed. Reverse order. They will simulate all the sounds they have heard in their lifetime when they die, but they have been imitating them from the beginning of the recent hearing. In the library, Marx sits opposite Luna and fine-tunes her mistakes. In the past few days, in addition to his own research, Marx often helps Luna to take a look at her reading notes about magical creatures during breaks. Luna likes those interesting creatures and usually finds interesting materials in the library. Although those illustrations and documents are a bit dull and boring, if you really like it, then you will not feel so tasteless. Seeing that Luna is already working on modifying the notes, Marx puts his eyes back on his own pile of manuscript paper. Although he is resting now, in the eyes of others, it is estimated that he will not feel that he is relaxing. After all, who will calculate the recipes that are complicated to the collapse of the potion formula as a break? Just as Marx picks up quill from the ink bottle, I plan to continue to measure the balance of the balance with the previous calculation formula. But I hear a familiar sound coming from the library door. Moody? Marx looked up and looked at the door and found that, as he had guessed, it was Mad-Eye Moody. What is he doing here? Marx wondered. Marx and Dumbledore deliberately did not exchange information in order to avoid being blinded by the eyeliner that was lurking in the school. So, although Dumbledore had confirmed Moody's identity early in the morning before Marx left, Marx couldn't tell. Before he discovered the true role played by Barty Jr., his more doubts were concentrated on Moody. It's just now that Moody's nervous look is really his original character. Looking at Moody's watchful look at who is suspicious, and his magic eye turning around, Marx had to shake his head. I am afraid this time, just because of Dumbledore's premature intervention, Barty Jr. has no chance to conceal Moody. Otherwise, Moody will still be the first person to hide his identity. The behavior of this goods is really suspicious, which makes it difficult to expose identity. Just as Marx thought about it, Moody had seen him, and in the glare of Librarian Madam Pince, he walked over with a cane all the way. McLawn, go with me to the headmaster room. Moody's magic eye stared at Marx, as if to see him thoroughly. Dumbledore has something to look for. After all, he stared at Marx and looked at it. The face was awkward because of a lot of scars. Marx is slightly different from the nodded location. Luna, let me see what it is. If it is too late, you should go to the auditorium first. He yelled at Luna opposite, and then carefully sorted out the calculated papers, which meant that Moody could go. You are in front, Moody said, screaming. I hate people walking behind me. Don't you have a magic eye? There is no dead angle in all directions. It is said that even the invisibility cloak can be seen. What are you worried about? Marx looked with interest at the blue eye that was twitching in Moody's eyes, said with a smile, I will grow old, but it won't. Moody dissatisfiedly coldly snorted. Your performance in the World Cup is wonderful. I think you understand what I am talking about. Marx shook his head. Are you wondering me? Didn't Dumbledore tell you? Albus is very wise, but he is too easy to trust. In my opinion, this is his shortcoming. Moody bluntly criticized the one that claims to be the greatest wizard of today, just like saying an ordinary person same. I still think you are suspicious. Marx didn't care about his suspicions about himself. Instead, he smiled. You yell at you, strolling around the castle all day long. If you have nothing, stare at others for a long time. HMPH. as long as I know I am suspicious enough. Moody impatiently. The two walked side by side. Not long before they came to the front of Gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster room. Fried the centipede legs, Moody said to Gargoyle. Marks and Moody took the escalator and came to the front door of the headmaster room. Fried punnipede legs. What is that stuff? Marks snorted. Is the taste of Professor Dumbledore recently getting heavier? That's a new dessert from Honeydukes. It tastes good. Would you like some more? The door opened automatically and Dumbledore's voice came from inside. Oh, thank you. I don't think it's necessary. Marks walked in and shook his head decisively. Professor, come to me today. What happened? Running into the headmaster room again and again. Marks is used to it. No, he was asking, and he had already familiar and ran down to the armchair next to him. Moody also sat on a wooden chair next to Dumbledore's desk to see how he felt. Like a needle felt. He seemed to be ready to jump and fight. There has been a lot of things happening recently. For example, there are more and more cases. There are small things like theft, and of course there are big ones. For example, just a few wizards have disappeared mysteriously. Dumbledore said. The one waved and a stack of information floated toward Marks. Marks reached out and looked at it casually, then nodded. There are some clues on my side, but... Marks wondered. Isn't this the work of Cornelius Fudge? Dumbledore shook his head slightly and pointed at Marks's hand. You carefully look at the commonalities of these cases. Marks bowed his head and turned it over and compared it, suddenly frowned. Werewolf? The approximate time interval of these cases is on 30 days, and the specific date is obviously the full moon night. It is not difficult to speculate that these cases may be related to the restless werewolf. There were also claw marks found in 2 cases, and it is very likely that werewolf did it. Dumbledore nodded. So? Marks looked up again and looked at Dumbledore. Alastor is a trustworthy partner. Dumbledore laughed. He can give you a lot of help in your relationship with Tom. Marks looked at Moody subconsciously and immediately realized, but if I want to get his approval, I must use actions to prove my position and ability. That's it. Moody looked at him with a sharp look. Although Albus promised me that I can't eat it, I have to use my own eyes to judge whether you are in danger. Marks helpless shrugged. Although I can understand your care, I have to remind you that the human heart is complicated. Even if there is no such thing as Imperius Curse, it is not really easy to see through the eyes. Speaking of this, he paused and looked at Moody's blue eyes and added, even if your magic eye is invisible, isn't it? Do you still remind me with you? Moody glanced at him, rudely. Although I can't see people's hearts, at least I can make a reference. How many cunning bastards do you think I have dealt with? I have to say that with Moody's life experience, many people can be convinced. After all, not everyone can face Voldemort without fear, and a large number of Death Eaters are caught in Azkaban. Marks also briefly experienced Moody's keenness. Even if he is old now, the combat capability will definitely drop greatly, but his rich experience is still difficult to despise. Of course, the Death Eater you caught can fill half Azkaban, which is a well-known fact. Marks nodded said, I am also very admired. But you put the prisoners I worked hard to get in. Moody said, glanced at him angrily. Hey, this is not going to be counted. Marks slammed and laughed. Yes, when I did bad things, I now met the Lord. Tomorrow evening, you go to find clues every night. If the confirmation is werewolf, at least give me a live back. Moody didn't continue to pull him down. He paused the wooden turn in his hand, solemnly said. Marks naturally had no reason not to agree. He had planned to go to Terino to ask about the latest situation. These cases can also be checked by the way. Anyway, Voldemort can't get away with it. After discussing the case with Moody, he bid farewell to Dumbledore and left the headmaster room. Albus, you really want to? After Marks left, Moody frowned and looked at Dumbledore. But Dumbledore shook his head and sighed slightly. To be honest, I am not sure if I am doing this right, but we are all older, aren't we? He looked up and looked at the portraits of the headmasters of the past, and then continued, Alastair, did you choose to retire? Is it for this reason? It's a little powerless. Moody shook his head. In any case, as long as he is still alive, the responsibility of the back is not to let go of it. At the very least, I have to prepare for those children. If Tom is the child, Dumbledore said, as if he had recalled something, he gradually became a god. At this time outside the Hogwarts castle, the sky is still as clean as the heart of most young wizards. Perhaps what Dumbledore wants most is that he can live longer and let the children continue to keep this purity. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 210. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 210. Although I don't mind, but do you really need to follow? Late the next night, Marks looked at Moody, who was screaming at the crutches, and didn't know what to say. I have to stare at you. Moody slammed his cane and gave him another look. If you don't mind. Marks shrugged, quickly pulling out wand and waving at Moody's crutches. Silencio. Moody took a step back subconsciously, but the curse still hit. Don't take one to me. He was nervously yelled. At least for a while, I won't alarm the enemy. Marks inserted the wand back into his sleeve and laughed. This is too loud. I don't want others to hear where we are. Do you think I would be so careless? Moody said impatiently, and then forced a little crutches, but this time he did not make a peng-peng sound. I can see that he is very upset about this. In a word, Marks and Moody are actually similar in some respects. They are always wary of everything around them, and they are used to acting alone. The difference between the two is that Marks always hides this attitude in his heart, while Moody does not care about the opinions of others, and his character is vividly and thoroughly. This old one is moving fast in the alley of Hogsmeade, moving towards deeper. Suddenly, Moody's magic eye stopped and turned to a dark corner. Wait. He reached out and stopped Marks, then loudly said, "Who is there? Who can tally no? Come out." Marks patted Moody's hand gently, then shouted, "Over there." As his voice fell, a sly male wizard walked out of the shadows cautiously. Mr. Lorne, you. How did you bring him?" Terrino looked nervous, a natural reaction to seeing natural enemies. For Terrino, the wizard who lives in the underground world, Moody's Figil name is simply unknown to everyone. When most people see him, they will show the same reaction as Terrino. "This friend, can you look a little uncomfortable?" Moody stared fiercely at Terrino's mammoth, while Terrino looked timid. If an uninformed person sees this scene, it is estimated that Moody will be treated as a bad guy. "Hey, don't scare him." Marks smiled and waved his hand. "Tally-no, don't worry. Now Mad-Eye Moody is just a professor at Hogwarts. He doesn't know how to make this kind of thief." Interested in? Well, yes. I am here to collect new news from this time. How is the situation in the near future? He asked. Terrino looked at Moody with no confidence, and saw that he was still staring at himself, involuntarily shrinking his neck. "Oh. There is nothing special about it recently. You have made me look for someone to stare at the target. There is nothing moving. It seems that they may be brewing something. Well, or just want to rest for a while. Who knows? Is there any other news?" Marks nodded, and then asked, "For example, what is werewolf? Are you talking about the recent disappearance of civilian wizards?" Terrino replied immediately, "Greyback, the head of the werewolf that you know, the most restless. If werewolf is in trouble, then it must be related to him." Hey. Final Greyback. Marks pondered, and decided to go first and see if there was any change in the bloodthirsty werewolf leader. The previous Pettigrew was undoubtedly killed by him, but there was another so-called Black Death around Voldemort. It seems that it may be that werewolf is not known. He hasn't planned to turn his face with Voldemort yet. If Fingal is the Black Death, it's not a good idea to beat the grass to scare the snake. Terrino, do you know the location of the group of werewolf? Marks thought, and asked again. No, it is to know. Those guys who wang like ghosts and howl like wolves on the night of the full moon, who can live. But because of this, they have a lot of strongholds, and they are not necessarily looking for a proper place. Terino paved the way. Marx was nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly the topic turned. Terino, I remember you mentioned to me before, there is a big black market with underground forces near the Thames. Is there? The should beware. Wolf, he. Terin slyly laughed, but for the next second, he glanced at Moody again and whispered, do he want to go? It doesn't have to be so whispered, I can hear it. Moody, who had been watching from the cold, suddenly started talking. On the dirty, broken place, when I went, you were still in the womb. With Moody's skill and high mobility, many people will habitually ignore his true age. But if you take a closer look, it's not hard to find, he is now full of white hair. As for the age of Terino, Moody is probably twice as much as he is. That is that a ministry of magic by default? Marx asked with interest. It's better to let those ugly guys get together than to be scattered around. Moody impatiently said, it's not clean, it's like the awnings in the old house. It will regrow and continue to erode the foundation of the house, also. Marx agreed. So, I am going to go there for a walk. Professor Moody, what about you? You don't care about me. Wherever you want to go, I will stare at you there. Moody looked at him. I'm going to be jealous. Do you have Albus so good? After all, he turned and left the alley. Marx didn't care, shrugged, then pulled out wand and pointed at himself. Suddenly, his wizard robe began to deform automatically, and in a blink of an eye it was replaced by a large grey cloth cloak that was often used to cover up his identity, covering up his entire body. Then, he took a pair of glasses from his waist and put it on the bridge of the nose in his hood. He made it a little bit of a common black mask. Terino, take the lead. Marx urged. I would like to see the dirty broken place in the mouth of Professor Moody. At the same time, in the common room of Slytherin House, the night was already deep, and the snakes had gone back to their bedroom to sleep. There was only a small silhouette on the table, and it seemed to be constantly writing. Suddenly, the silhouette raised his head and turned his eyes to the half-moon in the moon. If the moonlight of the Silver Swarf falls, the half of the pretty face hidden under the wide apex cap will shine. That's Winnie Blois, a little witch that Marx hasn't figured out yet. Not long after, a cool night wind blew in from the window, and gently pressed her hair under the brim. The white, transparent hair was quietly dancing, reflecting the bright silver light in the moonlight. On the desk in front of her, the note was also blown by the wind. A few pages turned to a page with a picture of a plant. The plant looks familiar, the mysterious flower that was once planted in the greenhouse. Now, those flowers are gone. After the flowering period, the mysterious flower will quickly wither, and Winnie has picked them up and carefully dehydrated them. For Winnie, that was the treasure she had planted with her only friend. The only friend. Winnie chewed the word, and the refined little face was confused. This is what father told her, but can she really have a friend? Or does a person like her have a true friend? Not friend. She whispered softly, her voice was cold, and there was no temperature. From the day she was born, she should not have friends. That is too far away for her. Even if it is mother, I dare not approach myself. Yes, it is not dare. What she can bring to the people around her is destined to be a disaster. Winnie stared at the bright moon outside the window, as it was in the past, calm, lonely, and without any sense of existence. Even if someone walks through the common room, I am afraid it may not attract the attention of the other party. This is a curse and a shackle, and it was her father who set this heavy shackle for her. Or, that is, the huge wizard family she was in, full of history. Therefore, even if her appearance is even more beautiful than Fleur Middle Delacour, no one can find it. So, does she care? Probably she is not clear about herself. After a little while, Winnie lowered her head again and wrote it in a notebook. The Thames, a beautiful river that has spawned the commercial capital of London. Whether it is a mole or a wizard, it is full of good feelings for this quiet and wide river. It is because of its existence that makes Britain and Britain Magic Circle one of the major centres in Europe. At this moment, Marx was led by Terino and walked on an unmanned street on the River Thames. Is the entrance hidden? Marx asked casually. There are a lot of entrances, Terino replied. The black market is characterized by a lot of entrances and exits, because everyone is ready to enter or leave from everywhere. Isn't it hard to hide? Marx glanced at him curiously. It's okay if you want to know. It's not necessarily useful to hide it, isn't it? Talino shrugged. Although I don't want to admit it, it's really like Madihan. You know. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed his finger and said, "Oh, there is one of the entrances." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 211. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 211. Oh, there is one of the entrances. Terino stopped and pointed to the brick wall next to the street, where an old billboard was standing. In fact, without the reminder of Terino, Marx has already discovered the anomaly there. Nowadays, anything that has magic power can be vaguely sensed. Although the magical natural attenuation, the farther it is, the harder it is to perceive. Even the distance of 10 meters is quite amazing. The same is true of Moody's magic eye. Of course, the producer of the gadget must be an alchemy master, and the high detection accuracy is definitely beyond the reach of Marx. However, Moody's magic eye can only detect the approximate magic power response and transform it into a rough visual image through a sophisticated alchemy array. That doesn't help him to feel the magic mystery of magic power more clearly. Even so, alchemy proves its potential. If the knowledge is too esoteric and complicated, and the actual failure rate of making alchemy items is too high, I am afraid that the study of the curse is not the mainstream of today's magic circle. And just as Marx habitually thought about it, Terino had taken out his own wand and ordered it several times on the letters of the billboard. Go. Let me take you today. What is the Black City? Terino he said with a smile. Marx, who has long been accustomed to the underground black market of Mole World, is really curious about the black market of Magic Circle. To say that there is always darkness outside the light, the black market is the so-called grey zone. And such places are usually quite shocking. Sure enough, when Marx followed Terran through the billboard, and after feeling the chilly feeling of crossing the entrance of the 9/4 of the platform, a tumultuous noise rushed into his ears. Coming. The first thing that caught your eye was an extremely wide circular square. It can be seen from the old stone brick floor at the foot, and it may have been several centuries since the original construction period. In the all-around of this circular plaza, there is a tight circle of thresholds, and from time to time there are one or two mysterious wizards covering the face from the thresholds. Marx looked back and saw that he and Terranol also came out of the threshold of these stone carvings. And in the four directions of this square, there are 4 stone roads leading to different directions. On both sides of the road, a variety of strange buildings are lined up, and there are some ghost cypresses that seem to be dry and lively. Under the dim hanging streetlights, it looks much more gloomy and darker than Nocturne Alley. At this time, Marx looked up at the sky, but found that the top of the head was completely dark, and there was no light at all, which made people unable to distinguish the direction. It's bigger than the 2 Hogsmeade villages. Once you leave these 4 main roads, the route will become intricate. Even the elderly who often walk around here may lose their way. Terino explained and walked along a stone road opposite Marx. The street with the brightest lights is a comprehensive street vendor. There are a lot of messy shops, both serious and unfair. But in general, there are some very cheap bargains. He walked forward, pointing the way to the left-hand side, and then pointing to the right. The light that is slightly darker over there is mainly the sale of various materials. Of course, there are some potion studies or the basic products of alchemy. And now, we are going in the direction, he said, pointing to the more dimly lit street in front. There are a lot of high-value rare item sales, and even regular auctions. Well, still there is that building. The building didn't need the Terino finger at all, and Marx saw it early. No way, in a building, the big building was the tallest. The big guy looks very similar to the Gringotts Wizard Bank, apparently a few more laps than Gringotts. That was also operated by Goblin? Marx was not speculated. Yeah, the Dark Spirit Pavilion Wizard Union, in addition to the money access and vault rentals of Diagon Alley's Gringotts, there are more services here. Terino is very savvy: message trading, personal and group listing employment, various task assignments and pickups, etc. In short, it is a very old credit union with a high degree of credit. Do you usually live here? Marx smiled. Oh, of course, although the agency costs here are not low, the point is that there will never be a job here. Talino shrugged. After all, our line is most afraid of no reliable employer, not? Well, what was the darkest road before? Marx pointed to the back. What's there? After Terin heard it, he subconsciously curled one's lip. There is a residential area, he added. He's the living area of the nobility of Underground World. Aristocrats of Underground World? Marx thought for a moment, and stunned. Is it that? The Dark Wizard family of the ancient times? Do you know? Terino was surprised. As far as I know, there is no such thing to keep outside. The existence of Dumbledore in these years has made the families very low. If you are looking for it, you can still find some clues. Marx spread his hand. But they are really low. It's been hundreds of years. Nothing is going on. It's not just because of Dumbledore. Why? I also listened to what others said. Who knows? Terino didn't care. The families are already very weak. If they die, I won't be surprised at all. However, once it's the same thing as the ancient times, it's not the same. Marx has a deep understanding of this. To believe that the family is declining again, he believes, but they will die out in silencio, killing him and not believing. In the face of death, the flobberworm, which sleeps all day except for eating, will have a final struggle. How can those once behemoths die without warning? In a purposeless chat, the two men walked side by side to the large building called Dark Spirit Pavilion. As they passed through two magnificent black metal gates in a row, a wide hall immediately entered their sight. The illuminating black marble floor and the lobby without any load-bearing columns make it look much larger than what you see outside. But I can see that there is no sign of extension charm, just because it is visually unobtrusive, making it look broader than expected. In each of the three directions of the hall, there is a long counter. Behind it, a large number of goblin staff were sitting and they were doing different business for a wide range of customers. And in the hall, more other strange wizards. To say that Marx is most emotional at the moment, is to know the number of wizards. Although many of the wizards that appear here are not so-called dark wizards, those who are full of suspicious atmosphere are definitely not good people. In this way, the number of wizards for the entire Britain Magic Circle may be much more than the official announcement. And for this reason, it is definitely the lonely habit that the wizards are difficult to correct. Although the Britain Ministry of Magic has been in existence for nearly 400 years, the relaxed and free attitude of the wizards has directly led to the loose and unmanageable wizard society. If it weren't for this, Voldemort would be so powerful, and it would be difficult to make such a big impact on the Magic Circle. So, if I'm here to hang a mission to explore the werewolf movement. Marx looked at the large counter on the left and asked Terina, how long does it take to get the news? If you are not in a hurry, you can do this. Terina said, I estimate that it will be enough for a week. So if I want to be faster? Marx thought, or, should you be able to find werewolf directly? Before Greybuck was registered here, and I have been hired for a while. But you know, werewolf has always been uncomfortable. And it is the same in Underground World. Terino shook his head. Now, there must be werewolf here, but even if it is very low, and it is generally not easy to reveal identity. It is Marx himself who proposes to come here, although he wants to come here to see more and more. But if he can find clues here, isn't it better? As far as the environment is concerned, it is much easier to do things than to go to the destination without looking for clues. You are more familiar with me than here. I want you to see, where should I go to try one's luck? Marx asked around and asked. Terino indulged for a moment, then used his chin to point to the entrance to the side hall next to the counter on the left. There are a few large hire teams there. If you have enough gold galleons, it's not a problem for them to grab Greybeck directly. He said, of course. They also sell news. The price, of course, it's more expensive. Marx considered his current property and felt that he was the first to find a way to make money in this place where money is everywhere. This is the first thing to do. Since his partner Tyran left the Hogsmeade village, his income has shrunk dramatically. Now his potion level has grown tremendously compared to the original, and he has invented more potions. It seems that it is not very difficult to make money. Just as Marx thought about it, there was a commotion in one corner of the hall that caught his attention. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 212. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 212. What do you do this? Give me my younger sister back. A young boy's screams came from the opposite side of the crowd. Although mixed in the other people's crosstalks, they were still clear and bright. Mr. Lawn, don't you go? Tyran looked like an eager look. Are you an occupational disease? Marx said with a smile. Well, go see the excitement. When Marx and Terrino came to the side entrance of the Hand, there were already many people around here. Although Marx is a lot older, he is still a lot shorter than the adult wizard. No matter how he picks up his toes, he can see a bunch of wizard caps and heads. Marx thought about it, threw a thick magic book on the ground and then floated on it. The so-called standing high is far away, without the obstacles of those people. The scene in the corner immediately becomes unobstructed. Terrinuo looked suspiciously at the magic book at the foot of Marx and looked at what magical props it was. You must know that there are a lot of things that can fly, but you have to fly people, and the technical content can be high. If not, the broomstick will not sell as expensive. In fact, in addition to Terrino, there are still many wizards behind them that are squatting under the feet of Marx. Marx certainly didn't have time to pay attention to the guys. At this moment, he was looking at the incident that was happening in the corner with great interest. I didn't expect you to be small, but your courage is not small. You don't have your younger sister here. If you come here again, be careful. Be careful to disappear on this world tonight. A thin-faced wizard with a face gloomy stood at the door of the side hall. His eyes were as cold and fierce as his vultures, and his eyes even made the surrounding crowd feel a chill. But the boy did not let his waist hard, although he couldn't see him from Marx's point of view, but his performance exudes a kind of fearless momentum. I saw that you took my younger sister away. The boy shouted, give me my younger sister. You are a group of uninspired bastards. HMPH, talk to me about humanity in the black market? The sneer sneered, pointing to another tall and handsome male wizard standing next to him. Teach him what is called no one. The big man did not use wand, and he reached out and grabbed the collar of the boy. He easily smashed him. No matter how the teenager struggles, he can't even shake the other's arm. At this time, not only did the crowd not have any sympathy, but some wizards also made a few smirks, as if laughing at the boy. For a time, the dark side of the magic circle was revealed. Marx floated behind the crowd and calmly looked at what was happening in front of him. But at this time, he was owned, and then helplessly laughed. He didn't smile for anything else, because the teenager's wizard hat suddenly fell out of struggle, and then a long hair that was entangled floated out, causing a scorn of the surrounding people. Is interesting. Marx couldn't help but smile. How long have I seen this bridge? After having some ideas in his heart, he did not act rashly, but once again reached out and rubbed his waist and threw another book at the foot of Terrino. Step on, Marx said, and then immediately shouted, tread a little. The book is still useful. Don't trample me. What? Terrino is now padding his feet and trying to squeeze forward. As soon as Marx threw a magic book on the ground, he subconsciously stunned. Step on. Marx urged. Come on and help me. Who are those? Terrino's skill is not bad. At least the balance is very strong. Just stepping on the book, just a little shake. Marx waved wand and loaded him up. Hey, is this a curse? Tyran looked at the weird wand in Marx's hand and was astonished. Don't think about it. If you want to learn to see it, I will teach you back. Marx looked up at the two wizards at the entrance to the side hall. Where are the two, do you know? Oh, that female child is really. Cough cough, I mean, that's the big higher team Thestral's wing. The thin one is Cantor, one of the small captains, the strong one. What? Come on? Terrino said as he paused. Hey. That big guy doesn't like to talk. I can't remember what he's yelling. The wing of Thestral? Marx said. Do you usually do this business? They are chatting in a condescending manner, but the situation in the corner is because of the boy. Oh no, the young girl's hat is gone, and it becomes chaotic. It can be easily seen that the surrounding crowd has produced an uncontrollable commotion. Marx only glanced at it and immediately discovered that the young girl was mostly a Veela half-blood like Fleur and Gabrielle. Moreover, compared to Fleur, the young girl's Veela bloodline is more pure. It is even more obvious to see the eagerness of the surrounding crowds. The one who is most affected by this bloodline innate talent is the Great Wizard. He seems to have seen it, and even the hand that grabbed the young girl collar did not find it when it was released. Young girl struggled again, this time finally broke free of the player's hand, then squeezed out the crowd and ran outside the hall. At the door of the hall, she even slipped a bit because she was too flustered. What are you doing? Next to the robust man, the cold-faced male wizard patted him hard, whispering, what a good thing, don't chase. However, before this, Marx noticed that people in the crowd had already quietly chased them out. I didn't expect this black market to be really interesting. Marx reached out and patted Terrino's shoulder, but it made him almost out of balance and fell from the magic book. That's a Veela half-blood? Terran looked at the gate and looked politely. It's so good. A pity. I don't have any pity for me to see. Marx laughed, meaningful and authentic. Go. We will go out and watch the fun. There is nothing to be seen, Terrino sighed. Or, are you going to buy that child? As soon as Marx heard it, he shook his head. I don't dare to send it, he said in a serious way. I have a female child I like. Hey, I said. Standing firm. After all, he grabbed Terrino's robe and wand a wave, and the two magic books carried two people flying fast toward the door. I said. You just let me float up. Terrino squirmed on the magic book, shaking his left and right and stunned a cold sweat. Too rude. Quiet. Don't let people hear, Marx said casually, and with him he quickly caught up with the big man, followed by the wizard, followed by a turn left and right. Not long after, they saw that the young girl had been surrounded by two wizards wearing hooded cloaks in the middle of a small alley. Hey! This is the first time that the big man made a sound. Although he almost trapped the black cloth with the whole person, the meat of the scorpion is not negligible. Because the wizards are good at spells, they usually ignore the physical exercise. Although all kinds of potions make them feel too sick, they don't have to worry too much. But in general, they are too thin. Once you run into this robust man-type wizard, you still have some disadvantages. One of the wizards surrounding the young girl turned back and subconsciously took a step back. What? That gimmick, we have the wing of Thestral. The big man sighed. Get out. Hey, let's first encircle it, why give it to you? Another wizard snarled with a sharp voice. What's wrong with Thestral's wing? Let's take care of our birds. HMPH. The big man has a stalk and a low voice. Don't roll it. Then stay here. I didn't see him using wand. Just like a big step, grabbed the neck of the nearest wizard and slammed it on the brick wall next to it, sending out a sigh of pain. Ring. A oof cough. The wizard was a little overwhelmed by his sudden shots, apparently being shocked by that amazing force. Chris, stop. Just as another savvy sorceress took out the wand's intention to shoot, a silhouette suddenly appeared at the corner of the rear. The man calmly walked over to the big man Chris and patted his strong arm. Chris coldly snorted, let go of the wizard in his hand, let him fall into the corner, and coughed hard. You can't take any advantage, and you have to offend our wing of Thestral. I said, are you doing something worthwhile? Both Marx and Terrino saw it clearly. The wizard was obviously the formerly cold-faced wizard, Captain Cant of Thestral's wing. At this moment, the fierceness on his face disappeared, and replaced by an inexplicable harmony. How about that? The opposite witch's voice was still sharp and sharp. He didn't seem to have regressed. Even if some fools are afraid of your Thestral wing, do you think everyone will be afraid of you? Hey! Cantor laughed. You don't want to give up. It's just for Gold Galleon, isn't it? If you want me to see it, it's better. Two of us here, there are two people on your side. Avila Half-Blood 5,000 Gold Galleon, this time plus 2,000. Give us 3,500 Gold Galleon. This little girl is yours. How? He spread the stall down. We just got some private income this time, and you don't have to make a lot of trouble. Isn't it the best? The wizard considered it and reluctantly said, we are four, you six. No talk. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 213. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 213. Mr. Lawn, I said, when are we going to see you here? Marks and Terrino stood on the roof in the shadows of the roof when the two people below planned to go to the Dark Spirit Pavilion to withdraw money. It can be seen that Terrino has long been accustomed to this kind of inhuman sales, and now it is no stranger. The guys who saw the three wings of Thestral turned their faces. Marks shrugged, then he smiled. And then we go black and black. Three? Terran looked down in confusion and looked at it. Where are the three? Isn't this 1, 2.3? Marks stretched out his fingers, starting with Captain Cantor, slamming into the big man Chris. And the young girl who was shrinking in the corner and being stubborn pointed to the past. Hey, that little girl child? Terrino was surprised. Don't you say? Don't you see? Marks said strangely. Is this kind of phishing scam? Shouldn't it be common in places like the black market? How is this possible? The wing of Thestral is a large hire team. Are they guilty of this? Terrino looked dull. The team is the team. The individual is the individual. Didn't that Cantor say it? They are making extra money. Marks spread his hand. Just then, Cantor and the savvy wizard who had gone to trade had returned. Not only that, but they have one more person beside them. Mr. Munoz, this little girl. You are so embarrassed. This is a very high purity of the bloodline. The wizard was laughed and his voice was unusually harsh. He was called Munoz, a middle-aged sorceress wearing a pair of glasses and wearing a very decent. If you look away from the dirty trades that are going on, it's a polite and aristocratic look. But what he said, it makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Well. Oh. It's a good quality product. Munoz pushed the frame and stretched it straight toward the young girl with a pair of white gloves. Young girl, when she even hated her hand that stretched out to her cheek, she was filled with tears in her eyes, but it was a pair of hateful eyes. Oh. Munoz was nodded again and again, and he excitedly smacked his mouth. The original face full of etiquette collapsed bit by bit. Not bad. Hey. It's not easy to have a character. Tired. Finally. His still handsome face finally showed a disgusting smile. 7,000 galleon, indeed worth the price. Of course, the value is based on the performance of the aging mother, and it will not be priced for a few decades. In the sweet voice of the young girl, a cold light flashed the eyes of everyone. Munoz immediately opened his eyes and his neck was unbelievable. He opened his mouth and there was nothing more than a rich bloody smell in the delicious. You do, cough. The half-speaking sorcerer's words were halfway through, and they felt a sharp turn of sight. The next second, the big man's face with a strip of cloth became the last picture in his eyes. Search for a search, then throw the ditch to go. Cantor commanded, while calmly retracting wand from his waist. Not far from him, only a dead body was left behind. Hey, should we try to raise the price next time? Young girl calmly rubbed the blood splashed on her cheeks, and even figured out the next business. I don't think so. When the dialect was chatting with the end of the day, an interesting voice suddenly popped out, causing their movements to pause. Compared to the price increase, you should pay more attention to the script. If you want me to say, in fact, those movies, novels and the like of Mull can be a very good reference. Of course, It was Marx who suddenly spoke. At this moment, he was walking on a magic book with a volley then steadily suspended in front of them. "Who are you?" Cantor frowned, staring at Marx in the air, and wand was already in his hand, pointing straight to where Marx was. And the young girl next to the Veela half-blood, when she stepped back quickly. "She is not a wizard who can participate in the battle. Although there will be some curse, I want her to face a wizard with a scent of not good. The first thing she has to do is to go back and call the helper." Roar. The first mover is the big man Chris. After a short run, he slammed into the ground and leapt high and punched Marx. Look at that force. The decision is not small, but if compared with those of the Black Death, Dot is really weak. Marx just rose up 2 feet or so, and easily avoided this heavy blow. But in terms of brain capacity, it is a fight with the Black Death. Marx snorted and saw that Chris seemed to jump again, and he shouted, "Hey, Cantor, I just came. Ask a question. Can you let this furry guy stop first?" "How do you know?" "Crap." Marx pointed to Chris's neck. "The hairs are leaking out, when others are blind." "Oh, this is really sorry." Cantor snorted. "If it is business, we certainly welcome." "Please, Awadaka." Cantor, who was thinking of a sneak attack, suddenly flashed a red light in front of him, and the wand, which had just emerged from the green light, just came out and flew over to Marx. Marx is like a fly's, and wand falls into the corner of the alley. "You can't talk well?" He didn't care about Cantor's sneak attack, as if nothing had happened before, and he continued to say, "Chris, Finley Greyback knows? Do you know where he is now?" Chris, who was full of tight muscles, was hesitant after hearing it, then glanced at Captain Cantor subconsciously. Cantor is clearly in a state of shock. He has never seen a silent spell with the speed of use spell so fast. To put it bluntly, the silent spell does not speed up the curse. It just replaces the humming with meditation. Even so, it is already a big problem to cast a spell without speaking the syllables. Like Marx, not only can you use the silent spell, but even the mantra that has been shortened to the limit by the predecessors can be compressed again. Cantor has no ability to understand. I am afraid that only the genius wizard like Albus Dumbledore or Voldemort will reach this level of hope. "Chris, if you know, tell him quickly." Cantor hurriedly urged. "Oh." Chris sullenly indulged, then looked up at Marx. "I haven't seen Greyback for a long time. He didn't know where to go before I left." "Who are those who are now Werewolf are managing?" Marx nodded, then asked, "Should it be Rogan?" Chris replied, "What about the current gathering place?" Chris shook his head, and it was clear that he had already left there, and it was not very clear. This gentleman." Cantor carefully selected the rhetoric and interjected, "There are too many gatherings of the guys, not their companions. They never reveal any information. Magic Circle has a low tolerance for werewolf, which you should know too." "Okay, that's it. Then I will." When Marx talked about half, he suddenly pulled up dozens of feet. Then, I don't know whose chimney flew past him under his feet, and brought a violent whistling sound. "Good younger sister, throw it next time." It's the sweet voice. It's not wrong. It must have been the Veela half-blood young girl who claimed to be the old lady. Marx just turned back and looked at the other side of the alley. "Hey, is she really younger sister?" The first thing that caught my eye was not the young girl just now, but a giant Lalai that was a lot higher than Madame Maxime. But compared with Madame Maxime, the most notable is not the Lalai's height, but the stout body. Although Madame Maxime is tall, at least the body proportion is quite symmetrical, at least it doesn't seem so uncomfortable. And the Lalai in front of me, what is this bloodline? Giant and gnome's half-blood? Marx couldn't help but whispered, "Wait. No, right, there's a Veela half-blood's elder sister. What is this family, so frenzied?" He was pondering, but he saw the giant Lalai once again slamming the chimney on the other side, and throwing it at him again. The strength of the force is even worse than the last time. At this moment, there was another green light under his feet. Needless to say, it was definitely Cantor who seized the opportunity and returned to his wand. Faced with a half-giant and a dark wizard, The benefits of Marx's flight suddenly came into being. I saw that he moved to the lower position with the magic book under his feet, and then easily escaped the attack from both directions. Do you really want to die once? Marx bowed his head and wand a finger in his hand. The next second was a huge and awkward black skull flying towards Cantor. One of the great advantages of the soul magic is speed. This kind of non-physical attack puts aside most of the material interference, and immediately comes to Cantor. At that moment, Cantor, who was astonished, seemed to have seen the call from death. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 214. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 214. Mr. McLawn, why are you coming back so soon? Have you asked any clues? In a corner not far from the alley, Marx steadily fell back to the ground, and of course he was greeted by Terrino. There is no clue. There is one in the Dark Spirit Pavilion. Marx raised the parchment in his hand, and the amount of the Dark Spirit Pavilion seal in the 7,000 gold galleon above was striking. Are you really grabbing the gold galleon back? Terrino stunned. Marx heard shrugged, as it should be by rights. I didn't say it at the beginning. The main purpose of this time is to black, and to find out the clues of Werewolf. Okay. Terrin said, couldn't help but roll his eyes. His employer doesn't look like the first ordinary wizard to come to the black market. Is it better to look at it in this chaotic and complicated environment? Well, I have a concept in the black market. Let's take a split. Marx turned his head and slammed the deposit's lip. Would you like to divide you half? This. Terrino stared at the seemingly thin but full of parchment, swallowing the mouth. Of course, I understand. With so many gold galleons, even if they can only get half of them, they are worthy of their team's work. Although their werewolf's stronghold is not very easy to find, the big gold galleon is just in front of him. How can he not pick up the truth? Looking at the back of Terrenson's rushing away, Marx couldn't help but sigh. It's really money from the sky, and there is no sense of accomplishment. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. The more you live, the more you go back. Is this different from the previous one? No, it seems to be more boring than before, he muttered as he walked toward the alley. This is the advantage of disguising with transfiguration. With just a wand adjustment, Marx easily puts on a dress that is completely different from the previous one. When Talino brought back good news, he would naturally not be idle. Since coming to this black market, shopping seems to be a good choice. Marx was so sloppy all the way and looked. Terran's previous introduction was very accurate. He just walked away and saw a lot of good things that might not be found outside. Or, there are a lot of dangerous goods that are strictly prohibited by Ministry of Magic. That is, basilisk egg. When passing through the dark window of a shop, Marx curiously groaned in, and found a dark-colored egg with green light. Yes, it was an egg. It is rumored that basilisk is a 7-year-old rooster modified by wizard, a magic egg that was born when Sirius was empty, and hatched by cockroaches. Of course, this is just a rumor. The reason for this strange rumor is that it is related to basilisk's fear of rooster screaming. Marx, who has successfully transformed the bloodline, is very clear that the main bloodline of basilisk itself should be an extinct species called the crested snake. The weakness of the toy is the rooster's tweet. Basilisk only continues the ancient magic. The weakness of biology. As for how basilisk is proliferating, sorry, they will not spawn in this life. If you want to cultivate a new basilisk, you can only rely on the wizard to reinvent the bloodline. Therefore, basilisk is actually just a general term. Basilisk, which was cultivated by two wizards who are proficient in bloodline transformation, are mostly different in appearance. If Hagrid is running in such a place, it must be deceived and there are no pants left. He shook his head and was about to move on, but he heard a whistling sound from the air. According to Marx's guess, the black market is likely to be built deep in the ground. And where is the wind coming from? Marx looked up, but saw a luxurious black carriage decorated with golden flowing sides. Under the traction of the four-headed thestral, He glided through the air. The direction he went was exactly what Tarin said before. Area N. Just as the carriage passed over the sky, Marx saw a familiar silhouette behind the black curtain fluttering from the side window. That is Charlotte's senior sister. He only smashed the family crest on the carriage, the black gold rim, the six-pointed star as the support, the goat's horn as the edging, the right side of the wand right side, a narrow long blue eyelet. Some are scared. That is the crest of the Werther family. When I was at Macmillan's home earlier, the crest was embroidered on the ancient wizard's gown worn by Charlotte and her father. It seems that senior sister's winding time is over. Marx muttered. For Charlotte, letting her go back to that family would definitely make her feel more uncomfortable than closing Azkaban. Isn't it like a prison that can never escape? Is you going to see it? Marx hesitated, and even sighed. I still owe the senior sister stopped rice, even though it is so good for Charlotte. The great beauty of the sister, Marx is really grateful. As the senior of Hufflepuff House, she gave a lot of care to Marx at the beginning. Even if she is clear in her heart, she will return to the family sooner or later, contributing her own things for the so-called pure blood. Even so, she always maintains a cheerful look. When such a strong female child is faced with hardships, most people can't help but want to help her. Marx is a general person, at least, he always thinks so. Cough cough. Luna, I just want to help a friend who needs help. Really? He coughed and asked himself, nodded. Well, you can understand me better. Heaven knows who is he talking to. Marx was talking like a fool and chasing himself in the direction of the carriage. The speed of Thestral is very fast, and Marx certainly knows this. Even if he lost in a blink of an eye, he did not care too much. The so-called pure-blood aristocrats in the wizard, no matter how low, but their family's mansion will never forget to preach. The more a family with a long history and now gradually decline, the more likely it is to commit such stinks. Nowadays, although the Werther family is certainly not a very lonely one, it is obviously far from the past. It is not difficult to find the old house of the Werther family. It is easy to find a reason to sit in for a while. For Marx, even bringing Charlotte out is not a problem. The hard part is how to get Charlotte to get a real freedom. It would be great if the Werther family could borrow the magic book that passed down from generation to generation, a Batel. The camouflage of the body has changed again, and an old and simple wizard robe has been formed. The style of the wizard's robe in the ancient times is far less modern than that. Everything is light and breathable, and it is easy to move. At most, it has some special embroidered edges and crest patterns, that's all. Of course, the most important thing is the family crest. Marx hasn't figured out which one to use. To be honest, there are too many ancient wizard families that have died in history. Most of them are accompanied by one or two historical events worthy of praise or rejection. If you want to use it to cheat abduction, no, it is used to go to see the door. He must find a family that knows as detailed as possible. If it is not, if the people are clearer than you know, then it is not suitable. Fortunately, Marx has seen many ancient books in the Chamber of Secrets in Rowena. Although he has not been close to the Ravenclaw Tower until now, he has not continued to contact the Bronze Eagle for the time being. The information he has obtained in the past is not in use. In a word, Marx actually wants to borrow the Rowena family. Although Rowena is very famous, her family has always been a mystery. The surname Ravenclaw is obviously her husband's family name. However, the world knows nothing about her husband's situation. Thinking about it, Marx stood at the gate of the Werther family's mansion and finished the collar. Then he pulled out the wand circle and pulled it around a few times. Then, a complicated family crest was formed at the tip, and the front door of this dollhouse was printed straight ahead. In the pure-blood wizard family, there are a group of guys who pay attention to stereotypes. And in this ancient way of showing identity, it is obviously easy to get the other side's goodwill. But to be honest, he really wants to hurry up this crest's formidable power. The Werther family is not a good class, but if you talk about bad names, how many families can be associated with the family represented by this crest? Looking at the frosted crest on the refined door, Marx seemed to have done something mischievous, and inadvertently evoked the corner of his mouth. The composition of the crest is quite complicated, without any visualized ornamentation, just a single or straight or curved line, and a large number of Phoenician rune. This family crest itself is an incomplete old rune map. If Rowena's ancient book literature is not wrong, this should be one of the most unfamiliar families in ancient times. Marx he said with a smile, the pioneer of the soul magic, the three unforgivable curse, the starting point of Imperius curse. Dia family. The door of the Werther family's mansion was pushed open from the inside. 5 or 6 wizards, at least middle-aged, appeared in front of Marx. The old man who took the lead shouted the old man seriously, and the disturbing family name. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 215. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 215. All of the Werther family, good evening. Under the dim streetlights, Marx dressed elegantly in an old and plain blue wizard robe. His tone has a strange sense of jumping, and people will unconsciously think of the embarrassing way of ancient runes. But in the next moment, Marx, who stooped and bowed, suddenly raised her head, and her expression was strangely revealing a chilling smile. Marx to her, here is the best blessing for you. It is rumored that the Dia family has been a family of genius wizards since its inception. Whether it is the beginning of the mainstream magic research, or the midterm development of the soul magic, it has always been the case. However, the wisdom of the members of the Dia family did not give them a peace of mind. From the ancestor who made the Dia family, all outstanding family members have a very unstable state of mind. To say that genius and madman have only one line difference, it is necessary to say that the family bloodline is buried in the curse from the source. In short, it is a powerful family that everyone can't figure out. In this regard, Rowena's Chamber of Secrets library is only a rough description rather than a detailed record. For this reason, what Marx is doing now is to find ways to understand the so-called unstable mental state and interpret it. I have to say that when a character is weird, the madman feels. I don't know why, but it feels a bit. The Dia family. The old Werther family, the old wizard, frowned, and the wand hidden in his sleeve was firmly gripped by him, and the shake in his eyes was revealed. Impossible. It is clearly written in the family yearbook that the Dia family has been completely annihilated as early as the ancient times. Where did you come from? No sound. Next to the old wizard, another middle-aged wizard suddenly asked, but was screamed by the old wizard. Mr. D. is very rude. But the Dia family was more than 3,000 years ago. Old wizard said seriously. I don't know, Mr. Deitcher has something to do suddenly. There may be. Is it a proof of identity? Although the old wizard is asking this question, you can see that Marx is not in the same depth as the one recorded in the ancient book. Even before, it is even more impressive. Marx has only straightened up to the present, and he has put up a sly smile on his face. Seemingly calmly nodded. Certificate. He began a mysterious piece of broken thoughts. Of course, the reasonable request should be, of course, the question is coming, I want to prove that I am me. What method should I use to prove? What is the Simo's soul balance theorem, or is it the Goethe's soul quality equation? Wonderful. This is so wonderful. Marx squinted and widened his eyes, as if to pull out the eyes, and inexplicably laughed. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the laughter that just got crazy was cold, and he wanted a swift, full 30-foot wide giant black scorpion heading straight to the members of the Werther family. Can't you prove it? He smashed his scalp with wand. It seemed to be asking himself, and he was talking to them. Oh, it seems to be too complicated, isn't it? Obviously, Marx played very hard. That's right, it's force. The more he invests in him, the more he discovers that in order to perform this role, he must risk cramps and make enough effort to make the most exaggerated expressions and movements. In order to shock the Werther family, the magic of the soul that he had just cast was actually close to the limit of the curse itself. After all, is an incomplete spell that has been repaired by his excerpts. The lower limit of its formidable power is high. In contrast, its upper limit is a bit low. If the opponent has also been involved in the soul magic, the effect of this spell is likely to be discounted, and may even be completely resisted by the old wizard. That is obviously not very good. Although Marx still has several soul magics, the effects of those spells are not suitable for greeting. If you do too much, it will inevitably lead to the negative resistance of the other party. He is not here to kick the pavilion, and it is difficult to grasp a degree problem. Sure enough, although Marx is not sure what is recorded in Aberdare, it is certain that the Werther family's collection must have books related to the soul magic. I saw that the old wizard also lit up the wand and looked forward a little seriously. In silencio, a seemingly unobtrusive barrier flashed in front of him, and the black hoe from Marx seemed to hit a resilient wall, and the speed slowed down to the naked eye. However, the slowness is slower, but the huge black fog squat apparition is clearly moving on. As a last resort, the members of the Werther family broke down and ran to the courtyard of the vestibule. In the next moment, the old wizard, who dragged the Shantu apparition by himself, quickly evaded, and the shackled apparition quickly rushed into the hall of the Werther mansion and quickly dissipated. Powerful and weird soul magic. As it is described in the record, old wizard looked at Marx cautiously, then simply nodded. Werther family welcomes guests. Please take a break in the lobby. Presumably Patriarch, I will be happy to meet you. Old steward. The boy who claims to be a descendant of Daiher is very suspicious. The spirit is not normal, it is just like. On the stairs to the Patriarch's study, the middle-aged sorcerer was next to the old wizard, screaming with suspicion. It's not reasonable to be reasonable. The old wizard, whom he called steward, stared at his eyes. According to some documents from the ancient times, members of the Daihl family and everyone are geniuses, but also each and everyone. It's crazy. But you don't understand. Old wizard shook his head. You don't have to follow anymore. Inform everyone in the family, treat the customer with care, and don't slack off. After all, he continued to go upstairs and went to Patriarch to explain the situation. After a while, on the third floor of study, the Daihl family. Since the family still has descendants, it is not surprising that they chose to be present at this time. I am afraid they must have noticed the vibration of more than 2 years ago. What? The Werther family's current patriarch age is also quite large. Just to see his white hair, it is estimated that Dumbledore is older than him. What is different from Dumbledore is that this elder old man has deep sorrow in his eyes. In the words of Marx, this old man is by no means a good. He wore a simple attire similar to the sweater robes on Marx. The black gilt and the collar of the Werther family embroidered on the collar, with a mystery from the ancient times. Bano, since you have already tested the boy of the Daihl family, how do you feel? Old Patriarch thought for a moment and asked about Marx. Powerful. Fully in line with the literature, the soul magic is unusually powerful. That is not the strength of his age. Old steward said, hesitating, but he looks. It seems to be the Marx middle. McLawn apostrophe. Published in the previous Daily Prophet, Dumbledore has another good student. Old Patriarch chuckled, and then thoughtfully said, it seems that the magic circle is not too flat. Then we were the family. No hurry, first go see the customer and say. Old Patriarch said calmly, whether the Daihl family has already been secretive, or has been dying. Even if it actually has only one descendant, then it is not a casual existence. I have already notified, let them procurely respond, don't slack off. It should be. Old Patriarch nodded and immediately stood up and said, let's go. Under the shackles of the old steward, there must be no slack. The Werther family, which was always in a strict and seemingly deserted state, suddenly became busy. The house elf kept working, and they were going to prepare to stop the rich nightingales. The family members who had already slept were woken up one by one, and if they were not happy, they would give me up from the bed and say that there were only a few windows. The still opening Werther mansion suddenly reveals light or dark or dark. Shortly after returning to the family house, Charlotte, who was looking expressionlessly out of the window at the moment, was disturbed by the footsteps of the room. She looked at the door with a blank look, and then turned her eyes to the lifeless dark sky outside the window, as if everything was no longer associated with her. As for what happened at home, what does this have to do with her? On the window glass, Charlotte's pale but still beautiful face was mapped out by the light, and it looked very incomparable, but it also contained some kind of inexplicable strength. I don't know what Junior is doing at this time. Is still studying the magic principle that I can't understand? Charlotte said to himself. He will go to the old apartment building. Looking for me, if you can't see me. Will he be in a hurry? As he spoke, Charlotte's face showed a long-lost, playful smile, as in the past, at the school to play with Marks, with a kind of bright and unspeakable, "Let's study your magic, senior sister will look at you silently. Watching you grow into a great wizard that's even better than the headmaster." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 216. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 216. There is a big gap between the pure blood wizard family and the family and family training. Compared to the sacred 28th generation, as the wizard family that has survived since ancient times, the Werther family's mansion is even more understated. Of course, Loki is just a way of showing family sentiment, not just the reason for letting yourself abandon the comfortable living environment. At this moment, Marks casually sat in the sofa in the hall, and leisurely, Earth Grey tasted the fresh juice drinks produced by the Werther family. At the same time, he also observed everything in the hall without any trace. Ornaments with magical scent one by one pass in his eyes. If the unintelligible wizard comes here, it will definitely ignore those seemingly ordinary and even ugly small objects. However, for the wizard who understands its value, this hall is like a magic treasure house made of gold galleon. Mr. D. Patriarch has prepared the elves with a simple nightingale, and please go to the side hall to enjoy. Patriarch is already waiting for you to be seated. Marks looked at the middle-aged sorceress in front of him, and then gloomily slammed his mouth. He suddenly stood up and smiled and said, "Can you finally say something right, Happy?" It's really enjoyable. Compared with the hidden luxury hall, the side halls for hospitality seem to be straightforward. Generally speaking, it is not allowed to be used by members of the Xu family. Only when the guest arrives, the side hall will be prepared as quickly as possible under the orders of Patriarch. When Marks followed the middle-aged male witch and stepped into this extremely luxurious side hall, he was not attracted by the resilience of the surface, and he scanned the side room for the first time. In the middle of the long table with the embroidered gold tablecloth, almost all of them were filled with people. It seems that important members of the Werther family have been called up and the plan seems to be very successful. However, he did not find Charlotte's silhouette among those people. Also, how do you think that senior sister will not be called to this occasion? Marks intentionally or unintentionally glanced at a former wizard who was at the end of the seat, but there was no delay in his actions. "Oh, Mr. Werther, good evening." He looked straight at the Lord's old patriarch with a graceful said with a slight smile. The Marks phrase is basically equivalent to ignoring everyone except old patriarch. After all, who can sit here, who is not surnamed Werther? There were two normally unseen guys at the table that were a bit unsettled. But under the absolute power of old patriarch, no one dared to open the dining table. "Mr. Daha, please come to me. Come close to some good talk." Old patriarch didn't care about Marks's rudeness at all, and he still invited him with a flat face. In his opinion, a young wizard with strength and origin, like Marks, is a big what a joke if it is easy going everywhere. And what he refers to is of course the self of the year. The old patriarch of the Werther family, Gru Salmon Werther, was the genius of the Werther family before he crowned the special middle name of Salmon. Like the Werther family, the pure blood wizard family that has been inheritance in the ancient times, they will not let the children go to the so-called magic school to learn. For these families, accepting the kind of no-flow lecture is a big insult to their family name. They have a huge library unique to their own family, a powerful magic that has been passed down from generation to generation, and a lifelong contribution to the family's prosperity. And Gru Werther, The genius wizard cultivated in this environment is also the Werther family, of the family who passed the ancestor test for hundreds of years and was allowed to read the magic book Abatel directly. Looking back at the original self, isn't it as unscrupulous as the teenager of the Dial family? HMPH. Mr. Werther, Marx ignored his invitation, opened the empty chair at the very end and sat down directly. I like chicken more than the pumpkin. After that, he tore off a chicken leg from the roast turkey in front of him, and opened his mouth and smashed. The Werther family members on both sides of the long table frowned. Where have they seen such a rude meal? Is this really a descendant of the ancient wizard family? Old Patriarch Gru were there also, stunned, and then smiled clearly. It seems that this boy is much more mad than he imagined. When I entered the door, Marx neglected other people with great rudeness, but his movements showed a good etiquette habit. So what is he doing so brutally now? Obviously, this young man's wisdom is extraordinary. His every move involves the emotions of people in the place. The initiative has been unconsciously controlled by him. No matter what he wants to say next, no matter how happy others are, everyone will listen to it without a word. At this moment, Marx made another unexpected movement. The half of the chicken legs were handed over, accompanied by a clam sound, and the half-legged chicken legs fell to somewhere not far from him. The witch's plate. The wizard seems to be surprised too, but he can only sit with him at the end, and his position in the family is not high. At this moment, he just frowned and looked down at the half of the chicken leg in his plate. His face changed slightly. When many people looked at Marx with an angry look, Marx did not care to speak. Mr. Werther, he leaned back on the back of his chair and wiped his hand with a wet towel. I think you should have discovered some abnormalities recently. Old Patriarch Gru's white beard moved slightly, and he was secretly nodded. Not sure. The Dial family decided to be born because of the anomaly, that's right. But he wanted to get it there again. The abnormality he and Marx thought was not the same thing at all. Or, the two may have intersections at the root, but the representation that Marx and Gru are exposed to is completely different. What Marx calls abnormality refers to the key to Voldemort's rebirth. Of course, this is just a casual selection of his own, aiming to lure old Patriarch to find a serious topic to say, that's all. As for the abnormal that old Patriarch said, Mr. Daha, don't you know what your family thinks about the change? Gru asked seriously. Marx didn't rush to answer. He just looked at old Patriarch with great depth. He slowly said, the Dial family is of course very interested. What are the reasons for such an interesting research object? He walked away with a singularity and then asked, where the Werther family? Are you not interested? The Werther family is of course also very interested. Old Patriarch paused, his face slightly dignified. When the wizard faces the unknown, exploration is inevitable, but it also needs to be cautious. To tell the truth, I haven't explored the reasons for the change so far. I want to study further. It is very early. He took a moment to sigh, and then he said, if Mr. Dial visits this time, it is to replace your family to discuss cooperation. The Werther family is willing to pay the price to participate in this exploration and research. Nowadays, Marx naturally hears a little bit from old Patriarch's words. As far as old Patriarch Gru is concerned, the Werther family apparently discovered something of extraordinary value. Although the other party has not figured out the specific situation, it must have obtained some information through some means. To be honest, although Marx is planning to bring Charlotte out of the family this time, he is now interested in this topic. What is it that will make the ancient wizard family like Werther a must-have? Magic props of ancient times? Still missing the powerful magic in the long history? Or, in fact, is the treasure monument that brought Voldemort back to life? However, if you are interested in being interested, if you are really a bewildered monument, he is not ready to face the bleak life now. After a little thought, Marx turned away from the topic. HMPH. Oh. He looked stunned and stared at old Patriarch with a weird smile. Mr. Werther, it seems that you are also very interested. This is good. Happy. The ultimate pleasure. He calmed down again and said calmly, my family came here this time just want to take a look at Mr. Werther's attitude towards this matter. Obviously, the Werther family has not abandoned the spirit of exploration of the unknown, which is very good. I will go back and tell Mr. Werther's attitude to Patriarch, happy. The ultimate pleasure. He paused and suddenly stood up from the armchair. In addition to the family's mission, I have a private matter this time. Marx suddenly said with a smile. The witch named Charlotte is a member of the Werther family? Where is she? When he mentioned the name, the middle-aged male who had just thrown the remaining chicken legs into the plate was blinking. Charlotte. Old Patriarch frowned slightly, thinking for a while. There is really such a female shack in the family. I remember that Mr. D had previously been in Hogwarts Castle, and she had somewhere to cause D. Is Mr. Hull unhappy? HMPH. Marx sneered. It's not too fast, a witch like her. It's not as dirty as a dirty mole rolling in the dirt. Oh, of course, this is a private matter and will not affect my report on the conversation tonight. But Mr. Werther, is your family teaching the child? Marx deliberately prolonged the tone, and both of them exude a disgusting arrogance. HMPH. Hand her over, now, immediately, right away. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 217. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 217. Shut up. When Marx arrogantly questioned the education of the Werther family and ordered them to surrender Charlotte, the middle-aged wizard who had always suppressed seemed to finally endure to the limit. Yes, that is the witch who was thrown into the plate by Marx. Charlotte is my daughter. I don't allow you to insult her. It's even more impossible to give her this to you. Norman, it's up to you to stay. Old Patriarch suddenly calmly said, I have reminded you, don't overpride the daughter. Not only let her go to Hogwarts to go to school, make her family name shame, last year also resisted the first marriage with the Ding family of Augustus, let our whole family follow their faces. But Charlotte's father stood up, clutching his fists and shaking. Father, Charlotte is also your granddaughter. Of course I know. Old Patriarch still looked calm. He just looked at his son with expressionless. Charlotte is my granddaughter, and also a part of the family. I not only blame her weak magic, innate talent, even gave Charlotte such a huge glory. The first marriage with the Ding family of Augustus. Do you understand what it means? Old Patriarch suddenly raised his voice and asked his son, who was not a weapon. Means that you can erase the gaps of the past millennium and return to the state of strong alliances of the year. Charlotte's father Norman Werther lowered his head and replied weakly. Old Patriarch coldly snorted, then put his eyes on Marx again. Sorry, Mr. D. He apologized for nodded. As mentioned earlier, Charlotte is now married to the Ding family of Augustus. You see. Marx understood it at once, and the old fox apparently deliberately led the marriage contract by rebuke Charlotte. As for his purpose, one is to remind Marx that Charlotte is now in a marriage contract with the Ding family of Augustus, which involves the interests of two family members. The second is to avoid any conflict with the Dial family, so it is so expensive to explain the situation from the side. Marx frowned said, isn't it a last year to resist marriage? Why, the marriage contract has not been lifted. Can it be dragged this year? Yes, Charlotte's fiancé seems to care very much about her, not voluntarily giving up her marriage because of her rejection. Old Patriarch replied calmly. The situation is indeed a bit complicated, but there are also places that are good for you. The half of the chicken leg was thrown by him deliberately, because he recognized it at a glance. Charlotte's father he had seen at the Macmillan family's dance. Now, the other party seems to have recognized him, and he has already taken the initiative to play with himself, not to mention that the acting is not worse than Snape. Of course, if he continues to turn his face, though it will not be unnatural, after all, the people of the Dial family are not normal. But at that time, maybe you have to really fight one. What is the magic of the Werther family? He hasn't tested it yet. To be honest, he does not want to trade. HMPH. Marx thought a little, Then he smiled. "Give her to me and it will be unpleasant with the Augustin family. If you don't give it to me, it will be unpleasant with me. What are you going to do, Mr. Werther?" He smiled in a strange look, as if he was optimistic about the play, and the evil taste was revealed. "Mr. D, although I don't know what happened to you and Charlotte, I want to see how you look." Old Patriarch smiled. "I let Charlotte come out to apologize and offer you a generous gift. If this is a cancellation, how?" He smiled and said, "For a little girl angry, this is really not worth it, isn't it?" Marx slicked his eyes and revealed a dangerous look. "Just a moment." Old Patriarch stared at Marx. It can be seen that he is always on the lookout, and if Marx is really handsome, he will fight back in the first place. However, Marx just looked at him for a while, nothing more. "If that's the case, let her go out first. I want to see her attitude, and then decide whether I should sell your face." After all, Marx took another butt back into the chair and tore off another chicken leg and smashed it up. For a time, he was full of oily eyes, so that everyone sighed in relief, and once again irritated. "Norman, take Charlotte down." Old Patriarch licked his head and gestured to Charlotte's father. He hesitated for a moment, and then silently nodded, and quickly left the dining table. For the members of the Werther family, today's nights are boring and grievous. They have to get up from the soft and comfortable bed and face Marx, a disgusting guy who writes guests but reads bastards. For Charlotte, everything outside seems to be less important. What she can do is just sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at the dark sky, that's all. Outside the window, she didn't want to sleep, because that would make her the last little free time in her life, lost in the unknown sleep. So she sat like this, sitting humble and reluctantly. She will use the last time to plan a pit in her heart, put her up to now, put all the happy memories into it, and then completely bury them thoroughly. A rush of knocking on the door suddenly rang, and Charlotte looked up like a reflex, but his eyes were empty and stunned. The knock on the door didn't stop, but it was even more hurried. And in that moment of knocking on the door, father's voice rang. "Lottie, open the door." "Lottie." Charlotte finally returned to sobered up. She groaned, then walked to the door and was about to reach out and unlock the door. Alhamdulillah. With the light sound, the door was pushed away by Charlotte's father from the outside. Then he walked into the room and quickly closed the door. "Listen, Lottie." Her father looked serious and said, "Lottie, you must leave here. Father has understood. Whether it is sending you to the Ding family of Augustus, or giving it to others, the same. Father can't let you bury the happiness of a lifetime for this cold-blooded family," he said. From the pocket of his robe, he pulled out a big purse and slammed it into the daughter's hand. "Hold this. Take this opportunity to leave the family. Just go back to Hogwarts and find a way to stay there. The family can't blatantly catch you back." But Charlotte clutched the purse tightly, but his footsteps could not move at all. "Father, you walk with me, otherwise I won't go." Her father shook her head firmly. "Your mother is buried here, then I won't go anywhere else. But you have to go. Your grandfather won't take me anymore. I am after all is his son." He is decisive and decisive, but in fact, what exactly does old Patriarch, whose family interests are, treat him for his most useless son? This is already obvious. "Father," Charlotte stubbornly said, "if you don't leave, I won't go." "What's wrong? Why do you suddenly change your mind?" "No, that's the time to explain." "Lottie, you have to listen to me." "Father." Norman took a deep breath. "After all," he explained, "you should have noticed the riots just now. Just came a guest. The family is extraordinary." He pointed out that the family will hand you over to him. "Who?" "Why do you want to ask me?" Charlotte looked dark and sorrowful. "Is this my face a disaster?" "Oh. No, it shouldn't be." Norman thought. "He seems to know you at Hogwarts. He is called Marx to her." "No, it should be something else at Hogwarts." "First name, Marx?" When her father was still struggling to explain it from scratch, Charlotte was surprised to make a sound. "What?" "He also called this name in Hogwarts." Norman heard a sigh. "Father, Don't you remember? Charlotte said quickly. It's Marks McLawn. You saw him at the Macmillans' dance. Macmillan's dance party? Norman was slightly owned, but he said awkwardly, "Oh, is that male child? I remember you boasted about him." "Huh? Is it?" All in all, Charlotte snarled, "Father, if that's Marks, then don't have to." Halfway through her words, she immediately stopped. "If it is Marks, what should I do? Even if he can deceive everyone in the family with other identities, he can marry the Augusting family, but the family is bound to win. Instead, because of his own affairs, he let his little junior venture to come here. If the little junior is in danger, she is afraid that she will not be forgiven in this life. No, no. It's too late to think about it now, and instead of regretting not saying anything to him here, it's not as good as father. I am going to meet him." Charlotte suddenly showed a firm expression that looked very similar to what he had just been. After she and father gave a general explanation, they ignored the block of father and looked steadily toward the side hall downstairs. However, when Marks saw Charlotte and Norman appearing at the door of the side hall, his heart seemed to have 1,000 trolls running wild. Such a good opportunity, why not run? When I take you to hide, no one can find it. But when Marks saw it, Charlotte's father was looking at his face and showing a glimpse of it. He knew. The result was not played just now. Hey! Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 218. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 218. In the splendorous and majestic side halls, the sumptuous dishes are arranged on a long dining table, exuding a tempting aroma. In the crystal clear goblet, the amber liquor reveals a faint glow under the illumination of the light. In the portraits hanging on the walls, the Werther family's dynasty wizard exchanged their eyes, like the members of the family on both sides of the dining table, silently saying nothing. Probably because of Marks's sudden affliction, no one is in the mood to touch the fine food on the dining table. In the short time waiting for Charlotte to come, the air became a little dignified. However, when the door of the eye-catching side hall was pushed open, the most embarrassing thing in the audience was the marveling Marks. "Uncle, have you recognized me until now, McLawn?" Seeing Charlotte's firm look, Marks couldn't help but have a stomachache. "Good evening, senior sister." He reunited his mood, and his face looked even more amazed. "I don't know if senior sister is good lately. I heard you are getting married." As he spoke, he stood up and walked towards her. So what? Charlotte's eyes flashed, trying to suppress the complex emotions in his heart, and the pretty face was cold and replied, "Fortunately, it is rare that the blind man gave birth to a shadow after the daughter. It seems that there is still a rescue." Marks stood in front of Charlotte, but in the contrast of Charlotte, who was tall and legged, everyone found that Marks was a few inches shorter than her. Until this moment, many members of the Werther family realized for the first time that the sometimes elegant and time-consuming man in front of him was actually a young man who was a little older than Charlotte. Once I noticed this, the original ridiculous contrast made the person in the place even more heavy. What is the power that allows this boy to suppress the audience in front of old patriarch? Is his family? Obviously, the reason is far from simple. Marks is quite clearer than Charlotte. From the beginning of his school, he has been looking up at her, and until Charlotte graduated, he did not have the opportunity to break this visual relationship. But now, this contrast can be an effective psychological suggestion. The deterrent effect of his previous attack on the family members at the door was invisibly enlarged by this psychological suggestion. Just as everyone around the dining table was dignified, even when old patriarch showed his thoughts, Marks suddenly spoke up, "Senior sister, are you not always looking forward to the so-called freedom? How come? Marrying Augustin is the freedom you want?" He stared at Charlotte's eyes intently, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "For this ignorant belief, it broke my perfect plan at Hogwarts. If your stupid behavior delayed my time, Philosopher's Stone was miss." The word Philosopher's Stone, with no difficulty, caused a stir in the members of the Werther family. At the beginning, Philosopher's Stone set off a storm in Hogwarts, and even the majority of students were not aware of the specific situation. Of course, the fact that Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed is even more unknown. Today, this world-famous masterpiece of alchemy speaks from Marx's mouth and immediately triggers the greed of everyone's heart. But the Philosopher's Stone by Nick Flamel. Old Patriarch has a lot of white beards. He is the oldest in the audience. He is anxious. And of course he is the most anxious. After all, not every old man is as intelligent as Dumbledore, and sees the mystery of life and death. Marx slowly turned back and his eyes sparkled with sharp eyes. It's really the Philosopher's Stone of Nick Flamel, the stone of the sage. He calmly said, the alchemy peak of Unicom spirit and matter, the key that refines the immortality medicine. Now, where is it? Is it still in Hogwarts? Old Patriarch almost couldn't conceal his impatience. He immediately asked. But Marx is a secret smile, and it means profoundly, I don't know if Mr. Werther knows, Voldemort has been resurrected. Old Patriarch immediately changed face. Can you say, I don't know Mr. Werther knows, he has now restored his youthful appearance? This. Old Patriarch snorted. Philosopher's Stone can restore his appearance? Marx shrugged said, I don't know about this. I only know, when he was attached to a professor, he was holding the Philosopher's Stone when he fled Hogwarts. If it wasn't for your granddaughter, I had to argue with me about freedom, which delayed my time. Oh, it must be said that Nick Flamel is a great alchemist that goes beyond the limits, and the masterpiece of his flourishing period has surpassed the entire world. Once upon a time, many families and individuals tried their best to capture the seemingly ordinary, but miraculous stone. Unfortunately, Nick Flamel alchemy is superb. He can easily disappear with his wife. Many wizards who are eager for wealth and eternal life cannot find his trace. But now, when Old Patriarch heard that Philosopher's Stone was in Voldemort's hands, he knew the opportunity came. The so-called Dark Lord is powerful, but their Werther family is also not trifled with. In the case of a frontal collision, they will not fear anyone. However, after a burst of excitement, Old Patriarch forced himself to calm down. Mr. D, are you so young? Are you interested in Philosopher's Stone? Marx glanced at him and sneered. Young? He looked up and down the Old Patriarch, then shook his head again. Oh, do you think I'm interested in immortality medicine? Old Patriarch secretly thought sure enough, the Dial family is obsessed with the madness of magic research, just because the research process has been flawed, killing himself several times. It seems that this genius boy in front of him is also inherited from the excellent tradition of the Dial family. Oh. Of course not. Old Patriarch smiled. To do everything for research, this is the quality that every wizard should have. As if I had heard a rare saying, Marx raised an eyebrow and showed a hint of approval. It seems that Mr. Werther understands it too. He smirked with satisfaction. In my opinion, Point Stone into Gold and refining immortality medicine are just byproducts of that Philosopher's Stone. The mysterious power of communication and material is the true mystery of Philosopher's Stone. So, our intentions don't seem to be in conflict. Old Patriarch said suddenly. Mr. Deha, I have a private deal here, don't know if you are willing to accept it. What he wants to say next. Marx wants to know something about a round part. After all, is that he pulled out the result all the way. Now it is time to reconcile, and of course he can only suppress the soul of the spit in his heart. Please tell me. Marx arbitrarily waved his hand. As long as Mr. Dial can get together after getting Philosopher's Stone, we will use it together, and today Charlotte will take you away, and we have nothing to say. Old Patriarch said. This is a bit different from what he thinks. Obviously, the Werther family seems to have any hidden feelings, so that they give up the opportunity to take the initiative to take the shot. Is it because of the deterrent of the Dyer family? This answer, Marx himself is the first to not believe. According to his understanding, there are obviously several other ancient wizard families, But why are they quietly hidden in the dark? Is there any scruples? Still planning a major event that is unspeakable? Of course, now is not the time to think about it, or to solve the problem at hand. Marx coldly snorted, referring to Charlotte. Just by her. Can you compare the half of the sage's stone, Mr. Werther? Are you kidding? Charlotte is cold with a pretty face, and says that if there is a chance to get out of here, I must make sure that I can give it to the little junior who dares to say anything. After grasping the other party's eagerness, this kind of temptation will show great effect when he hides his true intentions. What's more, what he said is also very true. As far as the members of the Werther family are concerned, it is a real deal to trade a Charlotte for half of the use of that philosopher's stone. If Marx doesn't bargain, it will really cause doubts. Sure enough, old patriarch immediately nodded. Of course, not only, Mr. Dieha, if you have what you want, as long as we have something in the Werther family, you can consider it. Waiting for your sentence. I want to borrow the magic book about dear, Marx said unceremoniously. When old patriarch heard it, his face suddenly became stiff. The magic book of the Werther family is so famous, and its reputation is so loud, it is precisely because of the scandal that was once in the family. Cough cough. Can you change one? Old patriarch took a deep breath. A Beitel is the inheritance of our Werther family. Even family members need to be heavily screened to read. He is not surprised by this requirement of Marx. It is not surprising at all. Because of the family scum, the magic book of this family essay became almost universally known. Even if the Werther family has been completely downgraded, people who know it already know it. However, can that thing be taken out as a trader casually? Marx shrugged said, if that's the case, I want to choose a few borrowings from your family's collections, not including a Badair. Is this all right? From the beginning, he did not expect to see the famous and mysterious magic book so easily. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 219. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 219. Today's London is still cloudy. The damp air makes people want to take off their clothes and twist them to see if they can wring them out. The sun was completely blocked by the clouds, and only a gloomy morning light could be revealed, proclaiming another time that would be intimidated by the rain and fog. Marx just left Charlotte with the black market, and the two of them were walking aimlessly on the sparkling Thames, walking on the wet road bricks at the foot, watching the lights disappear one after another. It seems a bit leisurely. After a moment of silence, Charlotte finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Little junior, do you really want to go with Voldemort? She looked worried and perhaps blamed herself. But in any case, that's not very important for Marx. Why should I go with Voldemort? He looked like a shrugged easily, asking. The entanglement between him and Voldemort has long been unclear. The contradiction between the two is like a bomb, which is destined to explode. Under Marx's efforts, the time bomb simply removed the timing device and turned it into a remote air-controlled bomb that could be detonated at any time. As for whether the gripping device will be counted, or if the detonating device is thrown away as a mine, to be honest, Marx can't make a decision until now. When he had the choice, he was not a man of decisiveness. However, all of this has nothing to do with Charlotte. For senior sister, what are your plans for the next step? I would suggest you go to Hogwarts to avoid it. Marx intends to open the previous topic in a brisk tone, but Charlotte has not kept up with his pace. But Charlotte licked his lips and was uncomfortable. You have not promised grandfather. Are you going to grab Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort? You have signed the magic contract, and you have even borrowed 3. This collection is a deposit. Marx didn't care about laughed. The contract only said that when I won Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort, the Werther family and I worked together. But what if I didn't want to snatch it at all? If Philosopher's Stone is not in Voldemort's hands, then what will happen? There is another sentence he did not say. In fact, Philosopher's Stone was destroyed by Dumbledore. Where can I find it? This transaction was not established from the beginning, just the wishful thinking of the Werther family old patriarch. This. You really have no truth. Charlotte was obviously shocked by Marx's fraudulent means. She never thought that someone could hold everyone with a single mouth. Marx smiled and shook his head. All the lie that stands up are paved with the facts known to the other party. Only when the other party recognizes the real part of the lie will subconsciously associate another part of false with reality, and only let the other party put together the two parts to make it believe. Everyone has a belief in oneself infallible. The more confident and proud a person is, the more likely it is to commit this problem. This is not even Marx himself. The two went a little further and Marx suddenly remembered a previous question. "Senior sister, I have a question I want to ask." He turned his head and asked Charlotte, "Were the family, or why is the family with the ancient wizard inheritance so low? As I see today to judge, at least the Werther family is still full of knowledge, apparently deliberately hiding the influence of the family." This question is obviously not a good answer. Charlotte pondered for a long time, and finally hesitated and shook his head. "As far as I know, every generation of patriarch in the family will strictly prohibit family members from acting. As for why, patriarch only said that he is obeying the family training of an ancestor," she said, thinking and then saying, "However, the reason is certainly not that simple. It is rumored that there are 2 layers of Chamber of Secrets in the underground of the family mansion. The first layer can only be entered through the test of the ancestors, which contains the magic book Abatel of the Werther family generation inheritance. Second layer only allows each generation of patriarch to enter. So, if there is an answer, then it must be in the 2 layers of Chamber of Secrets." Marx thoughtfully, and probably very much in tuned layer. Charlotte nodded, added, "After that, the two talked a few words, and Marx suddenly turned back. McLawn, are you leisurely this evening? Throw the business to the sneaky guy, but you are doing your business everywhere." Talking to Mad-Eye Moody, after a night of disappearance, he suddenly appeared behind Marx. Marx smiled and greeted him. "It didn't matter if he spread the handkerchief, Professor Moody. I am just using the time more effectively. Since Terrino's service level is good, I must make the best use of it. Isn't it? Let me see, you are just hanging out." Moody stared at the cane and looked dissatisfied. "Okay, I believe that werewolf will soon be." When Marx talked about it halfway, he turned his head with Moody and watched a familiar silhouette coming out of the alley. "Hey, the people who reported the results have arrived. Mr. Lawn, there is good news." Terrin hurried to a few people. He smiled. "I have already found the group of werewolves' current location, and they will not be replaced at least for 3 days. The next stronghold." But having said that, he has again owned. But Greyback is indeed out of the stronghold and has not left any news. The whereabouts are unknown. "Is the message reliable?" Marx asked immediately. "Of course, the source is a coward who is free on the edge of the group of werewolf. It was just driven out of the group some time ago. Now I'm hiding in Tibet. It's very mixed. I only got 2 gold galleons and got a lot of it." Message, Terrino said, showing a smug smile. "If that's the case, go the tomorrow night." Marx took the nodded and sent the deposit slip directly to Terrino. "Go out and cash it out. The rest will not be used first. If you give it to me, it will be the reward that I have paid for you. There will definitely be tasks in the future. Package on me." Terrino patted his chest and said, "I have something to say, just on call. After all is grabbed, it doesn't hurt to spend a little bit." Looking at the back of Terrino's departure, Moody sneered. "The ill-gotten wealth is still good to spend early, and it's a bit hot to keep in your hands." Marx said jokingly, "Little Junior, what is wrongdoing? Say it." The 3 men dressed in the morning dew, gradually drifting away under the hustle and bustle of the sun, and finally disappeared at the end of the street. When the Marx trio returned to Hogwarts, the young wizards had already ate in the auditorium. Hermione's hand was better, but her mood still seems to have not recovered. Aside from the side of Ron, she looked at her from time to time, opened her mouth several times in a row, but could not say a word. On the other side, at the long table of Slytherin, Winnie was eating breakfast and looking carefully at the notes. During this time, She has been writing and drawing on that handbook, although from time to time she will stay as usual for a while, but obviously spend a lot of time on the notes. When she is out of class, she will also go anywhere else. It is a long time to disappear. Coincidentally, there was no curriculum for Slytherin this morning. After slowly eating the breakfast, she held a note, carrying a handbag, and walked towards the astronomical tower. Today's wind is not small. She did not go up to the top of the tower, but sat down in a parchment in an open space in the tower. Then she moved out of the same bag from the same bag. Looking at tools like test tubes, cauldron, she seems to want to do some potion exercises. However, Winnie is not a person who is good at doing these ingenious work. On the contrary, her every move is a bit clumsy. Before doing every step, she will carefully look down at the notes and then actually do it. 1 hour, 2 hours. Time passes quickly, but failure can come faster. When the test tube bursts due to some mistakes, Winnie still expresses the package, and then tries again without any discretion. Until near noon, she packed the tools very punctually and recorded some of this experience on the notes. When everything came to an end, she quietly went underground and went to the auditorium for lunch. I don't know when it started. This kind of life became Winnie's daily life. Calm, regular, step by step, as if she has been doing this all the time. Today, Marks, who just came out of the headmaster room and is planning to go to the auditorium for lunch, finally noticed a sign on Winnie. Winnie. Marks stopped the quiet young girl who was carrying the bag to the stairs. Marks? Winnie turned back and stopped, calmly looking towards him. Your sleeve is broken. Marks pointed to her sleeves that were a bit too long. And, here are some. Is this a thickener? He reached up and licked it on Winnie's sleeve, then placed it under his nose and immediately smelled out what it was. What kind of potion are you making? Marks asked curiously. Winnie looked up and watched Marks rub his eyes, then whispered, practice. It's hard. As always, the words are concise, but at least this time is still very clear to express her meaning, not to let Marks guess. I remember. You don't seem to be good at potion? Marks thought. Do you need my help? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 220. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 220. Need my help? When Marks asked this, Winnie shook his head decisively. What is she secretly doing? Mysterious. Watching Winnie turn around and leave, Marks wondered and wondered. Well, maybe I'm interested in potion recently? Since people don't let themselves help, then of course he doesn't have to make it up, let alone the other person who said what it is. Miss Winnie Blois. And, speaking of it, he is still a little busy this afternoon. This blames Mad Eye Moody, who knows what his mind is, and actually applied to Dumbledore for a 3-hour lesson. What to do defense against the dark arts. Don't ask. This strange old man is definitely digging himself. Does he not sleep? Even if Marks is used to the daily routine of the night, he will generally take the time to make up. However, yesterday, Moody, like him, didn't sleep all night. This morning, he was still in the headmaster room to talk about the issue of Charlotte's senior sister, but how could he still be so spiritual? Thinking of this, Marks couldn't help but feel a little lazy. Forget it. Just sacrifice your sleep time and go with Elderly to have fun. He yawned and walked toward the auditorium. Hey, before that, always eat something first. The lunch time has passed more than half, and the seats in the auditorium are somewhat empty. Only a few students are still eating and eating, but it seems that they are almost finished. Marks just found a position to sit down, just want to hurry and fill his stomach, but see Ron suddenly appeared in the hall of the auditorium. Marks. Well? Marks chewed the mouthful of pasta and looked at Ron in confusion. I have something to tell you about. Ron's face didn't look too natural. He stood at the door, clenched his hands and let go, seemingly something to say in his heart, but it seemed to be difficult to open. What? Marks swallowed the food in his mouth and then waved at him. Come, sit down and say. Ron stunned, and then he stumbled to the table and sat down. There has been a recent incident about Hermione. He hesitated. She has something to lose. Throw something? What? Marks asked casually, and forked a piece of baked potato, and slid it into his mouth. Yes. I think I should tell you the truth. Ron scratched his head, but when he saw Marks, he put down his knife and reached out and continued to catch 2 Weasley family's iconic red hair. Don't care. Marks raised the hairline in his hand. You go on. Oh, sorry. Ron squinted at the hair in his hand, then subconsciously dinning the table a little further, and continued, I want to say that Hermione's prom dress was stolen. And stealing the person who walked her dress. Is me. He paused for a long time before he finally said it. Marks thought about it, but found that there was something wrong. And then? He asked doubtfully. Don't you just want to tell me? In fact, you have an unusual hobby. Now you can't bear the guilt of your heart, so come and talk to me. Ron was scolded by Speechless. He could only raise his head, stared wide-eyed and looked at Marks. Don't look at me like this, Marks waved. I'm just kidding. You can say it directly. What happened? Ron stunned for a while and finally decided to say all the heavy weights in his heart. Marks, that's it. He tried not to let his voice sound too trembling, lest it reveal his inner shake. I just hope that you can choose Hermione, not Miss Lovegood. After Marks heard it, he didn't have doubts about the jump of Ron's topic. He chewed the food in his mouth and swallowed them all in his stomach. Then he put down the cutlery, untied the napkin, and put them all aside. Then, seriously looked towards Ron's face full of lost and unwilling faces. To be honest, Marks didn't think Ron would say this. He has to admit that Ron has grown a lot without knowing it. For children like Ron who lived in poverty and low self-esteem from an early age, psychology is easily distorted. But fortunately, he has a pair of excellent parents, but also a lot of characters, cheerful and big brother. This made his life not as boring as he thought. But in any case, I have been using some second-hand goods since I was a child, so that his inferiority complex continues to grow and gradually fills his heart. His self-respect is constantly eroded and corrupted by the almost insults, so that he becomes cheaper and cheaper. Since the last time Ron has understood the way of thinking for others after Marks's guidance, he has discovered the danger of his mental state. Therefore, he decided not to escape his weakness and inferiority. He must face up to his weaknesses. After all, Ron is always a young lion of Gryffindor, and he is not lacking in courage in his heart. His courage was only concealed by the inflated inferiority. Nowadays, Ron is obviously growing up, even if he has found his goodwill towards Hermione, but when he knows that he definitely has no chance, he is determined to choose to give up. I have to say that sometimes, abandoning is also a kind of courage. However, Marks shook his head slightly. Giving up is also a kind of courage, but this courage is as cheap as his self-respect. Ron is really growing up, but this growth has not brought him a qualitative change. Marks recalls the Ron mentioned in the Book of Sin, the Ron who grew up for Hermione, sacrificed for Hermione, and even failed to convey a word. When Marks and Ron were sitting opposite each other, he felt the truth of blood and flesh. His eyes were constantly sending him visual signals, reminding him at the same time that Ron was a flesh and blood, living person. It is one of his friends. Ron, I probably understand what you want to say. Marks said seriously. You really grew up and know how to face your heart. But this is just the first step. On my side, as long as Hermione didn't speak to me, I was not qualified to accept or reject. Hermione is a strong and independent female child. I believe she understands what she is doing. But what about you? Do you understand what you are doing? Marks's tone is very sincere, not high or low, like an ordinary chat. It is because of this calm that Ron can earn a heart without any conflict. What am I doing? Ron was confused in his heart, but he was more focused than the tangled, lost, and unwillingness of the moment. He was more focused at this moment. What am I doing? You can now face it right now, then. Marks reached for Ron's chest and calmly said, so why don't you break it? Ron wrinkled his face and looked down towards his chest. He can feel the beat of the heart, and can even feel the blood flowing continuously in the blood vessels. He clenched his fists and jerked his head, staring at Marx's eyes. "I know, I want to beat you," Ron yelled, and was shocked by the few young wizards in the auditorium. Mark's corner of mouth twitching, he reached out and gave him a head. "Beat your head. Is your brain broken?" He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "What you have to do is to break your inner self-esteem and let yourself continue to grow and win the heart of Hermione." Ron looked at Marx with a blunt look, and pondered it a bit, which was nodded. However, at this time, near the passageway leading to the side hall, Hermione was biting her lip and hiding behind the doorpost. Her eyes were full of gloom. She stood there for a long time, and then she hanged her head, letting the natural curls of the mess cover her sight. "I don't want to," she said softly. In the afternoon, Moody's defense against the dark arts was finally started under the expectation. Yes, Moody's curriculum is still very attractive to young wizards. With his vaster experience, even if he just sat down and told a story, the students couldn't keep their eyes on it. What's more, Moody is still a complete action. From the beginning of the semester, Moody introduced a large number of practical cases and moved out of the way to coach the novice era. Even Marx, who is very demanding in actual combat, agrees with his teaching content. Moody did not ignore the age of the young wizards. He chose a lot of very basic and effective practice methods. For example, how to quickly and accurately wave wand. As a top-leveler who has experienced countless battles, Moody has a lot of convenient and unorthodox. When he tells the boring repetitive exercises with real-life cases, every young wizard can listen with keen interest. Pleasure. Of course, it is undeniable that this old man is generally scary, at least for the young wizards. His horrible appearance and the habit of frightened and flustered from time to time, it is always difficult to get close. At this point, the students have arrived, and the students including Buttons and Durmstrang also came to the auditorium. This is the special classroom that Moody applied for. Obviously, he wants to make an impressive big scene this time. However, Moody, standing at the front of the auditorium, just stood on a cane and stood impatiently. This is only because he found that there are still 2 students late for this class. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 221. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 221. If you are late, special students like Marx who have little interest in the school's curriculum are obviously a common occurrence. What's more, he is still a Durmstrang person at the moment. Although there have been notices before, other people will feel normal if they ignore them. However, Marx is now standing in the forefront of Durmstrang's ranks, although he seems a bit stupid and seems to be dozing off, but at least people are already here. Besides, who is the most suspicious? Who else will be late? Just then, a burst of running sound came from the side door of the auditorium. Then, Ron and a female child of Gryffindor pushed the side door and slammed it in. No way, their actions are a bit rough, and using push to describe it is not enough to accurately express that sense of power. Hold. Sorry, Professor. Ron found that almost everyone's eyes were on both of them, which made him look extremely embarrassed. Marx, standing and dozing off, lifted his eyelids, glanced at them, and immediately nodded. It seems that the implementer of the theft found it. He whispered aloud, and then continued to pull his eyelids to make up for him. Followed by Ron is the girl in the Gryffindor called Lavender Brown. Her tiny curly long brown hair was tied with a bright pink headband, and the wizard robe was wearing a colorful long-sleeved shirt with the foundation and blush invented by the Muggles. Although she is not a natural female child, she knows how to dress, which makes her look fashionable. At the moment, she was holding Ron's arm tightly and looked at him with an angry look. Why are you running? Lavender asked softly. Because I have to go to class. Ron was a bit overwhelmed by Lavender's enthusiasm and fieriness. He lowered his voice. Isn't that what I said? I will explain it to you after class. But, you promised me, as long as I go to. When Lavender's words were not finished, Ron hurriedly grabbed her mouth. In a hurry, he also subconsciously glanced at Hermione in the crowd. But he didn't look okay. and when he looked at it, he saw Hermione staring at him with an angry look. What happened? Is it exposed? Can Lavender not say it yet? Ron suddenly stopped. How long will you stay there? Moody, standing in front of him, annoyedly paused his crutches and shouted loudly. Both Ron and Lavender were shocked and they rushed into the Gryffindor team. Gryffindor deducted 10 points. Moody said irritably, "Okay, then. This 3-school exchange class officially begins." The Trim of the Triwizard Tournament is on the stage. Marks, who was awakened by Krum, made a big yawn, and then he lifted his legs and walked slowly over the steps of the stage. This 3-school exchange meeting is designed to let everyone know what is the real dark magic. And where is the terrifying of dark magic? Moody also limped to the stage, and he reached out and pointed hard at the young wizards under his command, with a strong arrogance in his tone. "First, I want to ask you a question," he loudly said. "Which are unforgivable curse?" When the problem came out, all the students in the audience whispered. Instead of taking care of them, Moody looked back and glanced at Harry, Hermione, Fleur, and Marks, who stood in the middle of the stage behind them, and finally stared at Marks. "McLawn, you said." Marks licked some sour eyes and pulled out wand and clicked on his throat. Then, a magnified, somewhat lazy voice spread throughout the auditorium. "There are 3 unforgivable curse: Imperius Curse, Cruciatus Curse, and Killing Curse." Moody nodded. "Give me a brief introduction." Imperius Curse can confuse the mind of the cursed object and let the object act according to its own intentions. Cruciatus Curse can cause severe pain in the body and soul of the cursed object. If the time is too long, the object of the curse will be completely crazy. Even death. As for Killing Curse, the effect of death, no scars. Having said that, Marks turned his head and looked at Harry, which shrugged. "Only one surviving case." Moody glanced at him dissatisfiedly, then turned and warned, "There are countless wizards who died because of Killing Curse. Harry Potter is just an exception. Tell you, don't be lucky." But he paused and went on. "Today's focus is not on unforgivable curse. What I want you to understand today is the dangers in other spells." When I heard this, Marks couldn't help but pick an eyebrow. Mad-Eye Moody is the topper that has experienced many hardships. It seems that today's so-called 3-school exchange class is really a bit interesting. Next, I will show you a random battle with McLawn. Remember, it's not a small child playing house. It's a battle between the real Dark Wizard and Dora. Except unforgivable curse, any spells may appear in battle. Hey, you old man, Izara didn't run. Isn't that saying, I am the Dark Wizard? Marks looked at Moody's back with constipation and turned his eyes blankly. In this way, Harry and the others were escaping from the stage by Moody, standing on the stage and watching the battle. When Harry and Fleur passed Marks in front of them, they both nodded to Marks, indicating that he must be careful. As for Hermione, she just looked at the ground and walked quietly. At the moment Hermione was the last to leave the stage. A red light rushed out of the thunder and went straight to where Marks was. Obviously, Moody is telling everyone with his own actions that sneak attack in actual combat is a common occurrence. Marks's reaction is naturally slow, even in the past, with his degree of alert enough to guard against this level of sneak attack. Not to mention that he can now sense magic power. Just a little diagonally, he accurately avoided Moody's disarming charm and returned to the past with a disarming charm. The red ray beam from Mark's wand is obviously much slimmer, but the speed of flight is faster than that of Moody. Moody is obviously very sophisticated. He immediately put a shield charm on himself after releasing the first sneak attack. Mark's this disarming charm, although fast, can sacrifice the strength of the spell but is easily defended by Moody's shield charm. During the time, a dazzling red light granule burst open in front of Moody, but with a violent beauty in danger. For Marks and Moody, this is just the first round of exchange temptation. In the eyes of the young wizard in the audience, this is only at a second opening, but it has already made them speechless. The most surprising thing, of course, is to count the 6th grade students of 7th year. Silent spell. It is a high-level curse technique that has always been known for its difficulty. It is only for the 6th year that it will be the first time it has been exposed to this skill, and it has never been included in the mandatory content of NEWTs. Only students who have tried to practice will understand how bad this technique is. These two on the stage, a skill that perfectly used the silent spell in the sneak attack, opened a wonderful and cruel beginning for this battle. The other was a beautifully silent spell with a silent spell counter-attack back. The action is smooth and flowing. This is the real battle. After the young wizards of the so-called dueling club held by Lockhart, there was such a saying in my heart. However, the battle demonstration on the stage, this is just the beginning. Marks didn't care about Moody's shield charm, but he didn't continue to attack and tried to suppress each other. He just pointed the wand quickly to the ground, and the flame quickly spread around Moody. Incendio. Marks didn't read the mantra, but the young wizards on the stage couldn't help but scream. This is just a fire spell that even the students of first year will use. In the hands of Marks, the flames are like alive, and they are constantly rushing toward Moody as they rise in the waves. Shield charm protects against the direct attack of the spell's beam, but it does not protect against physical damage. The flame itself is just a physical phenomenon. Shield charm can be useless. Moody, without the slightest hesitation, the flame near his body was forcibly separated, and his body shape that had been surrounded was suddenly revealed. However, the flames came to him one after another, and the flames in the inner circle were just separated. The flames of the outer flames followed. Moody's face became a lot dignified. He waved wand again, and a small whirlwind was created in the flame. The wind is not very strong, but it is enough to make the flame form a whirlpool, like a tornado that rushes over to Marks. I have to say that Moody played a very beautiful counter-attack, and with a small housework cursed Sergio, it countered Marks for a while. Can Marks use the purpose of the fire spell just to crack his shield charm? Just as Moody steered the dragon roll straight into Marks, 3 consecutive fires emerged from the hidden volume of the dragon roll, heading straight into Moody's eyes. That is stunning spell. Because of the cover of the dragon volume, it was not until the fire that Moody was able to react. But it was obviously too late to deal with the spell. The first flare hit Moody on the front, but it was blocked by shield charm, which was still in effect, followed by second, which steadily broke the shield of shield charm, which made Moody take a step back. The third fire was already close at hand, and the young wizards under the stage were so nervous that they clenched their hands, and even the sweat in the palm of their hands was not noticed. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 222. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 222. Moody fell. The Mad-Eye Moody, which was able to escape the Dark Wizard by the name, fell. However, he was not knocked down by Marks's curse. Just at stunning spell, the second fire broke through shield charm, and the smashing shot was shining. Just when the third fire was about to hit the head, Moody took the initiative to fall down with the impact of the second flare. Third fire almost wiped Moody. That mess's hair swept past. This is a thrilling blow. It is lost. However, falling to the ground in a battle is not terrifying, and losing the rhythm of the battle is the most terrifying. Although Moody fell heavily on the stage, he did not show any hesitation. I saw him crutches and rolled quickly. Defindo. The next second, the position where he was originally blasted, and the sawdust splashed for a while, and people could not help but chill. Can you use a silent spell? Why do you want to read it? Are you looking at me? Moody stood up and shouted at Marks with a look of disappointment. Marks shrugged. Apart from saying nothing, is a wave of wand. The planks that have just been blasted, even if they are flying, are rushing to Moody with the wind. HMPH. Moody coldly snorted, raising his hand and slamming wand. The planks exploded again, turning into a finer wood chippings, which blasted at Marks at a faster rate. This fast-paced back-to-back attack is speed and reaction. If you let the other party make time and add a spell, the other side will fall into the passive. And Moody's hand is completely zero. apparently holding away to limit Marx's use of movement to dodge attacks and get out of fast pace. It can be seen that Moody is quite confident in his ability to respond to years of fighting. As for Marx, his combat experience is not too rich. However, he is strong in the ideas and highly targeted exercises that are different from ordinary people. Under the eyes of the fast break, the general wizard's coping method is usually to counterattack countless wood thorns in time, or simply defensive spells to get out of this almost consumption war rhythm as soon as possible. But everyone was surprised to see that Marx had extended the wand, but did not cast any courage. In the eyes of everyone, he seems to be in a daze. What is he doing? Waiting to be nailed by their wooden thorns are all blood holes? Closer. Nearly everyone can imagine how much he can make any counterattack. With the screams of the young wizards under the stage, the extremely fast, savage wood thorns were directly packed with Marx's body, and the remaining wood thorns were accompanied by a series of intense sounds. On the ground, just a moment of horror. Moody reacted very quickly. I saw his magic eye spinning fast, and the pupil turned into the eye socket. And his feet are not idle. Almost at the same time, he has already made a turn. However, it is a bit late to react at this time. But seeing an apparition behind him, a wand gently put it on his shoulder. It was a shocking exclamation in the horror. The young wizards switched their eyes back and forth between the two marks. Soon, the quick responding students took the lead in comprehending the situation and whispered, "The tactics are wonderful. The transfiguration is superb. No wonder you will invite Minerva as your partner." Moody said coldly, "First interfere with my magic eye with the high temperature of the flame, then use the detailed transfiguration and stunning spells. Sneak attack. Attracting my attention, I failed to find that you have come to my back with disillusionment charm. Because I found out that teaching you seem to have a dependency on the magic eye." Marx took the wand and shrugged. "But really, that stuff is really a good thing. I understand it very well, but I didn't say the battle is over." Moody's wand suddenly came out of his armpit, and a fire almost burst out against Marx's chest. As the explosion slammed, the fire splattered, and an invisible slate showed a contour in front of Marx. Marx smiled back at Moody, then turned around unscathed under the contempt of the other side, and stood calmly. At the same time, not far from the other, Marx's figure twisted into a robe, and Marx swung back to the hands. Cough. Moody coughed and pointed directly to the young wizards under the platform. "Is it all?" In fact, the three unforgivable curses are cursed, simply because they are evil. Including most other dark magic, which will have an immeasurable terrifying effect on themselves and others. Because they will unknowingly erode the mind and soul of the curse, and the soul and the ordinary curse may not. Taking advantage of the young wizards and staying in the wonderful battle just now, Moody will slap the iron to warn and guide everyone, and will explain the battle just now. Although Moody only came to coach for a year at the invitation of Dumbledore, and more to protect students. But when he was a professor, he was quite responsible. In his philosophy, everyone should rely on their own strength to protect themselves and even the people around them, instead of relying on the power of others to protect themselves. When he said everything, the other three champions were trained under Moody's sportsmanship. However, it is clear that Hermione is not in the state, and she has been shot by Wannabe for a few times. And the old man is arrogant. "Hey, Professor, I have to say 2 sentences." Marx whispered. Moody glanced at him impatiently, but he didn't continue to re-kick. Finally, this 3-school exchange class ended in the rotation of the young wizards. It can be seen that this special course is very popular and the results are really good. Because of this, Moody's popularity among the young wizards has increased a lot. As for Marx, who had a big head in the communication class, he even doubted that it was actually Dumbledore's idea. Could it be that Dumbledore really intends to train him as an heir for the headmaster position? Marx was shuddering at the thought of going all day in the headmaster room to handle all sorts of things. No matter how much, let's go to sleep first. In the evening, in an alley in the village of Hogsmeade. Mr. Lawn, are you going to go alone? Taryn asked with a blank face. Tonight, Moody didn't come along. Perhaps, in his opinion, Marx is obviously good enough. This test has also become a separate task assigned to him. This is the first official task after the Order of the Phoenix restart. That's right, the organization that was founded by Dumbledore in the First Wizard War and secretly completed a lot of major events. Order of the Phoenix is once again restarted under the leadership of Dumbledore and Marx, who has joined. Is being joined this once unknown, but bravely weakly against Voldemort. I just went to explore the situation. Marx shrugged, said, "You don't have to go this time, continue to help me stare at the previous goals. To be honest, your side is the focus. Of course, you have already paid for the money, and we must do it well." Terino said, and there was no shadow in the smoke. I can't blame him. Werewolf is really not very good. Even if you just sneak into it, you have to pay a lot of money. The group of wolves are very good at anti-reconnaissance, and once they discover something, they are terrifying. After all, they are all a group of violent tenders, but they can't be a group of huskies. Generally speaking, few people go to find their own happiness. According to the information obtained by Terino, the group was an alternative murderer in the werewolf, hiding in an underground bar in the Mole world. A few days before the next full moon, they will not be as powerful as the forced transformation at the full moon. For Marx, this is actually a good opportunity. At this moment, he secretly complained that he could not solve the problem of perfect disapparation. He was carrying a disillusionment charm and flew across the broomstick to a busy city in London. If you are a citizen who loves London nightlife, different classes have different fun. At night, in the north of London, Canada Street, people who want to relax their minds and minds at night are all frequent in the street night market. The old brick and concrete wall-side food stalls are lined up, and the aromas of alcohol mixed with the taste of alcohol linger between each person's nose and mouth, tempting people to pull out the pound sterling in the pocket again and again. Just on a smaller street next door to this hot food street, the colorful neon lights shimmered with unbearable light pollution, dyeing everything on the street into a dim and distorted gesture. More here, it is a row of shopping places that will be open at night, and the unique air here is like to bring everyone who has entered this place into the abyss. Marx leaned out from behind a low-rise toss-tree building and patted the mole costume on his body, then looked up at all around and observed it. "Hey, little brother, come here for the first time? Is it better to let the elder sister take you to a fun place to stroll around?" A strange inferior perfume smell came from behind Marx, and the pungent smell made him feel like he was back in Snape's potion preparation room, familiar and confusing. "Elder sister. You perfume. How many pounds a bottle?" Marx asked without changing his face. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 223. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 223. When Marx heard someone talking to him, he didn't even turn his head to see it. He already guessed what the woman who would see it was dressed up. "Elder sister. How many pounds is your perfume?" His words are so blasting, however. He did not say this in order to run away from each other. "If the elder sister doesn't mind, I am willing to buy the perfume of the elder sister for 100. In the magic circle, this is the 20 gold galleon. What can 20 galleon do for Marx? A new Madrange cauldron? In London, this £100 is enough to get the monthly income of the middle class 10%. Not to mention the Marx who is looking for life in the night." Marx turned around and found that things didn't seem so simple. He immediately pressed the idea of asking some gossip on the other side. "Oh, the little brother is really generous. The elder sister has used a small half bottle, and the younger brother still wants to." A warm body suddenly leaned against Marx, but he reached out and gently touched the other side's shoulders, failing to let her do so. "Of course, it's not used by the elder sister. How can I ask for it?" Until then, Marx was able to look up and down. This is the type of girl Marx often sees at Torpant in previous years. Grey and slightly messy's long hair slouched on one side of the shoulder, wrapped in a thin coat that was washed many times at a glance, A pair of old women's shoes have already smoothed the heel. She seems to be a year or two older than Marx, but she is omnipresent and reveals one thing everywhere: this young girl, already like her coat, has been washed away by the bleak life. Color. It is worth mentioning that under her strong face, the beautiful facial features are still faintly visible. The younger brother's mouth is really sweet. It's better to come to the elder sister's room to discuss the price of the perfume. The young girl with the heavy makeup glared at Marx, and stretched out and walked to the dilapidated apartment behind a shop. However, the apartment building is not the destination. When Marx followed the young girl through several apartment buildings and moved towards an alley, the surroundings gradually dimmed. "Elder sister, where is this going?" Marx put on a look of nervousness and anticipation. "Just right." However, his inquiry did not receive an answer. "Is it already stunned?" Marx thought. Just the moment he just gave birth to this thought, the young girl jerked back and slammed him on the brick wall on the side of the alley. That big force, Marx couldn't help but cough a few times. "Elder sister, the new toy that just arrived, don't break it first." It was obviously not Marx who said this sentence. He lifted his neck and looked in the direction of the sound. It's a female child who speaks, and the sound is still very young, but it has a playful taste in the tone. From the perspective of Marx, you can barely see a skirt and a pair of small shoes that are polished. The other person is standing in the apartment building to Leia, where Marx is leaning, and it seems to be a balcony that has not been taken care of for a long time. It's very strong. The young girl who has caught Marx's neck is not as charming as it was just now. The tone of her speech is quite cold, and the content is more concise. "Don't say that." Just listening to part light sound, the female child who was standing on the second-floor balcony suddenly fell to Marx's side. Human beings are very fragile, and the meat will be called the same as Mandrake who just pulled out from the ground. It is really somewhat. Marx felt like she was teasing by a little girl. At this moment, the female child was stretching out a finger and gently picked up Marx's chin. This female child looks much smaller than the young girl who is holding Marx's neck, and the height is up to Marx's chest. But in her words, there is no such tenderness and shame that the female child of this age is unique. She wore a refined light blue dress, white stockings and bright leather shoes that were still visible in the dark lanes, and looked like a little princess of a wealthy family. Only her long hair with a full head is the same pale gray as her elder sister young girl. Marx struggled to pretend, and then looked at the sisters in front of him with horror, and a scream in the nose that looked screaming because of fear. What are you guys? To be honest, the strength of young girl is really great. Although Marx's physique is definitely not strong, it is good to pay attention to exercise, but only let her slender arm shake a little. The female child, who looks younger, crossed her Marx's cheek with her white, soft index finger, and a refined cute face with a meaningful smile. Her voice was crisp and clear, and what she said was even more confusing. "Of course we have to eat the little brother." But her next words, but a little sent cold shivers down one's spine. I saw the face of the little girl child suddenly dark, the corner of her mouth slightly tilted, but there was no slight smile in her eyes. The strange sneer, accompanied by her sweet voice, became more and more chilly. "Elder sister likes to eat ribs, fry and eat crispy fragrant, but I prefer to eat heart. The more fresh, the better. The best is still jumping when you bite down." As she spoke, she really swallowed her mouth and her eyes were more fierce and sharp. "Little brother, do you know? The heart that grows on the human body is the most delicious. The blood that bursts out." "Hey, Leanie can't help it," she said, her fingers sliding down Marx's cheeks all the way through the neck of the artery and the convex clavicle, and finally accurately reached the heart of Marx. "No. You. Marx is still struggling, his face is full of one's head out of fear, just like a normal teenager who was attacked by an unknown and powerful force. He can't be anxious, Not at all. Since these two gimmicks are willing to spend their time on the street, it is very likely that they will not dare to work here, even if it is already quite remote. But for the sake of stability, they are determined to change places. What's more, no matter how psychologically distorted, will you never dine in this dirty place? HMPH. The little girl child looked at Marx and kept on tossing. Suddenly it seemed to be uninteresting. These stupid humans are all the same. Can't you be as calm as the last woman wearing a white-clothed suit? Well, you can let Lenny play for a while. I'm hungry. Marx's young girl is not interested in playing with food, but she seems to take care of her younger sister needs. But not urgent, she added indifferently. Lenny knows. Elder sister is the most painful to Lenny. The little girl was laughed sweetly, but it caught Marx's attention. I only play for a little while today. Today, Rogan uncle will tell Lenny the story. Rogan? Marx suddenly had a good time. It seems that this luck is really good. When I got to the local clue, I bumped myself up. It didn't make him a whole lot of wonderful performances. Go, elder sister. The barely fell. The cold young girl immediately put Marx on his shoulder and then ran at a very fast speed. The hard shoulder blade of Marx had a pain in his chest and abdomen, and he couldn't help but lick his mouth. He looked up and found that the little girl child, Lenny, was not slow, and was not far behind. As the surrounding scenery quickly regressed, they quickly took Marx to a building that was slightly better than just now. Marx was so easily squatted by a young girl who was a little bit taller than him, and came to a room on the third floor of an apartment. Then he was thrown heavily on the carpeted floor. This time, he still supported his hand at least, so as not to be thrown too heavy, and he would have to give himself a fall. You play first, I take a shower. Young girl, even looking at Marx's interest is not enough. She just expressionless said to her younger sister, and then went to the bathroom near the entrance. Well, little brother, why don't you call it? Lenny looked at Marx's big eyes with a pair of watery eyes. Is it scaring you? Nothing, Lenny. And elder sister will treat you well. We will pray for you well before we eat. Who are you praying to? Is it true that in Greek mythology, Cronus eats his own child? Hey! Don't you like to calm down your food? Marx looked at her innocently. I'm actually a quiet, beautiful boy. What you saw just now is an illusion. Lenny suddenly stunned after hearing it, then giggled. Little brother, you are so funny. Lenny likes to play with interesting toys. She looked around for a while and reached out to take a picture of Marx's head, like a compliment to a cute pet, like a dog. However, the next second, Marx suddenly moved his legs to the side. Nothing else. It was because Lenny's arm suddenly slammed down and slammed on the floor, making a heavy muffled sound. If Marx doesn't avoid it, his knee is now estimated to have been a comminuted fracture, because Lenny's slap is obviously going there. Lenny, little younger sister, you can be really big enough. Marx looked at the slightly hollowed carpet, and he was sure that the wooden floor below had been pulled out of a shallow pit. Hey? Lenny looked at Marx in confusion, and licked her big eyes. The little brother's reaction is very fast, but Marx looked at her with a weird look, meaning it was unclear. I used to be like a rough child, until I had a sword in my knee. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 224. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 224. In the bathroom, the sound of water wha-wha-rang, and the steam that steamed up made everything around it a little fuzzy. Lena closed her eyes slightly, her face calmly licking her long hair, trying to wash away the hidden troubles in her chest with the warm flowing water. Like the younger sister Lenny, she is a born werewolf. My parents died when they were born. At the younger sister, I heard that they were killed by the wizard. Yes, I just heard about it. Even if she is 2 years older than Lenny, can a child remember? Younger sister has always hated the wizard since he knew it. Lena understands that the younger sister must have thought of father-mother. But if she is dead, she is dead. Is it useless? Unlike the younger sister, Lena never hated anyone. However, Lenny after all is her favorite younger sister. Younger sister wants to hate, then she hates it. Just like eating people, as long as the younger sister likes it, She is willing to put on the vulgar mask, bring each and every one innocent humans to the younger sister, let her vent, let her play, and then accompany the younger sister, eat a little together. Lena ran out of foam on her head and licked her hair. To be honest, she actually likes the green peppers in the Chinese restaurant. Well, there are dumplings. At the thought of this, from the beginning of the alley all the way to expressionless Lena, suddenly could not help but swallow. No, giggles. Don't, hurry, stop giggling. Lenny can't do it. A whole, weak laughter passed through the bathroom door and passed in from the living room outside. Lena immediately grabbed the towel and wrapped it, then slammed the door open. Then, a bright light swayed in front of her eyes, and she found herself in a stiff, squatting down on the floor. Wizard, how is Lena at the moment? Her face happened to be in the living room, but the human boy. No, it should be said that the wizard boy, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, looking at himself with a kind of inexplicable expression. Lena tried to see the situation of the younger sister, but she found that Lenny was blocked by him, and she could only see a skirt from her point of view. However, Lenny's weird laughter has not stopped. She seems to have been laughing and breathing. Well, sorry. Marx waved wand and pulled the tablecloth on the small round table by the window. It floated over Lena and gently covered her. Later, he turned back and licked the soft on the carpet, still giggling. Lenny still refused to accept, little younger sister? Marx asked. Just talk to me about your situation, don't you insist on it? Said. I giggled. Lenny said. Stop now. However, Marx shook his head with helplessness. Oh, I can't think of a younger sister who turned out to be a loyal female child. He squeezed into Lena. Let's laugh for a while. Giggle. Giggling. I want to kill you. Marx shrugged. With wand pointing to the ground, the sounds around suddenly disappeared, including the laughter of Lena. Looking at it, a little girl child kept laughing, but she didn't even have a single voice. It looked a bit strange. He stood up and walked toward the place where elder sister Lena fell, and gave her the control of the head. Your younger sister seems to refuse to say it. Why don't you tell her? Lena stretched out her neck and saw that Lenny was still laughing, but it didn't seem to hurt, and she looked at the Marx with her eyes open. What do you want to know? She had a hint of anger on her cold face, but her tone was still calm. I just want to know about the situation in your gathering place, and the specifics of Finley Greyback and the current leader Ogden, Marx said, looking back at Lenny's side. Be careful. Your younger sister can't hear our conversation now. If I ask her later, the answer is different from what you said. Our current gathering place is in the middle of the street next door, in an underground bar. There should be about 30. And there are more than a dozen hunting outside. Rogan head. Lena speaks out of the slightest hesitation and says everything she can think of. Nothing is more important to her than the safety of the younger sister. Even Ronald, who had taken care of their sisters, and Fenrir, who had rescued their young children from the wizard, was the same for Lena. After Marx listened carefully, he was nodded. As far as Lena said, Finley Greyback saved them from the wizard who hunted werewolf and raised them. Rogan became grey when Lena was 6 years old. Burke's men and advised Greyback to gather the most powerful bloodthirsty part of the werewolf, independent of the other weak. First, let's talk about Ron, the unnamed current leader. At least Finley Greyback's name is also quite famous in the wizard. It is said that he is murderous and murderess. He used to steal and slaughter to get food in his early years. Later, he even tried to disturb the society by infecting more ordinary people. Such an anti-wizard, anti-human murderer, sounds pretty good in Lena's mouth. There is obviously a problem here. Is Lena cheating him in a serious way? Marx doesn't feel like it, but there is no guarantee that he will be able to see if others are lying. He again controlled Lena's head and turned back to the younger sister Lena. In the continuous unloading spell and itchling curse, the original Unneofakind Lena little younger sister has completely lost strength. She stumbled over the carriage in a large shape, gasping, and smirking weakly, unable to stop. Marx stretched out wand and clicked to help her unravel the itch. Lena licked her head and snorted and pulled the pink tongue. not even a small thumb. Marks smiled and shook his head, pulling out a bottle of computer accessories from his waist. Oh no, it was a Vital Tonic, and poured it into Lenie's mouth. Oh. Lenie wanted to refuse. She didn't have that strength. She half opened her mouth and swallowed it. Vibrant tonics are simple to make and materials are not expensive, and Marks is not as unwilling to use it as at Veritaserum. After Lenie drank, she suddenly had a glimpse of her eyes, and even the effect of the unloading spell seemed to have eased a lot. What is this? She widened her eyes and was surprised. You still have the heart to manage what it is? Marks waved his hand. Hurry and explain the question I asked. I have already asked you, elder sister. Now you are not right. Hee. Lenie frowned at Marks and suddenly rolled her eyes. You have asked elder sister, and asked Lenie what to do. Is it silly? Marks stared at her for a moment, then gently laughed. You said it makes sense, he said, slamming his voice, pointing his finger at her forehead and banging hard. I am stupid. Can you say nothing? Hey. Little brother, bully. Lenie stared at Marks with her forehead in tears, and she could have blue-grey hair in the next second, with the slightest hesitation on her hand, and a fist to Marks's face. I said, you little girl. Is it clever or stupid? Of course, Marks was not the Marks who had dealt with Lupin, not to mention the fact that Lenie was just a young wolf girl. He relied on the levitation charm to make Lenie hang in the air. But I have to say that the natural werewolf bloodline seems to be better than the infected werewolf, so quickly transformed but not seen in most werewolf. Marks looked around curiously, then couldn't help but reach out and touched Lenie's furry head. What? Just when he wanted to touch twice, he suddenly snorted and turned back to be a full-body curse. It turned out that Lena, who fell to the ground, somehow broke away from the curse before Marks, and it turned into a werewolf. After she turned, her power was obviously more powerful than the younger sister Lenie. This tie spell did not produce very good results. Just let her move for 2 seconds. In just 2 seconds, it was enough for Marks to take full control of her. That is to say, 1 point clock is not enough. The 2 sneak peeks of the werewolf sisters once again fell into the claws of Marks. I have done it, and I have no plans to do anything for you. Marks shook his head. Lenie, I said everything, then why should you go? Okay. Lenie groaned a few times, but she was not convinced. HMPH. You want Lenie to say, Lenie doesn't say it. Slightly. It seems that before she laughed and compromised, it was estimated that she was only trying to get out first, and then looking for a chance to attack. In order to force her elder sister to say the words, Marks really did not say anything wrong. This little girl is really loyal, and she is not willing to disclose the situation of her companions. Marks touched the chin, thought about it, and solved the spells on both sisters. Since you don't want to say it, I don't have time to continue to force you to say. After all, he no longer took care of Lenie to the back, staring at his Lena with vigilance, and pulled out the window and jumped out. The next moment, Marks, who had just fallen down, floated on a magic book in the astonished sight of the werewolf sisters. Right, don't come back tonight. I don't like to kill the little girl child. Lenie and Lena relied on each other and found that Marks had indeed left, and this was relaxed. Just a few seconds after the peace of mind, when I think of Marks's last words, Lenie's heart is raised again. Roggen uncle. She immediately said, no. Elder sister, we have to go back. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 225. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 225. As Lena said, the middle section of a street not far away is on the side of a shop, with a concrete step leading to the ground. Marks landed in the aisle between the buildings. He turned his legs around and quickly, and soon came to the entrance of the ladder. Looking down the channel, you can see the lights flashing in the vague. He lifted his head and the signboard of the underground bar hung on the wall on one side. Bloody Mary? For a bar, it's normal to name a cocktail, but if you have a lot of furry creatures in it, the name is a bit intriguing. It's pretty good to call Bloody Rainy, at least not as bad as it is now. Speaking of it, the pair of wolf girls and sisters. Younger sister Lenny always kept her name on her lips, but her elder sister called Marx still don't know. Thinking of the last sentence left, Marx couldn't help but smile, then lifted his leg toward the step leading to the ground. If you want to kill something, of course, just scare people. Although Marx is not afraid of werewolf at the moment, it is a bit of a bad thing. This time he came. The purpose is 2 points. One is to grab a werewolf back to the cross. The other is to ask the whereabouts of Finley Greyback. Of course, as far as he is concerned, the latter is naturally more important. The reason why werewolf suddenly became active was nothing more than the order of Voldemort. This is an obvious thing. Dumbledore wants to confirm, by the way, to resolve the frequently occurring werewolf attack, which is Dumbledore's idea. Marx is just a handy job, and his goal has always been Voldemort, the root of the evil that disturbs his life. As for the other riots, the other people who gave the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix will do it. They have the ability to handle events, and the belief in love and peace, but Marx has never been so noble and great. As I said before, Marx always thinks that he is just an ordinary person who wants to live a calm life. Sometimes, people will always be involuntarily. Marx apparently remembered the story of the book's Sin of the Sin, and suddenly his mood would not be good. Turn right at the end of the stairs to see the entrance to this underground bar. Marx didn't intend to disguise anything, because he now looks like it's no different from a normal mole. The group of werewolf for the sake of concealment. This bar did not refuse the entry of ordinary mole, or conversely. The reason why werewolf always maintains the external operation of this mole bar is to hide their identity as werewolf. Of course, in the past, they occasionally selected a few of them as snacks, but now they are in the limelight. They are not too daring to start casually in the hiding place. Pushing open the door of the bar, Marx couldn't even hear the sound of the bell hanging on the door, and he was immediately overwhelmed by a hard rock of power. Hey, the sound insulation here is good. This is a crowded fire. A large number of Londoners have left their day-to-day burdens, swaying their arms and waists on the dance floor, and venting their emotions. On the far side of the bar, opposite the dance floor, a band of trendy costumes is playing the music wildly, and the chorus's hoarse and powerful voices unreservedly conveyed to everyone's ears through the microphone and high-powered speakers. On the other side, it is the location of the bar, where there are fewer people, but there are still not many places to squeeze. Marx familiar swayed in the rhythm and staggered toward the bar. In such a place, even if you yell at the scorpion, you can't hear it. So there is no waiter to receive the reception. That is, the clear price list has been posted on the stage. And this bar is obviously the latter. If the average customer, of course, is ordered according to their own preferences, Marx is not here to drink and play today. As he walked away, he chose a goal by the convenience of sensing magic power. Leaving a vacancy not far away, Marx pulled out a pound of purple, stuffed it into the man next to the target, and waved him away. Who can't go with the money? After a moment of dissatisfaction, the man immediately walked away. Hey! Marx sat on the high stool and waved at the bartender, then pointed to the goblet next to him, comparing the gesture of two. Then, another pound was pushed out. The goal he chose was a short-haired woman with a sloppy leg and a lazy face. The appearance is flat but there is no makeup, so half squatting on the bar, looking at the wine cabinet in the bar, seems to be in a daze. She saw Marx's movements and gestures, but she didn't even care about him. The music in the ear was restless and the surroundings were chaotic. For Marx, this is not a good place to talk about intelligence. Although there are more werewolves on the dance floor venting with the music, the environment there is obviously not suitable, and in the end it is still necessary to start here. With a little bit of thought, Marx decided to spend more time on the target. The wine came up, and he pushed one of the cups to the woman and laughed at her casually. The other party was also unceremonious. Her goblet had already been empty, and then she took a sip of the wine that Marx pushed, and then moved her eyes away. Okay, drinking alcohol, people are not interested. does this mean? Marx shook his head secretly. In the past, at Torpant, he had seen countless times of conversations, but he never practiced it. No way, even now, with his age is still not very suitable for doing this. Marx, who has always been smooth in the face of fooling people, has never been careful to eat this time. Actually, he is really a little depressed. This is the first time he feels that if he can be anxious, he will be fine. However, he did not expect that. In fact, the other party's heart can be more wrong than him. It is rare to encounter a small fresh meat that will take the initiative in this place. As a result, the head has repeatedly stated that it is not allowed to start at the stronghold. The eyes are licking a piece of tender meat that can't be eaten, but the old lady can be too uncomfortable. On the other side, Marx thought again, since the hint is useless, is it better to show the effect? When he thought of it, he simply reached out and patted the woman's shoulder, and saw the other person turn his head. He pointed his finger at the door. That movement is clean and neat. Anyone can see it. The woman's heart is happy. Head, this is the seduce of me. Is it all right to change the place? There are times when things will always go in an unexpected direction, making you feel completely unprepared. Just as the woman stood up and moved to the shoulders of the moving towards Marx, she almost squatted on the back of the bald middle-aged head next door. Nothing else. It was because Marx found another, more valuable goal, and then he decisively got into the dance floor. Moving in a crowded place was a more skilled thing for him. He patted the shoulders of several people all the way, and when they turned around, he slid into the gap across the dance floor, just next to the high platform where the band is located, near the passageway leading to the back-end preparation room. A robust man who is very similar to a description of Lena is standing there, talking to other people. Soon, several other people quickly left, and the robust man once again walked toward the preparation room. That must be said in the Terreno intelligence. The current leader Ogden. Marx swayed behind a post, and when he came out again, he had already given himself a fairy potion. Seeing that the other party is almost invisible, Marx immediately followed up. Although there are 2 werewolf guards in the passage, they have not found the Marx that has been invisible. The stealth effect of Xianian potion is different from other stealth potions. The elimination of the presence of the characteristics makes the smell of the werewolf more sensitive than the dog cannot detect his passing. As long as Marx does not actively act on others to enhance his presence, it is difficult to find him. It can be said that his special discovery of the fairy wings was even more valuable than many of his current potion research results. Following the robot man, Rogan walked all the way. After passing through the makeup area and the staff rest area, Marx found that there was a passage to the underground 2-layer. Immediately behind Rogan, he quickly came to a basement that was half the size of the upper bar. This 2-layer basement is divided into 2 areas. The front is a spacious seating area, and then there is a 2-meter wide corridor. On the sides of the corridor, there are also a number of separate bedrooms, some of which are open and can be seen in simple furnishings. At this time, there are not many people in this underground 2-layer. It is estimated that they are not relaxing on the top. Just like the sisters of Leni, they are searching for prey outside. Rogan's destination is the one at the end of the corridor. When the other party opened the door and was about to take the door, Marx followed and drilled in. Peng. At the moment when the door was taken by Rogan, Marx decisively shot. The unloading spell and the whole body binding spell were cast continuously, and they were hitting each other completely unprepared. But he did not expect that even if he had already used insurance for a few points, but that Rogan is only a human figure, the anti-magic ability is still amazing. These anti-magic levels are comparable to the full form of the regular werewolf full moon, and even Marx feels a little unexpected. Rogan reacted very quickly. Although he was completely unprepared, a large number of dark grey wolf hairs in the skin immediately rushed out while the cockroaches were receding. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 226. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 226. What makes Marx surprised is that he is ready to deal with the opponent's close and fast break, but the imaginable attack has not come. After Logan turned into a werewolf, A pair of golden wolf eyes stared at the wand in Marx's hand, and it seemed that the mood was not quite right. Are you coming to hunt werewolf? I don't know if Leo's voice is so hoarse, or because he turned into werewolf. The sound line is like a wild beast, with an inexplicable rough. Marx looked at him hesitantly, feeling a bit puzzling. The ordinary person was changed into a werewolf after being wounded by werewolf. It will be mad after the transformation, and even not recognizing one's family, and the small part of the werewolf bloodline that is born to be or can be in the form of werewolf, still kept at least awake. However, the day after the werewolf will turn black after the transformation. The white is dark yellow or golden, the congenital is completely dark as ink. The pupil and the white are the same. Judging from the eyes, this Roggen is obviously a werewolf that is infected, but can he still maintain the consciousness of the mind and not be affected by the bloodthirsty effect? What's even more strange is that the other person actually asked what was going on. Is this what a werewolf would do as a fierce one? I came to ask you a question. Marx shrugged, calmly said, well, by the way, grab one back and cross. Roggen seems to be hesitant, although Marx doesn't know what he is thinking, but he is more vigilant. This guy seems unusual, or be careful not to be wrong. Crossing? Are you a person of magic? Roggen said as he looked up and down Marx. To be honest, he thinks that Marx is only a half-child, but when he thinks about the two spells, he has to reconsider. But no matter what he thinks, he can only think of Ministry of Magic. Only the group of or are under the Ministry of Magic will sneak up on the stronghold to test yourself. Marx shook his head slightly. I was commissioned by the victim's family to investigate the situation, he said, half true half false. I said that your recent actions can be too blatant. HMPH. Roggen coldly snorted, interrupting Marx's words. I see. I will send you back. The voice did not fall. Roggen suddenly burst, and the sharp wolf claws went straight to Marx's chest and abdomen. This is the habit of playing, and the strategy of attacking the enemy. Can you look familiar? Swift. And no matter whether Rowena has any problems, at least the ability she got from her trials is really good. Nowadays, as Marx's understanding of the rule rune has gradually increased, the relationship between several abilities and rules has gradually become clearer. It can be said that the principle is not much different from the modern curse, except that those abilities are more inclined to a time effect curing spell. The rule rune contained in it is even slightly more complete than the modern spell. However, the relative number of rune rules for each capability is relatively small, and it is obviously more monotonous. Can you say it again? It can't stand people's use. At least in the battle with melee class enemies, the auxiliary role is very significant. But unfortunately, this thing is more pitted than the modern magic spell with narrow upper and lower limits, and the magic power it consumes is completely fixed. No matter how strong Marx's ability to control magic power, there is no way to make these capabilities more effective. 1 point. At least it's quite enough now. Marx quickly evaded Roggen's wave of fierce claws, while also having the time to think about the ability to apply in real time. The speed of werewolf is entirely dependent on powerful physical explosive power, and the straight-moving mobile lines are very predictable. Once you encounter an opponent like Marx whose speed and responsiveness can keep up and the flexibility is higher than him, even if the other party may not hurt him, it is difficult for him to catch the opportunity to form damage to the other party. After adapting to high-speed movement and dodge, Marx's curse offensive has gradually unfolded. For a time, the rays of light in the room looked like a glare. Somehow, neither Marx nor Roggen, who made no loud noise, what caused the destruction of the wall or the door. It seems that both sides are consciously suppressing this battle in this room. From this dazzling battle, Roggen's attack did not touch Marx even a piece of clothing. Whether he deliberately reveals flaws or uses his own body to cover sneak attacks, no small means have any effect on Marx. And the same is true when a wizard with fast enough speed and strong enough dodge is fighting with werewolf. Which wizard will be finally a werewolf for melee? Regardless of how Roggen was tempted, Marx always kept a certain distance from him. relying on magic's remote advantage to put up the kite. To be honest, as the curse hits his body again and again, Rogan feels that he is a bit overwhelmed. However, when Rogan was depressed in the heart, Marx also had considerable doubts. This wolf is different from other wolves, and the layer of skin is too strong, right? So far, he has used 5 stunning spell, and the last 2 formidable powers have even reached the limit. Logically speaking, even if it is a dragon, you should stop and take a breather. This can be seen in front of the goods, but only the speed of action has dropped. Although it is more than the original Pettigrew Peter, this wear resistance is nothing. But if you change to the general werewolf, I am afraid it will fall early. Absolutely have problems. Marx is very curious. At first, Marx only intended to grab a werewolf and go back to the cross. But now, he not only has a lot of curiosity about Rogan, but even the ordinary werewolf has been remembered by him. The magic circle has a lot of strange discoveries worthy of further investigation. Counting this Rogan, the weird werewolf Marx has already encountered too. A creature like werewolf may actually be of great research value. When the 6th stunning spell hit Rogan's back neck, he finally couldn't resist it and fell to the ground with a huge inertia peng moving at high speed. Probably because of the relationship in the basement, the ground is full of cement blocks and solid soil. The sound is not large. Marx was once again a full-body bondage, cursing the past. Magic power rushed up and tied him completely. Then, Marx, he lifted the chair next to him and then sat down leisurely, which was closed-eye to rest. But the wand in his hand was always facing Rogan, and he never shook it. At this moment, Rogan's psychological activities are rich. He did not expect it at the beginning. This battle was actually ended in his own defeat. Although he encountered a sneak attack at first, he thought that the intruder's strength was definitely not weak. No matter how strong it is also a wizard. In the battle in a small space, he has always been afraid of wizard. However, this wizard is not like a wizard at all. How can a wizard run so fast? But since I lost, then he will recognize it. It's better to say that this is exactly what he wants. Marx is right, everyone has a few secrets. And he, Rogan Howlett, recently happened to have a secret that has been hidden for many years and wants to share it with a strong enough wizard. But who knows, when people finish the work, they will finish the work, but they will not scream when they sit next to each other. What the hell are you doing? Rogan wants to ask aloud, but he can't even move his mouth at this moment. How can he ask? It didn't take long before the time passed, and I didn't let Marx wait. The people who came here finally arrived. As the door was suddenly pulled open, the 2 silhouettes slid in like a gust of wind, and then immediately stuck in the doorway. Has it all coming? Marx opened his eyes, remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs. Looking at the outside of the door. Very good. Just look at the furry piece outside. Even if you don't arrive, I am afraid it will not be much worse. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Give me petrified all the furry outside. 1 is not allowed to go. He shook the sleeves of his shirt, and the 7 little spiders crawled out silently. As he waved between the wand, his body suddenly soared and collapsed the simple wall. The alienated Acromantula has been raised for so long, and this is the first time he has used it in actual combat. He can also start with 4 formidable power. He took a pair of pale green lenses from his jacket pocket and placed it on the bridge of the nose. Then he looked at the play with his legs. It must be said that the size of a Acromantula grows fast enough for many creatures to blush with shame. These big-handed big guys screamed on the hard ground, giving people a creepy feeling. Marx doesn't know what it feels like to be stupid and bold, but at least for now, a lot of werewolf are trying to go back like crazy. 4 5 6 7, stop. Give your 3 big brothers away. The basement is still too narrow. Even if these Acromantula are still far from the biggest size, it can be a little inconvenient to move here. Although Marx's big babies fought for the first time in a hurry, the reason for the venue was not very good. But the horror creatures that had been transformed by Basilisk and Necromantula bloodline still rushed 7 times like tiger entering a flock of sheep, 7 out. Almost without much rebellion. The werewolf gathered in the outside, except for a few slips away at the beginning. The rest were fixed in place, still maintaining the last moment of action. Probably the reason for Marx's order, the big darlings didn't even look at them. It can be said that the 2 sisters, Lenny and Lena, who just stood in the door, escaped the petrified misfortune. At this time, they fell to the ground in a dull face. Marx didn't care about them. He went out for a lap and finally shook his head. Sure enough, it can only be petrified. That is, the effect of death. Is it difficult to develop again? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 227. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 227. In the basement that was deeper than the underground bar, the atmosphere became a bit tense, and even the air seemed to be a lot heavier. The 2 sisters, Lena, sat so squatting at the door, cuddling with each other, and did not dare to say a word. The 2 of them can't tell which one is more afraid, but the content they are afraid of is completely different. Younger sister Lenny is naturally in the fear of the 7 terrifying big spiders, not to mention that she used to be afraid of spiders, but if she can survive today, she will definitely suffer from serious spiders phobia. Elder sister Lena is not afraid, at least she has never been afraid of death. What she is afraid of is that one day, when she can't protect the younger sister, she will watch the younger sister die. She was really scared, and she could not help but tremble. The teenager is too powerful enough that she can't afford a rebellious mentality, because she can't think of what it is. She can at least save the life of the younger sister, even if it is to exchange with your own life. Lena's hand kept shaking, but her eyes were still calm. However, the boy who was so frightened by the wolf girls and sisters, now cocked his legs, sat in a chair and looked at the ceiling. Suddenly, the teenager lowered his leg like a gust of wind and stood up and knocked his hand. Originally is this way. Marx is of course pondering Basilisk bloodlines found mystery with eyes, but the wolf girls don't know. His move scared the 2 sisters immediately shrank back. Lena held the younger sister tighter. You can try it, but you have to wait until the next batch. After suddenly ignoring the nodded, Marx lowered his head and untied Rogan's control. How? What do you think? He asked casually. Rogan had long since given up on his plans to break free. In his opinion, he was completely fighting this young boy, both in terms of force and intelligence. From the beginning of the stealth sneak attack, to the close fast break, and then to the calm and composed while handling pressing affairs, the group of silly scorpions took the initiative to gather and come to the door. Although he did not know exactly what the boy had done in the last minute, all of this seemed to be in the palm of his hand by this terrifying teenager. Now, it's no longer meaningful to entangle those things. The only thing he wants to know is, what is the background of this boy? Is he black or white? Say he is a dark wizard, but even the werewolf that is not allowed for the magic circle is not dead, just being petrified. But he is white wizard. Which white wizard will raise a group of natural bloodthirsty, more terrifying than werewolf a lot of Necromantula as a pet? And it looks like it has been modified and mutated. In any case, Rogan still intends to listen to what he wants to ask. After all, his secret is still very important. If you want to ask, just ask. He thought about it, and then he said helpless. When did Feral Greyback leave? Where is it now? What is the specific situation when leaving? Marx threw out all the questions he asked, then sat back in his chair and waited for Ogden to answer. Greyback has been away for a long time. If I remember correctly, it should be nearly 2 years. Rogan recalled. He didn't leave anything to tell when he left, not even who. I mentioned that we also discovered the next morning that he was no longer at that time. As for where he is now, to be honest, I don't know. But he came back some time ago. Marx listened to the analysis of the authenticity of these words, and by the way, he also sorted out the information he knew. After seeing Rogan, Marx nodded, What did he look like when he came back? Is there anything different from before? When he heard this question, Roggen obviously hesitated. Marx looked thoughtfully and asked, "It's like a black hair, a cold tone, no human emotions. Is it? Do you know?" Roggen was stared wide-eyed surprised. Marx shrugged, even if didn't know whether to cry or laugh, shook his head. He had just guessed before, but he didn't expect to be guessed by him. The Black Deaths around Voldemort. It really was Werewolf Fenrir Greyback. If that's the case, have you been in contact with Voldemort? Marx said, reaching out and pulling a small potion bottle from his waist and shaking it in front of Roggen's eyes. This question is important if you want to edit "I am fooling me with words." I think I have to waste a bottle of Veritaserum to force you to say. When Roggen heard the name Voldemort, his heart suddenly became shocked, and even the golden eyes of the golden eyes became brighter. I didn't have direct contact with you. You know who, but I know that Greyback is now one of the Death Eaters who are working with Voldemort. Marx glanced at him and took the Veritaserum in his hand back into the potion bag at the waist. The thing I want to confirm most has been confirmed, although this Roggen has not touched Voldemort. This is a bit of a pity for him, but it doesn't matter. Then, next, Marx is going to ponder. If the dozens of werewolf outside are packed back together, it should be placed wherever it is better. But he hears Roggen shouting at him. Mr. Marx bowed his head and looked at Logan with a questioning look. I have something to say to you. Roggen seems to have made up his mind to be determined, and he is serious about it. No, it should be said. I have a request. Request? Marx raised his eyebrows. What are you asking me? Have you let go? No, as long as you promise me this request, I will do whatever you want. Roggen firmly said. Then let me talk about it. Marx waved his hand. Sir, before I said, there is one thing I want you to look at. Roggen said, it's at the bottom of the suitcase below my desk. Marx looked back at the desk that had been shattered into a pile of planks, waved wand and dialed it, and found that there was a medium-sized suitcase. This wood chip box. He controlled the suitcase to float in front of him, and after dumping all the scattered debris on the ground, he took out a flat piece of scorpion from the bottom of the sandwich. This stuff seems to be a bit like. Marx opened it, and then found a wand lying in the scorpion. Exactly, this is an old wand that has been cut off. At this time, Roggen's voice opened quietly. Sir, this is the first wand in my life, he said. And the last one. Marx felt that he seemed to understand what he wanted to say. Are you a wizard bitten by werewolf? He asked. Yes. Roggen said solemnly. Exactly, a half-blood that was bitten by werewolf and about to become a wizard. My mother is a mole, father is a wizard. In order to protect my young, they are all dead. Father is suicidal because he is also bitten. He doesn't want me to be hurt because of him. So just before the transformation, when he said these words, the sisters of Lenny Lena, who were sitting on the ground not far away, looked at him intently. Especially Lenny, in her eyes, flashing, glancing angry eyes. So, Marx glanced at Lenny and turned back to look at him. You are lurking into the group of werewolf, planning to find the murderer and then revenge? Ron shook his head reluctantly, only half of his neck was moving, and the action seemed to be very laborious. Probably, I really did this at the beginning. Or, a few can kill, he said, but he was sighed. But after several rounds of various werewolf groups, I found out that my concept of werewolf is wrong. Werewolf is not a very bad bastard. On the contrary, most of them are forced to be infected, become werewolf. Having said that, he paused again. Even if it is a born werewolf bloodline, it is not all evil. They, like wizards and moles, will develop a variety of characters because of the growing environment and the education of their elders. Besides, the time when they turned into werewolf, they are no different from the ordinary person. They will be happy, sad, and even cry because of the casualties of their relatives and friends. Of course, there will be bastards like Greyback who are guilty of wizard and mole. You are a bastard. You are actually a wizard. Bad guys. You. Lenny suddenly yelled, but she was immediately stunned by her elder sister and could only make a woo-woo cry. Roggen did not show any expression of anger or sadness. He just tried to lift his head and looked at the sisters. Marx noticed that in his eyes, it seemed to be full of pity. "Lenny, you didn't ask me in the past, why have I been so good to you? Woo-woo. Because you want to kill us." Lenny struggled, finally opened the elder sister and grabbed her mouth, tearfully shouted with tears. Lenny finally understood. "You try your best bringing the clansman who hates the wizard together, just to wait until today. Lenny shouldn't believe you so much. Lenny shouldn't." As she spoke, her tearful eyes finally couldn't save any more tears, and she painted a crystal tear on her cheek. "Wizard, it's the fault of the wizard. You not only kill the parents of Lenny and Lena, but also kill all the creatures that are against you. You are the evil guys, you are the bad guys." In the remarks of Lenny's sentence, Roggen was only sighed again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 228. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 228. "You are the evil guys, you are the bad guys." When Lenny continually cried and denounced the sin of the wizard, Marx was surprised to see more of Roggen. To be like what Lenny said, Roggen, who is lurking in Werewolf, is really a personal talent. It is no wonder that the difference between the current werewolf group is so clear, that it was all the means of this Roggen. No matter what he is doing, it is not a general deepening to look at his mind. At this time, Roggen, who was being reprimanded by Lenny, did not have the expression of joy that he wished to pay. "Lenny, Lena. You are all very smart children, and today, it is a good time," he said slowly. "I have a life history. I think it is time for you to know." The opposite of Lenny just opened her eyes in anger and seemed to be listening to what he said. Instead, Lena looked calm and saw that Roggen seemed to want to reveal the truth and couldn't help but look up at him. "In fact, your parents are not Werewolf at all, but a wizard." "What?" Lenny twitched her head back, scorning Roggen and shouting, "You are nonsense. Do you still want to lie to us? You are a big liar." Compared with the younger sister Lena has to be more rational. "The eyes after we turned out are black," she stated calmly. "Yeah, black." Roggen muttered, "That's why Greyback would like you so much, because you are like him. It's a born werewolf." "You lied." "How can a despicable and weak wizard give birth to werewolf's child?" Lenny screamed exhaustedly. After hearing Marx on the side, he subconsciously touched his chin and was distracted to think about this possibility. In his thoughts, the conversation between Roggen and Lena continued. Roggen said calmly, "Werewolf will also give birth to a baby without werewolf bloodline, especially the werewolf that is infected the day after day, which you should always hear." As Roggen said, this situation is common in the werewolf group. Not only that, but according to the extent of inheriting werewolf bloodline, there will be some more hair child of werewolf bloodline. Those children will also be forced to transform at the full moon, but after the change, the hair is sparse, and it looks like an ordinary person with a hairy hair. If you put it in the mole world to judge, it is nothing more than the hidden problem of genetics. In the wizard world, the problem of genetic inheritance is much more complicated. Even if the blood of the werewolf is taken to the mole hospital for detailed verification, the test report that can be obtained is nothing more than the physical genetic variation, and the magic factor contained in it cannot be detected at all. Although I don't know the theory, but about your life, I don't pay attention to Greybuck. I have kept a relic from your parents. Roggen whispered, "The one in the suitcase. Put it in the iron box." Lena immediately looked at Marx, because the iron box was in a pile of objects that he had poured out before, and now he is on his left foot. Marx reached out and smashed the iron box and opened it, only to find that there were several small things in the air. "It's the photo below," Roggen said. Marx took it out and looked at it. In this magic photo, two young wizards were wearing wizard gowns, each holding a baby. The baby in the male wizard is slightly larger. It should be the elder sister Lena, then. The other seems to be born not long after, It should be the younger sister Lenny. He waved wand and let the photo float toward the sisters, and then he flipped through several other things in the iron box. What are the rest? Marks looked. There was a pocket watch, a necklace, a greeting card, and a piece of tungstone. That's the other children. But they didn't live. They didn't wait for me to return them to them. Roggen regretted. They are the same as Lenny and Lena, and both parents are Grebe. The Grammys killed. What is different from them is that the children were infected by Greybuck's intentional bite. They grew up as werewolf, and then hate the wizard in reverse. Marks knows. You lie. This is a lie. Lena won't believe a wizard. Liar. She yelled, and she was about to tear the photo off, but she was taken over by the elder sister Lena. This is really? Lena looked at the photo carefully, and opened the younger sister's bangs to look at her forehead, with a hint of surprise in her gentle tone. Lenny, look at the child in the photo. Forehead. Lenny turned her head subconsciously and then touched her forehead. Just when everyone thought she was about to accept the reality, she grabbed the photo hard and seemed to tear it off again. No, liar. It's all about deceiving. Lena won't. She dared to swear that she only wanted to tear the photo off and then angered Roggen's crime. But she found that, somehow, she just can't make a little effort. It is as if this is a magic prop that has been applied with some kind of immortal spell, and it can't be torn. No. Right. It must be the magic of the bad wizard. Must be. Lenny's hands trembled, from the anger of the beginning to the later crying, and finally stalked in the arms of the elder sister, giving a burst of sorrow. Marks is still sitting in the chair, as if he is used to such a scene, turning his head and looking at Logan. So, what do you want to ask me? He asked calmly. Roggen reluctantly turned his head and looked at Marks firmly. I ask you to find a way to make werewolf fit into the wizard society. HMPH. Isn't your request big? Marks sneered. There is always a dispute between the relationship between wizard and mole. You think that werewolf can't be controlled after the transformation? Is it possible? To put it bluntly, the magic circle always treats werewolf as a magical creature. It is self-evident that the Ministry of Magic assigns the werewolf registry to the Wild Beast Office. People like Marks who look at equality by intelligence alone are only a few. Hey, of course, this does not seem to be a standard of judgment. I can promise you something that will help your wishes. Greyback is dying sooner or later. As for the rest, you can work hard. He calmly said, whether you are for the rest of your life. It's all in the matter, or it's going to work hard in the next life. It's all about me. As for the outside werewolf, it is my property, and there is no longer any connection with your wishes. Roggen obviously stunned, and then said with a bitter smile, the outside are the murderous people I picked up. I am not a poor person. I just help that you can let Lenny and Lena, their sisters. Marks glanced at the pair of sisters, indifferently shrugged. As long as you guarantee that they will not make any trouble, I don't care. He thought and added, yes, you each give me a blood. He was talking, and regardless of whether Roggen had any opinions, he took out a large needle and then poked it into Roggen's arms. Werewolf's resilience is very strong, and taking some blood is nothing to him, and Roggen does not say anything. But when Marks came to Lenny and Lena with the next thick and long needle, the face of Lena, who had always been calm, became pale. No. Lena refused stiffly. Instead, just after crying, Lena opened her arms and firmly blocked her in front of the elder sister. Her eyes were still red, and it seemed quite awkward. Big bad guys don't bully elder sister. Elder sister is most afraid of pain, she loudly said. Then just smoke you. Marks laughed. Lenny looked at the big needle in his hand and decisively extended her slender arm. When Marks plunged the needle into her delicate skin, she licked her mouth as if Marks had smashed her arm. When you are praying, don't you think humans are afraid of pain? Marks asked secretly. You hurt, is it? It's all bad guys. It's all bad guys. It hurts. It's a little bit lighter. Okay, the needle has been pulled out. Marks patted her arm, not sighing. Next, where should you go? don't have any connection with Greyback. Otherwise, even now I am let go of you, and you will sooner or later die because of those broken things. What about you? Roggen's control was unleashed by Marx, and he asked with an active body. I? Marx laughed, walking towards the outside. You still don't know, and many more. Lenny suddenly stood up and grabbed Marx's hem, and her elder sister didn't even have time to stop it. What? Marx turned back. Do you really want to kill Uncle Finley? She hesitated, looking up and looking towards Marx again with her watery eyes. Yes. Do you want to stop me? Marx was very interested. Lenny bit her lip and shook her head. I want to see him. I want to hear him tell me personally. Lenny, he won't admit it. Roggen stepped forward and he reached out and seemed to want to touch the head of the little girl as before, but he finally retracted. I will distinguish it myself. Lenny stubbornly. Marx looked down at Lena, who was still sitting on the floor, but saw her stand up and stood firmly behind the younger sister. He thought about it, and then he asked seriously, can you guarantee that unless you are in danger, will you never hurt others? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 229. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 229. Marx's action was still very good. When he used the shrinking mantra to take away the petrified werewolf, he left Lenny and Lena to leave it. Basement. He intends to bring the 2 werewolf female children to Hogwarts and believe that Dumbledore will arrange them properly. As for Roggen, he did not follow Marx to Hogwarts Castle. As I said before, he intends to start with the rest of the common werewolf and step by step toward the goal he is looking for. To be honest, Marx is able to show enough respect to everyone who is aspiring, but he is not optimistic about Roggen. In order for the wizard to identify with werewolf, in addition to the popularity of Wolfbane potion, speaking with interest is clearly the most realistic and effective method. However, Roggen obviously does not have this ability. Of course, the methods are always varied. In this regard, Marx will not assert that he will never succeed. I will support you, Marx laughed. Of course, I mean the spiritual plane. Roggen looked at the werewolf sisters, and then waved his hand and did not say anything more. He turned and left. I can't expect your support, as long as you don't object, thank God. He walked away and whispered in his heart. Standing on the side of the street, glaring at the back of Roggen's gradual departure, Marx looked like he suddenly remembered something and turned his head. Are you hungry? He asked. Hungry? Lenny was bluntly saying. Do you want me to take a bite? Lena stretched her hand, but she didn't care, but looked up and looked at Marx. Oh. From now on, your recipes should be changed. Marx took her face and pushed her aside, then walked past her and went to the front, causing her a dissatisfied snoring. Lie? He suddenly asked. I think you are more reliable than your younger sister. What do you like to eat? Green pepper shredded pork. What? The next morning, Gryffindor common room. Hermione, who had just come down the stairs leading to the girls' bedroom, was suddenly stopped by Ron, but she didn't mean to stop. She still walked forward. It was as if she did not notice that there was another person next to her. But Ron reached out and grabbed her arm. What the hell are you going to do? Hermione slammed his hand and slammed his hand back. First let Lavender steal my things. Now I want to apologize. Do you think I will forgive you? No. Hermione. Ron's voice came from behind her. It sounded a bit dry. I have a word to tell you. I like you. Sorry, but I don't like you. Hermione's answer was decisive and rapid, as if she was trying to figure out what it was. I know. Ron only slightly silenced, and then went on. I let Lavender steal the dress. How did you know that? So far, does it make sense to ask this? Hermione dropped a cold voice and decided to leave. But her legs just lifted up half, and Ron pulled her arm again. You, Hermione, listen to me. Ron grabbed Hermione's arm and continued to ask stubbornly. Have you heard my conversation with Marx? What about it? Can't you? Hermione stood in the same place and still asked her back to Ron. Since this is the case, then let's just say. Ron bit his teeth. Hermione, I know very well, you never liked me. I came here today just to give myself an account. I know, Marx is right, I can now face my weaknesses, and if I want to grow further, I must break my weakness. But I thought about it for a long time after I went back. And then I understood. I am not Marx, and I have not become the ability to replace him. What I can do is just like today, to confess my heart to you, and then wait for the rejection that you gave me personally. Having said that, Ron shook his head in pain and closed his eyes. For me, abandoning is my greatest courage. This sentence is like using most of Ron's power, and the whole person is full of distraction. In the next moment, he jerked his head down and looked toward Hermione's back. But, Hermione, you are different. He firmly said, you are much smarter than me. No, you are smarter than most students. I think that only you can keep up with Marx's footsteps. You should go with Marx makes it clear. Abandonment is the courage that belongs to me only. It is definitely not for you. Ron's words are very loud, and many of the students in the common room have looked over here. Hermione turned back and her eyes fell elsewhere. She shook her arm gently, expressionlessly said, let's let go. You hurt me. Oh. Sorry. Ron let go of his hand subconsciously, but seeing Hermione suddenly glanced at him. It doesn't have to be said, I won't give up. Hermione looked at him. But I won't go to Marx, at least not now. Marx has a very important plan, I will never interfere. After all, Hermione turned decisively and walked outside the common room. Just a few steps away, she paused and walked sideways and said thank you to Ron. Clever as Hermione, already understood why Ron had to steal her dress. And her thank you is not so much a gratitude to Ron for her thoughtful thoughts, but rather a final redemption she gave Ron. Ron looked at the back of her departure, smiled and licked her face, and then spit out a long breath. Okay, it's finally over. What is over? Harry had just come out of the bedroom at this moment, but he didn't know. But recently he missed a lot of exciting shows. My love. Ron looked at Harry, said with a serious look, and then Pussy laughed out of his own hands. He feels that now he is a lot easier, no need to think about those troubles. He can enjoy the fun of life. Although life is not always satisfactory, he will feel inferior because of certain facts. But he believes that this is his true self, not someone else. As Ron said, the recent mess is almost over. At least for the three of Harry. And soon, the summer semester began inadvertently. As usual, the beginning of the summer semester means that Harry has to step up training and prepare for the final Quidditch match of the season. But this year, the last project of the Triwizard Tournament completely took the location of the school's major event, even though the champions still don't know anything about the third task. Finally, in the last week of May, Professor McGonagall left Harry and Hermione after the transfiguration. Potter, Granger, you go to the Quidditch Stadium below at 9 o'clock tonight, Professor McGonagall said to them. Mr. Bagman wants to tell the champions what the third task is. Yes, under the auspices of Dumbledore, the Triwizard Tournament was played as usual, and there was no change since the appearance of the Dark Mark. So, at 8:30 that night, Harry and Hermione separated from Ron at Gryffindor Tower and came downstairs. As he passed through the foyer, Marx was coming up the stairs from the basement. Marx? Harry said strangely. Where did you come from? Professor Snape's office. Marx replied casually. Well, exactly, is the private potion preparation room for Professor Snape. He seems to be still thinking about what the problem is, and it seems to be absent-minded. Hermione on the side just sneaked him a few times and didn't say a word. What do you think will be? When the three walked down the stone steps and into the dark night, Harry asked Marx. I heard that Miss Delacour seems to keep squatting in the underground tunnel. She think we are looking for treasure. That won't be bad. Marx perfunctored. You can borrow a basket from Hagrid and give it to them to do it. They walked along the dark lawn towards the Quidditch Stadium and then entered the stadium through a passage between the stands. What did they do there? Harry slammed his foot and said in surprise. The Quidditch Stadium has changed completely. Although the surrounding lawn is still flat and smooth, It is just in the middle of the stadium, but there is an incredible hole. Is it really an underground tunnel? Harry said, carefully walking to the edge of the huge pothole and looking down. But he was just a probe, only to glance at it. He immediately stepped back a few steps. Scorpio, is this too deep? He said loudly. Hello, shouted a pleasant voice. Ludo Bagman appeared behind them, followed by Fleur. Harry turned and moved toward them and they passed. When Marks walked around, Fleur smiled at him, but Marks continued to think about what he was thinking. How do you think? Seeing everyone coming to the front, Bagman asked happily. The progress is good, isn't it? For another month, the following will be completely arranged, don't worry. He saw some unpleasant expression on Harry's face, said with a smile, after the end of the hegemony, your Quidditch stadium will be back to the original. Well, you can guess what test you are going to face. The hole in the treasure hunt? Fleur seemed to be very happy, she thought she was right. No. Bagman smiled. Of course, before we publish the correct answer, we must first announce the score of the second task. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 230. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 230. In the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, Marks won the first place without any dispute. When the scores of the 4 champions were published one by one, everyone was a should-be-so expression, but the party Marks did not put the mind on it. Seeing that everyone is calm, Bagman is shulud but boring, and then continue to talk about it. And finally, of course, the content of this third task. He reinvigorated his inner passion and exaggeratedly waved his arms. First of all, this newly opened vertical hole is 100 feet in diameter, and the deepest point will be reached underground 5,000 feet. When this is all done, it will be divided into a full 500 layer. What's even more surprising is that the 500 layer will be connected in an unordered way by the temporary flood network built by Headmaster Dumbledore to form an unprecedented underground tower. And what everyone has to do is to randomly transfer to the ground floor at the entrance that was placed on the ground and look for the entrance to the right floor to get the mysterious magic item as this Triwizard Cup. In each layer, there is a very different obstacle. But don't panic, it's all from the 3 school teachers and students. That is, the various puzzles that students and professors have come up with. That will be very interesting. Under Bagman's passionate passion, everyone has a rough idea of the level they will face in a month. Do you have any questions? Bagman asked. Seeing that everyone shook his head, he continued. Good. If you have no problems, let's go back to the castle, okay? I'm still not very warm recently. It's a bit cold here. On the way back, Harry couldn't help but reach out and patted Marks's shoulder. Hey, Marks, he said. What are you thinking about? You just didn't seem to be listening. No, nothing. Just some research problems. Marks replied casually. With the Rule Rune guide form behind the Book of Sin, he made a lot of progress in understanding the Rule Rune. The deeper the understanding, the more he understands how difficult it is to create such a form. As a mole puts it, the more you know, the more you will find your ignorance. Until now, he only understood a little bit, what kind of mystery he had seen in the 3-dimensional rune array that floated in the future of himself that night. As soon as he returned to Snape's office, he opened Cauldron and looked at the potion system, then continued to sit in the corner and looked at the Book of Sin. Voldemort has recently returned, and today, Snape needs to report on the situation in the past. Things including Dumbledore, including the progress of the Triwizard Tournament, and of course the case of him, Marks McLawn. Barty Jr. Crouch was removed from Hogwarts by Marks, and now within the school, only Snape can pass on reliable information to him. It wasn't until the evening that Snape finally returned to the office. McLawn, get ready. Voldemort will see you at night. Snape still stared at his dead eyes and said to Marks, he is going to settle with me? Marks looked up from the book, laughed. Maybe. Snape sat on the chair and impatiently said, he's a bit strange now. I can't tell. In short, it's not the same as the previous Dark Lord. Marks nodded, said, as long as he doesn't dare to take the initiative. He said that his situation is not good. Well, then I will go to him for a while to see what he is going to do this time. Are you sure? I see. Snape thought about it and was about to ask Marks what to prepare, but he heard a quick knock at the door of the office. Is she again? Snape irritated. McLawn, can you let her not run here? When you are not there, she turns over my potion cabinet everywhere. Really? Oh, I think about it again. Marks helpless waved his hand and then extended the wand to the door of the office, and the door opened. McLawn, Lenny is hungry. Come and let Lenny take a bite. That's right, recently Hogwarts came with a bear child. No, it is a wolf child. Under the arrangement of Dumbledore, Lenny and Lena successfully incorporated Hogwarts into 2 young wizards with werewolf bloodline. Of course, their bloodline is still confidential. The nature responsible for caring for them is the initiator of Marks. Although Marks himself is not very happy, Dumbledore has a lot to say. Since you let them have nowhere to go, you have to take responsibility, don't you? It's true that you are old. Dumbledore, who was supposed to let the love flood, take the 2 of the small pots of Marks to eat their own fruit, and finally took the trouble. But who knows? Elder sister Lena is a good deal, both sensible and obedient, never run around. But the younger sister, who is a little older than the elder sister, seems to be turning over the entire Hogwarts castle. Marks thought that he had already made Lenny a little scared. The results of it: it's not that you can't dare to fill the world for you in 3 days. Little ancestors, what are you doing again? If you are hungry, don't you go to the kitchen to take care of yourself? Marks was powerless. House elf is too thin. Skinny, where is someone delicious? Lena glared at Marks's arm and licked her mouth. I still remember eating people. Marks took a picture on her head and didn't feel good. I went to the kitchen with me for a while. What did I eat? Did I hear? Don't. Lena screamed at the watery eyes. Marks stared at her, suddenly reaching out and a spider crawling out of his sleeve. No more trouble. Stopped it. Eat you. After that night, the little girl quickly returned to the normal look of nothing in heaven or earth. But she is most afraid of spiders. As soon as she saw the smaller Cremantula crawling up and down on Marks's hand, Lenny immediately shrank her head and couldn't say a word. Know that you are afraid, just wait outside and wait. Marks waved. When Lenny ran her head down the hallway, he turned back and lightly sighed. It seems that I can raise some spiders in my office, Snape said discouragedly. Good idea. Marks echoed. To be honest, these days I feel like I have a child who is mischievous everywhere. Hey, it's not easy to do each father. Snape glanced at him and replied coldly, congratulations. Marks reacted to it. Oh, coping with his mouth and whining, and accidentally poked Snape's pain. I have a child in the future, how about teaching you to be his godfather? Marks said with a smile. Snape groaned with a sullen look, and the eyelids sarcastically said, your child? And Loveygood's little girl. On with Miss Know-it-all. Oh, still. You are going to send yourself going to Blois Fort, France, to find the endless property of Blois Castle Lord. Marks was almost speechless by Snape's words, and he had to turn his eyes under helpless. Professor, in fact. Among the other female professors who work at Hogwarts, there is also a good match for you. Marks said quietly, holding the cup of black tea next to it. Snape expressionless looked at him. Why, are you going to introduce me to Professor McGonagall? A bit of black tea that had just poured into his mouth smothered at Snape, but he was stopped by the other party in a timely manner. Professor. Marks wiped his mouth, and said a deep breath. I suddenly felt that you didn't have a friend who really made sense. HMPH. Snape didn't care. It's because Potter said it was me, he said. Having said that, he immediately realized what he was talking about, subconsciously took the words, and then his face became gloomy. You should go, McLawn. At 9 o'clock in the evening, wait for me at Hogshead in Hogsmeade. After all, Snape waved his face with a cold face, indicating that Marks had to leave here. Marks shrugged, shook his head slightly, turned and walked toward the door. But when he walked outside the door and tried to bring the door, he probed the probe. "Professor, I only love a female child for a lifetime, that is Miss Lovegood," he said seriously, "and you are my teacher, and my friend. If you want to find a godfather for my child, I believe only you are the most qualified." After that, the office door quietly closed, leaving Snape alone looking at the closed door, not knowing what to think. In the hallway, Lenny seemed to have heard something funny and giggled. "Love your life? Just you? Ha ha ha," she said with a smile. "Come, take me to see your girlfriend. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing? Marks came to her head again, and then she couldn't help but laugh. He doesn't know why he would go with Snape to say that. Although he knew that it would be beneficial to make a good relationship with Snape, he would not let him say such words. Marks is also a human being, and now it is more human. And he sometimes makes some behaviors that he can't understand because of impulsiveness. Maybe I am a bit like Snape's character. The smile on his face gradually became heavy. He murmured and said to himself, "Well, it is like I lost everything." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 231. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 231. The night was getting thicker in the cold air, and the frosty snow-covered roof and chimneys, the dry and entangled tree shrews, and even the sculptures on the shop eaves seemed to fall into the mysterious silence. Of course, Hogsmeade Village has always been like this. Everywhere is a cold and shaded feeling, and it becomes invisible at night, a little bit of love to scare people. But the two bars here, in every night, use the dim light in the windows to bring a touch of warmth to the guests in the evening. Marks took a magical creature in his hand and walked down the street, walking towards Hogshead at the other end. In the village of Hogsmeade, 3 broomsticks Inn and Hogshead are located right at the head of the village and at the end of the village. The types of customers on both sides do not interfere with each other and have always coexisted harmoniously. In these few days, Hogsmeade is no longer snowing, and the vision has become much wider. Marks looked around and soon saw the faint fire that fell on the snow. Turning right to a junction, the old bar that had not been repaired for many years suddenly caught his eye, and the ruined signboard was a bit too sloppy. Pushing in the door, Aberforth at the bar squinted at the door as the squeaky bell rang. Aberforth's beard was slightly moved, and his eyes were a little bigger. "Good evening." Marks smiled and said hello, looking around, but found that there were no guests here tonight. Aberforth had a squint and his eyes were pumping. "Good evening." He seemed to endure anger and dryly. "This shop doesn't welcome pets. You plug it in and come in." Marks shrugged said, "I don't know if you like sheep, hey." He took the rope in his hand and turned the sheep he brought, and then patted the tail of the sheep. "Alt a big-tail sheep, come from Asia. This perfect curve," he said, and took a hard shot. "This fat and round sheep tail, how great." Aberforth listened, and the corner of his eye was pumping again. "I like goats. Do you understand? Goats." His voice was low. "You took a sheep. Are you going to insult the biggest hobby of my life? Is this not good?" Marks looked down again and subconsciously took another slap. "You kid, don't understand the beauty of the goat." Aberforth put the goblet in his hand on the bar, pointing to Marks with angrily. Okay, I can't apologize yet." Marks smiled and shook his hand, pulling the sheep out again, bolting it on the pillar at the door, and then came inside. "Butterbeer?" He pointed to the stove in the back. "Help me hot?" Aberforth grabbed a grey bottle from under the bar and slid it in front of Marks with a goblet. "Hot yourself hot," he said with no anger. Marks shrugged, pulled out wand and ordered the bottle and goblet. After cleaning, the butterbeer in the bottle was poured into the goblet. Then he pulled the wand around the goblet a few times, and with the flames fluttering, the liquid in the cup gradually raised tiny bubbles. Soon, there was a hot transpiration on the upper edge of the goblet, and a thick buttery smell spread out. "It's a so-called genius," Aberforth muttered. "I hate genius." "What happened to the genius?" "Not all people," Marks said with a smile. "When the bad luck, no one can hide. Do you not deny that you are a genius?" Aberforth despised him. As far as I know, I want to deny that I have to agree with others. Marx said, taking the goblet and taking a swig. It took a sigh of relief. The so-called genius. It's never been the self-styled party. You don't understand your brother. Aberforth snorted. He was a genius at your age, and he was complaining all day that he was not showing his talent. The older the more modest. Marx was curious. What is this? Aberforth dismissively said, a genius. Only when I do something stupid, I know the convergence. It's a pity. It's too late. Marx listened and couldn't help but touch his face. This old man is really right, not only his brother Dumbledore, but even he almost embarked on a new way in self of the one self-infallible. Well, Marx thought for a moment and suddenly looked up and said seriously, you are right. To thank you, I will pick you a goat when I come back next time. Shut up. Aberforth glanced at him. I don't want to hear the word goat in your mouth. Like you unknowing little devil, such a beautiful word is spoken in your mouth. Insult. Marx forced a row of foreheads and shook his head with helplessness. The goods were absolutely unsaved. At this time, the door of the bar was pushed open again, and the broken bell rang again, and a man wearing a black cloak strode in from the outside. Go out. Aberforth just looked up and almost doubled his eyes and immediately snorted. Well? Marx turned around and found that the man was shouted at the door because of Aberforth's shouted. Quite a bit of a dilemma. It should look like Snape. What's wrong? He looked back and strangely looked towards Aberforth. This kid ran to listen to other people's conversations 14 years ago and was smashed by me. Aberforth pointed at the door. Marx looked back and looked at Snape again. Everyone had a hood. And 14 years ago? This is recognized. Time to go. Snape's voice sounded rather annoying. After he dropped a sentence, he immediately turned and walked out. Marx looked at Aberforth intricately and couldn't help but look at it. You are really good enough. He finished, took the goblet out of breath, and then put down the money to go outside. And the Aberforth behind it was just impatiently coldly snorted. The air outside was obviously much colder than the room, and Marx couldn't help but shrink his neck, which was looking at Snape. I still use you to take you there? Snape frowned. With your ability, don't you? Marx smiled and shook his head. It's not that it's not. It's always a situation that deviates from the goal. It doesn't matter how you try it. Disapparition is not a space move, it can be solved without calculation. It is more of a long-distance movement that relies on memory and perceived residue. For a general wizard, it's okay to do it by feeling. Marx can always be biased if he relies on feelings to cast spells. At least, before he can understand the broken rune contained in the disapparition spell. He can never rely on precise calculations to correct the offset of the coordinates. As for where the problem is, I don't understand it until now. He helplessly spread the handkerchief. You better understand it earlier, Snape said, reaching out to Marx's arm and grabbing it, and with a twist, the two immediately disappeared in place. Going to Riddle House again is another feeling. For Voldemort, Marx has no confusion about the unknown. And now he probably knows the secret behind Voldemort's resurrection. As for whether or not to continue to explore the inspired monument, he also had a preliminary plan. The original plan has been terminated, but some of it can be implemented in the current situation. It is just that he will not be free to do anything until everything is completely understood. Followed by Snape, and after he pushed away the slightly dilapidated threshold, the two went together in the hall. A giant snake comparable to Basilisk was in the hall, and it was obviously the snake named Nagini that Voldemort raised. When Marx came here last time, it was not here, but this time he was hit by him. Although it is not clear what Voldemort is, or what the enchanting monument has done to it, it can obviously grow to a great extent. It seems that the general wizard sees that it is estimated to be only the part of the road. In the dark, Nagini's eyes sparkled with wisdom of the light, like a black death, wrapped in a lot of black gas, looks fierce, but hidden and savvy. Marx doesn't know Parseltongue, So I don't understand what it means to be CC. According to the behavior of this snake, it is obviously not difficult to guess. It seems instinctively not want to be close to this side. Is it even more stupid than Aragog? Marx wondered. Is this basilisk transformed by Voldemort? Don't arbitrarily speculate on the greatness of the Dark Lord. Unconsciously, Snape has already entered the show, and this time he has seriously criticized Marx. Marx was just shrugged, then stopped looking at the big snake, followed Snape to the stairs and went upstairs to study. Two light and cautious knocks sounded, and the Death Eaters in study turned their heads alertly and looked over the door. Voldemort, who was sitting at the other end of the long table with a closed eye to rest, suddenly opened his eyes. Compared to the last time, there was a strangely black flame in his pupil, which kept beating, and it looked strange, coming. His voice also seemed to have a hoarse feeling, as if it had been drinking water for a long time, dry and dignified. With his words, Study's door was gently pushed open and Snape took the lead. "Master, Marx McLawn is here." The voice didn't fall. Even the Marx people hadn't come in yet, and all the Death Eaters immediately opened their eyes, staring prudently at the deep, dim door. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 232. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 232. Marx just stepped into study and immediately discovered the two black flame-like apparitions in Voldemort's eyes. Although it is not mentioned in detail in the Book of Sin, this obvious non-human character is mostly inseparable from the influence of the Monument of Enchantment. Under the gaze of silence, Marx calmly walked to the end of the table and sat down, opposite Voldemort at the head end. "Good evening, everyone." He even laughed at the others. As the atmosphere became more and more dignified, Voldemort's cold eyes rushed to Marx. "You have nothing to say?" Voldemort's voice is still slightly hoarse, and the tone is much lower than before. It can be seen that he is very unhappy now, as if it is a poisonous snake ready to go, and it is possible to choose someone at any time, and inject the venom in the fangs into the inside of the body with impunity. Marx still smiles, as if he doesn't care about Voldemort's aggressiveness. "You mean the tentative plan of the second task?" He shook his head slightly. "No plan is perfect. When the situation changed, I stopped Barty Jr.'s rebellion. I think you should thank me." "Correct." "Rebel?" Voldemort looked unchanged, staring at Marx and asking, "Barty Jr. Crouch. Do you think he can live this year?" Marx chuckled. "In Azkaban, he should have died long ago, but the truth is that he is still alive. I think you already understand what is going on, are you?" Voldemort's eyes narrowed, and the black flame that was constantly beating in his pupils became more intense, showing that his inner activity was intensifying. "He is a traitor?" Voldemort said solemnly. "Is it Dumbledore?" Marx didn't answer Voldemort's question, but reached out at the waist, then slid a letter along the long table to Voldemort. He thought before he died, "I don't belong to you and any of Dumbledore," he said. "This is the suicide note he wrote for his father. He asked me to hand it over to him. You can look." However, Voldemort did not immediately open the envelope, but reached out and grabbed it. The upper body was slightly forward, and an inexplicable pressure made all the Death Eaters cool behind. "Last book. Evidence?" Voldemort said coldly. "Do you think that with a few lines of paper, will I believe in you?" Having said that, he is not coldly snorted, and then goes on, "I don't need to tell you, how is Barty Jr.? Bertha Joggins, the stupid woman of the Ministry of Magic Department of Magical Games and Sports, am I right?" Marx chuckled and said first, "Yes, you cracked the powerful Obliviate and got it. Barty Jr. was controlled by his father with Imperius Curse at home. Well, of course, there are 3 strong matches. But, he said in a voice, a piece of information that is easily sent to the door. Do you think it is more valuable than my paper? I can't see much." Bertha Joggins, who suddenly lost contact during his vacation in Albania, has been screaming at the Ministry of Magic for a while. At that time, Marx also remembered that there was such a thing after hearing about it. Opposite, Voldemort's eyes are still cold. He didn't say anything, but opened the envelope and pulled out the thin 2 pieces of stationery, and spread it on the clean desktop. In Voldemort's reading and recognizing, time passed by. The wall clock on the wall creaked regularly, making this silence even more breathless. In fact, the content of the suicide note does not have much reliable information to capture, most of which is his remorse for father. There is one sentence that has caught the attention of Voldemort. Father, you must be alert to Dumbledore. In a few minutes, most people seem to be like a second. After all, the exploratory attack against Hogwarts Castle ended in nothing. Even if the main fault should be counted on Marx's head, then a group of people would not even touch the gates of Hogwarts, and everyone would be punished together. Finally, Voldemort read the testament, and then he left the stationery on the side. Voldemort in his youth, handsome, even if he is now faintly black in the pupil, it adds a sinister color to him. At this moment, the younger Dark Lord frowned slightly and his face was a little blank. Be wary of Dumbledore. He chewed this sentence and felt the realism that the letter brought him. For people like Tom Riddle, the so-called good and evil he can understand, like Dumbledore's fraternity, but he cannot understand the existence. So, what does Dumbledore's behavior mean to him? There is no doubt that it is hypocrisy. Marx, the so-called sentence book, is talking about nonsense all over the place. Only the words that Voldemort noticed are what he really wants to see for Voldemort. And this is a plausible statement, but it just confirms Voldemort's speculation about Dumbledore. HMPH, a good rebellion. It seems that old Barty has some value that can be used. Voldemort said in a sigh of relief. So, Barty Jr. was going to obstruct your internal response? Marx shook his head. He did suffer from Dumbledore's embarrassment and intended to obstruct me, but I found out. But in the game, I got Dumbledore's backhand and was trapped deep in the maze. Even the audience is not quite sure what happened in the maze, and now it is not what he wants to edit. Voldemort closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. But when everyone thought that it was almost the same time, he saw that he suddenly opened his eyes, grabbing wand is a green light rushing toward Marx. How powerful the deterrent effect of the soul curse is, at this moment, it is revealed in the face of all the Death Eaters. Green. This green magic power light column is too fast, the distance between the ends of the long table is not too far. Others have not even had time to think. The light column has already cut the air to the front of Marx. But Marx seems to have been waiting for this lightning-fast blow. I saw that he was already in his hand, and suddenly he picked it up, and a slightly invisible rune flashed through the tip. Immediately afterwards, everyone present was very intuitively aware of a chill that went deep into the bone marrow. Frost. Snow-white frost. The ice crystal frosts, which are condensed by the moisture in the air, spread to the long tables, the ground, the bookshelves, the sofas, and even the roofs with the tip of Marx's wand as the center. Just a blink of an eye, Marx's half-study was covered in a layer of fine frost. The green light column of the Suoming curse, which is the key object, has been frozen rapidly on the long table at that moment, and the crystal icicles quickly spread to Voldemort. Voldemort responded quickly, and he hurriedly slammed the wand and stopped the soul curse. The green icicle fell to the long table and broke into pieces of ice. Compared to the original rune, which was forced to mobilize the rules by Phoenician magic, this time the application method really made the regular rune representing the cooling play its proper function. Even the magic power stream can cool the frozen rules, which is undoubtedly extremely powerful. Correspondingly, when using the rule rune, Marx's magic power consumption is really not too big. The magic power that he consumes this time is enough to match the amount of 3 or 5 soul curses. Although it is still much more deterrent to use value, it is time for him to wonder how he wants to increase his magic power reserve. Undoubtedly, as far as he is concerned, it is absolutely stressful for everyone including Voldemort. What level of power is this? In a moment, almost all of the study has been coated with a layer of frosty frost. The Death Eaters couldn't help but look up, and near Marx, They reached out and patted the frost and snow on their bodies. The shock and fear in their eyes was one's feelings in one's speech. Voldemort, at this time, did not say a word. He just stared at Marx's eyes, seemingly trying to see something from it. But Marx still smiles, sitting quietly in the chair and letting Voldemort look at himself. This is what power! From Voldemort's hoarse voice, Marx can hear the deepest hunger. Before answering your question, I think I need to ask you a question first. He smiled. Dark Lord, the way you say hello in your hometown is to use the Avada Kedavra curse to the guests. Marx is very clear. Voldemort suddenly violently, just intend to test it. If he didn't take it, then he would die. If he died, Voldemort wouldn't care much. But if he barely took it, or avoided it, it would be a very good horse. But Voldemort didn't even think that Marx could fight him with no difficulty, and the momentum was not that big. It's a bit awkward. However, Voldemort, who is a confusing monument as a card, does not think that he will really resist. But at least, in his eyes, Marx already has the strength to talk to him now. In this regard, even if Voldemort does not want to admit it, it is still more prudent in the subconscious than in the past. No. Voldemort laughed hard. I just want to confirm, do you have the strength of my ally? As that's all. Marx nodded, put wand on the side. In this case, we should also talk about it. About the final project of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 233. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 233. When I came out of Riddle House, it was still late at night. This conversation with Voldemort was not so much a discussion as it was that Marx helped Voldemort to finalize an arrangement. In general, Marx was only responsible for revealing the contents of the final 3 to Voldemort and promised to give some help to the Death Eaters who performed the task. And that's it. Of course, the so-called change of the world. He cannot guarantee Voldemort's arrangements can proceed smoothly. If things are done, go back to Hogwarts. Snape waved his hand and motioned Marx to stand next to him, but Marx shook his head. Send me to King's Cross Station near the country. I have to do something for the respectable headmaster. He shrugged, said with a smile. Snape gave him a look and said with a smile, you are very busy now. After a while, leaving Marx at the shop in front of King's Cross Station in the country, Snape left. Even in the middle of the night, this large railway terminal in the centre of London still has a lot of moles. They are staring through the moon, and there is no delay in the action. Recently, Britain has already had news of privatization of railway operations, and it is estimated that it will become more prosperous at this time. But Marx is not here to take the train today, he is coming to pick up people. However, before that, excuse me, this beautiful lady. I wonder if I am lucky. Can I make friends with you? Turning his wizard robe into a simple mole costume, Marx inexplicably ran to the corner of the station exit and spoke to a young, hot blonde girl. The female child is obviously a lot bigger than the Marx. It is also very easy to wear and looks very ordinary. If you are in peacetime, no one will notice that such a female child is standing in the shadow of the corner. However, when Marx stepped forward, the female child seemed to see something incredible, and her eyes widened and looked at him. How did you recognize me? She said in surprise, and even the blonde hair faded slightly. If I didn't recognize you, would you still want to wait for me for a long time before I ran out to scare me? Marx smiled. Tunks, this big night, I don't have time to spend it here. I also hope that I can come back and make up for it. That's right, this is the rare Metamorphmagus capable, Nymphadora Tunks. As the origin of Animagus, Metamorphmagus is a kind of innate talent capable of sleeping deep in the wizard bloodline, which is much rarer than the former. As for its ability, as its name suggests, it is easy to change its appearance when the magic power consumption is extremely low, but it is a very convenient innate talent. Okay. Tunks looked boring. You guys can always hit other people's self-confidence casually. Don't be surprised. Although Marx didn't care much at the time, but Tunks knew Marx. The first semester of Marx's admission to Hogwarts was also the last semester of Tunks in Hogwarts. If they pursue further research, they are also students of Hufflepuff House. Unfortunately, whether in the Muggle world or in the Magic Circle, the graduating class has no more than the tons of review materials, and there is no more space to meet other things. After graduation, Tunks, who had good grades and outstanding proficiency, went to the Ministry of Magic to participate in the training of Novicerer. In the past few years, Moody has been paying attention to the character's lively and deep sense of justice, and after the end of this year's training, the restart plan for the Order of the Phoenix has just begun, and she plans to inhale it. Then let's go, she urged. I don't want to bother your precious sleep. Yeah? Is my sleep time more and more precious? Marx sighed said, I have to wait for someone, although he knows the place, but he has to wait for him to go there. I guess it should be Bright. It who? As soon as Tunks habitually, he reached out and put his arm on Marx's shoulder and asked curiously, I can say it first, don't make a fuss about nothing for a while. Marx reminded, his name is Jack Feg, a squib. Squib? In normal times, Tunks is the kind of female child who is curious about anything. If she is not performing tasks anyway, she seems to be more relaxed. Is it a new member of the crazy old man? How old? Can you join as a squib? Must you be capable? Marx shrugged said, yeah, at least it is very talented in disguising as a mole. After all, he has lived in Mole World for more than a decade, and he is estimated to have himself as a mole. The two chatted casually. Not long after, they saw Marx raise his hand and waved. At the opposite ticket gate, an uncle carrying a boss's suitcase, and after seeing Marx waving, he smiled and walked toward Marx. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Uncle Leahy authentic, must you be Mr. McClawn? Sure enough, young and promising, Is this lady? Call me Tunks, we will be the same in the future. Tunks skillfully reached out and shook hands with the Jack Uncle. It's still not greeted. We go to the side and use the broomstick to hurry. Marx urged. Broomstick? Why not Dissiparation? Tunks looked at Marx and wondered. Marx' corner of mouth twitching, then spread a handkerchief. My other practical curse is almost there. There is a problem with Dissiparation. And, where we are going, there is no way for me to lead the way. You can't find it. Hey! Tunks laughed at once, as if he had caught Marx's weaknesses, and he smiled completely like a thief. Don't be discouraged, McClawn. As long as you study hard, you can learn sooner or later. Oh? She slammed Marx's shoulder vigorously, laughing and walking with Marx to the corner of the corner. Behind them, Jack Uncle followed, and the smile on his face never fell. About the Uncle Jack Fake, who is always laughing, is actually a person who knows the roots. His mother, who moved to Harry's uncle, the neighbor outside the 2 streets of Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, Alabella Fake. It is also his mother that has been insisting on the task of watching Harry grow. Recently, Alabella called her son too, saying that she was going to let her son, who had never been married to her wife, find a person to live in London. So Marx simply proposed to let him find a witch when his wife got it, if he could find it. Carrying this honest and uncle, the 3 men flew together to the northwest of Grimmauld Place. Come on, land it. Marx waved at Tunks, who was flying beside him, then pressed the broom handle and rushed down. Not to mention, such a stimulating flight can scare Jack Uncle, and almost can't help but dance on the broom. Marx didn't pay any attention to him, so he turned back and steadily landed on the ground. Tunks followed him and landed behind him, led by Marx, across the street. Mr. Fig, your mother lives there now. Marx heads to the other side of the street, Mole's residential area, Gleason's 21, go a little further and turn left, then go straight ahead. Go. You can see the neighborhood. Oh, thank you. Jack Uncle apparently hasn't sifted from the high-altitude flight, and then heard Marx talking, and then he hurriedly nodded. He doesn't go to the stronghold with us? Tunks looked at the back of Jack Uncle and asked strangely. Marx walked forward, lightly saying with a smile, "Do I have to say that he will go to the stronghold with us?" "Oh, sorry, I just took him on the road." "Hey." Tunks is not satisfied with curl one's lip. "Just kidding. Oh, it's the place." Marx stretched out one and waved, but saw that the house in front of them suddenly turned to the sides. An old house would seem to be restored from being squashed, and it would appear in the space between the two buildings. Sirius didn't know how to change the door to this broken house, or this dirty look. Secrecy curse? Tunks was surprised. It's Dumbledore's personally cast. So complicated spells, I don't even think about it. Here is the old house of 12 Grimmauld Place, House of Black. Some time ago, Dumbledore and Sirius met, and by the way, the Order of the Phoenix was set in the old house contributed by Sirius. It was indeed a loyalty spell, but it wasn't Dumbledore's cast, but it was hand-picked by Marx, including the application and solidification of the spell, including the role of this secret keeper, is a one-stop service. Well, yeah? You remember, this is a place that only members can know. Marx casually perfunctory, and he took the lead to open the door and walked into the hall where the gloomy was still dark. He is too lazy to fight Tunks. After all, people have just become a formula. It is time to give her some confidence. She still has to do more things in her future. Oh, McLawn. When they walked through the hall, they saw a man with a slightly white hair and a suit of a few of them pulling up to them. "Long time no see. You look like you can grow up a little longer." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 234. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 234. "Oh, McLawn, you look like you are growing taller." Coming to this side is Remus Lupin, who is still the look of poverty and sorrow, and he does not know where he has gone since this time. But at least he seems to be in good spirits, and it should be a good thing. "I'm not developing now," Marx said, pointing to Tunks next to him. "Nymphadora Tunks, Ministry of Magic, New Era, Britain Magic Circle, a rising star." "Hey, hello, Nefer." "Ah?" Lupin threw the name in his mouth for a while and found it really unsuitable to call it out. Cough. "I am Remus Lupin. Call me Tunks." Obviously, Tunks himself doesn't like the name very much, and it always reminds people of some untimely vulgar title. "Is Sirius here?" Marx didn't have to work on the name of Tunks. He probed the inside of the room and found that there was still someone in it, but it was obviously not Sirius. "That is a... How do you say that?" "It is a man who is almost integrated with the darkness." "Oh, all right. In fact, it is a black-skin wizard." Shacklebolt. Marx was surprised. The Elytra was free to come over in the middle of the night. "If you don't say that a man is bald, it will become stronger." The Taulara, who has no half-hair on his head, is the best-known arrester of the Dark Wizard, and he has a lot of experience in other matters. At this moment, he was lying on the table and writing something. When he heard someone calling him his name, he immediately raised his head. "Mr. McLawn." Both of them met for the first time, but they can be considered famous for a long time. Marx sees the name Kingsley Shacklebolt in various event files. As for Shacklebolt, the name Marx McLawn is synonymous with Big Trouble. "From today, I don't have to worry about Mr. McLawn. Your business." Shacklebolt's voice sounded low and solid, giving a feeling of stability. "After all, we can be considered to be in the same place." "The camp." Marx smiled and shrugged, apologetically. "I am in trouble for you. But if I want to see it, this is estimated to be just beginning." "Oh, this is not a pleasant news." Shacklebolt shook his head slightly and lowered his head to continue his work. "Recently, the base has just been activated, and the Order of the Phoenix is only officially restarted today. There are many things that need to be planned in detail." Just then, Tunks glared at Marx's shoulder and probed it back, then shrank back. "How is he here?" Tunks reached out and poked Marx's midfielder and muttered softly, "Is it a good idea for a boss to manage here?" Marx lightly said with a smile, "There is such a good chance to learn a little. Shacklebolt is the elite of the Ministry of Magic." Tunks curl one's lip said, "He is good, it is too stuffy. Marx didn't care, and then looked at Lupin. "Hey," I said, "what was your last thought about my proposal?" He asked. "It's the matter of breeding magical creatures on that island, I think. Wait until the end of the matter is over." Lupin spread his hand. "You are missing people here, aren't you?" "Okay." "Oh, yes. Remember to take potion here regularly. I put them all in the potion cabinet over there." Marx pointed his finger to the other side, and then turned and said, "So, I should go back to Hogwarts to make up my mind. See you next time." Mr. McClone, are you leaving now?" Marx just turned around and saw House Elf Cretcher appearing in front of him like a rag. Although it's very pretentious, the old Cretcher thought that the hostess was not happy to have so much dirty. "Don't complain, Cretcher." Marx passed by and whispered, "If you want Regulus's wishes to be fulfilled, you have to rely on them. Do you understand?" "Yes, I am free to go with you next time to clean up here. This is too dirty." Cretcher shrank his neck and glanced at Tunks and Lupin, who stood at the door of the back room, and then retreated to the side. "How can I trouble you?" "Yes, clean up. Old Cretcher will do it by himself. He will do it." Under the intimate gaze of the elf Cretcher, Marx quietly left the old house of the Black family. What happened to that house elf? Tunks looked back, but saw Lupin looking at the gate with numbness and wondering what he was thinking. "Mr. Lupin?" Tunks said strangely. "What?" "Well." Lupin was shouted by her and finally returned to Sailor Dup. "That is Cretcher. I have been here to serve House of Black since I was young. You will understand it later." Cretcher is not to be seen by anyone. Lupin, a friend of Sirius, has long been aware of this. However, this seems to be nothing for McClone. When the two were about to go to the inner room, they suddenly opened the door. They looked back and it was Marx who went back. "Right, let me remind you." Marx stood at the gate and shouted inward. "In the next period of time, there will be a lot of small movements on Voldemort. You should pay more attention to it." After that, it was peng and the door was closed again. Did he almost forget this most important thing? Tunks was straight. Who knows? Lupin sighed. Dumbledore's anti-Voldemort members are reuniting, and Voldemort's Death Eaters are already eager to try. And the turbulent undercurrents hidden under the Karma Lake seem to be starting to churn. It is foreseeable that when the first undercurrent breaks through the surface of the water, even if it is weak, the filled with ripple will spread to the entire lake at an extremely fast speed, breaking the silence of everything floating on the surface. If Marx did not take a timely shot, the previous case of the disappearance of the population would be turned into a werewolf murder case, which would surely form the first wave of self-risk. Marx's current behavior is undoubtedly to delay the intensification of contradictions and delay the outbreak of chaos. As long as all undercurrents are still undercurrent, even if they are already eager to move and unstoppable, false peace can still bring him a quiet time. Yes, in order to be able to reach the enchanting monument in a state of near perfection, in order to solve the possible dangers without any doubt, he still needs time, and the more the better. This evening, Marx was slow to catch up, but still only got 3 hours of sleep. It wasn't that he loved to study and research, so he gave up the time to sleep late, but because someone came to Durmstrang's big ship early in the morning to find him. Professor Moody? When Maddie came to the cabin without a word, Marx had already sat on the edge of the bed with his wand. He was squinting hard and yawning. "You still have time to sleep." The victim came to the door. Maddie muttered in a sigh of relief. "Come with me, go to the headmaster room." The victim? Marx waved wand, and the clothes hanging on the hangers were put on his body and he tied the belt. Then he reached out and buckled the potion bag and sundries bag on the table, which followed Maddie on the deck. Stincombe middle. Crouch. Maddie with a cane, striding forward, casually said, "You kid is also awkward. Do this more than once." Marx hurried behind him, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I hope that I can get a few less. After all, I see a life disappearing under my own hands. But no one can be happy." He curled one's lip. "In this respect, it can be thoroughly the Death Eater is not easy. HMPH. Knowing that fear of death will be more powerful. Magi dismissed the truth, the bastard. Obviously it is impossible to understand this. Are you really able to say a few truths at random? Marx couldn't help but vomit. From magical theory, this is really the case. The spirit of powerful can produce powerful substances, and even the learning and application of the rule rune begins with the spirit of the experience. In this world, all magic can't escape this basic theory, but the understanding of each wizard is always different. In the casual conversation, the two quickly came to the door of the headmaster room. When the door was quietly opened, Marx immediately saw the current director of the Ministry of Magic, International Magic Communication and Cooperation, Stincombe Crouch. Compared to Mr. Crouch, who was seen in the opening ceremony of the True Wizard Tournament, who is now meticulously dressed, he is now standing in the headmaster room. His face is thin, shaped, and the vicissitudes of the exhibition one's feelings in one's speech. He had lost his son again, and he was no longer calm. He was all old. Mr. Crouch. Marx walked calmly and abruptly to him, leaning down on him and showing his enlightenment. No matter how evil Barty Jr. Crouch is, how to devote himself to Voldemort, but he is still a father's child. Even though his father has never been competent, Marx should also express his apologies at this time. It's me. I sent your child away. Marx did not humble the truth, without any hesitation. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 235. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 235. When Marx stepped on the blazed fire, the moment he Magi hurried into the headmaster room, he felt a heavy silence. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, reflecting the white light on the half-moon lens, and the blue eyes were faintly discernible behind the glass. At the desk, Stincombe Crouch was standing there with his head down, seemingly recalling something, and his back was so bleak. Mr. Crouch. That's me. I sent your child away. Marx's words didn't sound very loud, but when it suddenly sounded in this silent headmaster room, it was like a thunderous slamming sound, and it blew in Crouch's ear. However, Marx did not wait for his imaginary reprimand and draw, even if he thought it would definitely make the old father better. Thank you. How is the complex mood? Will let an old father who just lost the child squeeze out a thank you with a dry scorpion? The answer came very quickly, but it made people feel a little off guard. Thank you for doing something I have never been able to do. I don't blame you. Marx can't help but realize. He can even imagine that the old father was confronted with his child again and again, and even when his father was almost starved to death at home, how contradictory and painful his heart was. Stincombe Crouch is not a saint who abides by the concept of good and evil. He also sacrificed his care for the family for his career. When Bartholomew Jr. Crouch's Death Eater was suddenly exposed, he was the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who personally named his son Barty Jr. Azkaban. Under the crying and pleading of the seriously ill wife, he still secretly exchanged Barty Jr. for Azkaban, and the price paid was the life of his wife. He used all sorts of means to limit Barty Jr. with Imperious Curse and Invisible Cloak to prevent his restless son from appearing again in front of the public, and accidentally lost his hard-won second life. But even so, he is still clear about his son's character. To be honest, my son is smart, even smarter than himself. Quietly out of your own heavy restrictions, I am afraid it is only a matter of time. However, can a father start with his own son? No, others don't mention it first. At least he can't do it at all. He has already understood it from the beginning. There is something I think you need to know. Marx calmly nodded. When everything is over, your son Barty Jr. Crouch will be known to their masses against the spy of Voldemort, although he may not be so willing to do so. But I believe that he will have enough time to think and feel the kind of beauty that is truly grateful and admired by others. As Professor Dumbledore often said, for a wizard, death is never the end. Even Marx is far from understanding the true meaning of this sentence. On this world, I am afraid that no one is more qualified than him to say this. I don't know, Can he understand this truth? Crouch was slightly sighed, and his bloodshot eyes were a little more crystal clear. Well, there are still some things I want to ask you to take a look. Marx said, turning back to Dumbledore. Professor, I want to borrow your meditation basin. At this moment Dumbledore was looking at Marx, and when he heard the request, he smiled and nodded. Marx also nodded to Dumbledore, then turned and walked a few steps, pulling a black door gently. Suddenly, a smashing silver water gradually spread, attracting the attention of some people at the scene. In the black vertical cabinet, there is a delicate white stone platform. There is a shallow stone basin on the stone platform. The basin is engraved with a circle of densely packed letters and symbols. The silver light is emitted from the things in the basin. They look like liquids, but the feeling of a slight rise is like a gas. It is like a bright mercury that is constantly rotating and flowing, filled with layers of ripples, flowing and dreamy. At this time, Marx pulled out the wand from the cuff and pulled it slowly against his temple. A bundle of the same silver white was gently pulled out with his tip. The magic of the extracted memory has no mantra. It can be regarded as a byproduct of practicing the soul magic. In general, any wizard who masters both Occlumency and Legilimens can do this after some research, along with some tips of transfiguration. After putting the flocculent silver into the meditation basin, Marx squirted it with wand, and the silver flowing in the basin immediately spun faster. Mr. Crouch, please see. He stood aside and let out the position of the meditation basin and reached out and gestured. Crouch stepped forward and looked down. The silver object becomes transparent and looks like glass. He leaned forward and looked carefully, but did not see the bottom of the stone basin. That is what Crouch seemed to see, he whispered, but the voice was not falling. But he found himself in a forest. Mr. McClone. The first thing he saw was a frowning Marx who was heading for him. But when he wanted to ask, he found that Marx didn't seem to see him. He walked straight toward him and wore him from his body when he panicked back. Damn. McClone, you are finally here. A sleek but somewhat dry male voice came from behind Crouch with a squeak of teeth. Crouch turned back and immediately recognized the man who was sitting on the side of the trunk and trembled. Although it is different from the gentleman who used to be elegant and elegant in the past, he will never admit his mistakes. It is obviously the big writer still loved by the Magic Circle daughter, Gilderoy Lockhart. At the foot of Lockhart, Barty Jr. Crouch, who is stiff, seems to be in the depth of unconscious. Is this? In the memory of McClone, looking at the behaviors before Marx, it is not difficult for normal people to analyze this conclusion. Don't complain. I know that you are here and you are hungry and uncomfortable. But I am better than you. Marx waved impatiently and looked at Barty Jr. lying on the floor. At this point, Marx was able to get through the horrifying night. To be honest, he could leave Luna's ward and go to Forbidden Forest to finish the matter. It was actually a good one. How did he wake up? Marx asked. No, I have been giving him stunning spell, or I may not be able to control him completely. Lockhart rubbed his arms and shuddered. Fortunately, you finally know that you can't get a fire here, Marx said, kneeling down and sticking out wand and swearing at Barty Jr. The next moment, Barty Jr., who was still in unconscious, immediately woke up and looked at the situation with his eyes vigilantly. Barty Jr. Crouch, can you understand what happened? Under Marx's seemingly impatient inquiry, Barty Jr. immediately widened his eyes and struggled with anger, but did not find his own wand at the waist. You don't have to resist. You have no chance. Marx just shook the wand in front of his eyes, and he immediately calmed down. No way. Was scared by Marx with the soul magic. The fear of deep bone marrow has been rooted in the weight of his soul. For the dark magic admirers like Barty Jr., it is usually the most awe-inspiring crowd of dark magic. You betrayed the master. You betrayed the Dark Lord. Barty Jr., although he no longer dared to struggle, he still shouted in disgust. Marx shook his head. I betray Voldemort? He said lightly with a smile. I have never been his men, even in front of him. I said so. Say, Marx thought for a moment, then continued, I can give you a chance, An opportunity for you and for your father's atonement, as long as you come out before the public. Voldemort has returned all the time, then you don't have to die. How about certificate? Hey! Would you believe what I said? Funny. Barty Jr. sneered slyly and slammed his head aside. I? Marks shook his head. No, you should not trust me, but the entire magic circle. Do you understand? Tell you. Impossible. Barty Jr. shouted loudly, I will never betray the Master. Dark Lord magic power is boundless. Marks's eyes were pumping. He raised the wand, but after paused, he put it down again. You don't think about yourself, but you really don't think about your father? He was cold and cold. Even if you sacrificed your mother in Azkaban for you, father. Ha ha ha. You want me to think about the father who only has the Ministry of Magic in that eye? I want to think about that ignorant. Only let me learn from the idiot father. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough cough. Barty Jr. State seems crazy, laughing, like a madman waving his arms, full of laughter is scornful of Marks's persuasion. Aside, old Barty Crouch is full of pain and remorse. Is it not his own to educate such a repentant son? Cough cough cough. He seems to have been slobbered, and he can't help but wonder if he will cough up his lungs. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 236. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 236. I thought you were a wizard who really knows the charm of dark magic. I thought you were the closest follower to the owner. But now I understand. You are just another fake idiot from Dumbledore. Just already. I'm not afraid of your soul magic. Come on. If you kill me today, in the future I will let you enlighten me. What is the real dark magic? Barty Jr. Crouch's thinking has been completely eroded by the power of darkness, and it is not only Voldemort's evil thoughts that affect him and corrupt him, but also the negative inducement that dark magic brings to him. Looking at Barty Jr. Crouch, who was in a desperate situation and completely crazy, Marks shook his head slightly. In fact, Marks's words are already obvious. He didn't want Barty Jr.'s life at all, because it doesn't have much value for him now, but who knows, Barty Jr. This temper comes up, and even if he compromises, he doesn't want to. If that's the case, then you still. Marks hadn't finished talking yet, but he saw Barty Jr. suddenly violently, holding a strange dagger in his hand and stabbing him. Ha ha ha. Come on, kill me, kill me. Looking at the posture, it seems that it was necessary to counterattack before dying, forcing Marks to even say nothing in the second half of the sentence, and read the mantra in a reflexive manner. Avada Kedavra. The infiltrating green light illuminates silently in the bushes of Forbidden Forest, then quietly extinguishes, and Barty Jr. stretches his neck so weakly that he squats on the ground and cuts off his breath. Marks found out that it was a coincidence that his left hand was awkwardly placed on his neck. Marks seemed to ponder a bit and then licked Barty Jr.'s left hand. Then, a brass key tied to his neck and tied with a black cord was pulled out of the collar by Marks. Old Barty stood next to the trunk, staring at the key and gasping vigorously. His feet were like nails on the ground, and he couldn't move half a step. The next moment, the surrounding jungle and the sun lying on the ground suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding became dark and dead. In a twinkling of an eye, he felt his body lightened and was quietly rising with the hidden force. Then, with a tidal suction-like coming from behind, he shook his body and felt the touch of a down-tooth touch. The stone basin still gleamed in the cupboard in front of him, and Marks was still standing beside him, and one hand was still on his shoulder, which saved him the possibility of falling because of the unstable center of gravity. Mr. Crouch. Still immersed in the last moment, old Barty stood in front of the stone basin, and felt that Marks's call was far and near, bringing his thoughts back to reality. Oh. Thank you. Old Barty turned his head and looked at Marks, who was holding his own, still with a trace of confusion. When Marks saw that Crouch was standing firm, he stretched out wand and stirred it up in the meditation basin, and then raised the previous smattering memory, and let it disappear completely with a flick of it. The key? Old Barty seemed to understand what it was, subconsciously put his hand into the pocket of his trousers and slammed out a brass key exactly the same as he had just seen. It was this brass key, Barty Jr., who used his own father to trap himself in the magic box. It was this key, Sirius, under Marx's request, saved old Barty from the magic box. Come out. When old Barty was rescued by Sirius, it was already in a state of dehydration. If Marx couldn't notice the key, the old Barty, who was not rescued in time, was estimated to be thirsty in the box. Even Marx couldn't judge whether the last action of Barty Jr. was a coincidence. But now, what is the truth is no longer so important. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Old Barty's gaze moved from the key to Marx's face, and he thanked him with sincerity. He may be thanking Marx for saving his life, or perhaps thanking Marx for letting him see what he hopes to see. Marx just nodded, then looked at the old Barty and Dumbledore, and Moody, and then walked away. It's like he came over today, just want to take a good look at what Marx looks like, and he barely said a few words. Mr. Crouch has just returned from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore said, looking at the door of the headmaster room, which was reclosed. He said softly, he told me that he had just resigned. Then he plans to adopt 1 or 2 orphans, then let them grow up with them. Single-parent families are not easy. Marx shrugged. Madihan glanced at him and said casually, Crouch is now short of people and not short of money. They don't lack money, but we don't have it. Dumbledore snapped. Marx, what's the situation with the new base? So the old house, I am afraid I have to pay more attention to the renovation. Early in the morning, Marx was chatting with 2 old and young, but Harry just woke up. This time, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses from morning to night. The girl who loves to mention the belt of the trousers has suddenly lowered his tone after almost irreparable consequences in the second task. He is very sorry, I am really sorry. Even if he had already received the understanding of the parties, he himself could not be relieved. He doesn't know how long this repressed emotion will last, maybe a month or 2? 1 or 2 years, still a lifetime. Maybe time will dilute it all. I am just not ready yet. I still need to slow down a little. Harry leaned back on the bed and looked at the bill on top of his head, recalling the years that Hogwarts had come. Whether someone else regards him as a savior or as a plague, his Harry Potter is always a popular teenager. Here, it is as if everyone knows him, and everyone knows the past that he does not even know. But the root of this popularity is built on the fearful name that doesn't even dare. Remember that Marx said, what seems to be because of the name magic power. Okay. All in all, someone else knows him because of Voldemort. And the word Voldemort always stands for cruelty, panic, and death. And the reputation associated with such a terrifying guy, if he can, Harry Potter really doesn't want it. Long sighed, Harry rolled over, and when he rushed to wash, he found Ron still asleep in bed. Harry actually noticed it recently, and Ron and Hermione seem to be a bit abnormal. But he is very bored by himself. It's really hard to worry about the 2 of them. Is it nothing more than quarreling? How many times have this been? Just a few days ago, they seemed to be reconciled. Nothing else. Just because Harry woke up to drink water at night, he could hear Ron's grunt again. Harry didn't bother Ron's sleep, but turned away from the bedroom and walked toward the outside common room. The new day is starting again. He has to prepare the 3rd task of the 3rd round. The troubles in my heart can only continue to bury deep in my heart. He has to be as relaxed as peace. He can't let Ron and Hermione come to worry about him. Ron's exam will end on the 3rd task day. He should have taken the time to review, but he is very enthusiastic to help Harry and Hermione, although sometimes it will help. Don't worry, Ron said when he pointed out the review question to him and suggested that he and Hermione could practice on their own. At least I can get a high score in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Even Mad-Eye Moody doesn't teach so many spells in class. And Ron said, suddenly trying to test the impediment jinx in a bee flying into the house, causing it to suddenly stop in midair. Then he was excited. This will be a for me later. It is a good training. You want to be a? Harry was surprised. Ron slammed his head and said, "It's all right. Isn't it cool?" As time went by, I entered Junin unconsciously, and the atmosphere in the castle became nervous and excited. Everyone is looking forward to the third competition that will be held 1 week before the holiday. Harry and Hermione practiced the spells whenever they had time. It can be seen that both of them worked very hard because they clearly felt their own strengths. According to the first 2 projects, this third task is definitely a journey full of dangers. Professor McGonagall always bumped into Harry, Hermione and Ron to practice everywhere in the school, so she allowed them to use the Transfiguration classroom during lunchtime. At the same time, world outside the school is also undergoing earth-shaking changes, and the messy information spread to the students in various channels. As Marx said, Voldemort did have a lot of frequent and trivial little moves, ranging from roadside theft to large house explosions, and various cases were consuming the security of Ministry of Magic. What is hidden in it is between the new Students' Order of the Phoenix and the old Death Eater, and the intense collisions again and again. Marx is not convenient for direct release. However, depending on the potion he provided from time to time, he became an excellent logistician who was unanimously appreciated by all members of the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius now sends owls to Harry every day. Like Ron, he seems to be bent on helping Harry pass the third task before he considers other things. He reminds Harry in every letter that you have no responsibility to manage things outside the scope of Hogwarts, and you have no ability to influence them. Early this morning, when Harry was reading Sirius's letter again, an owl sent Hermione's morning Daily Prophet as usual. She opened the newspaper and habitually glanced at the front page, and immediately sprayed a pumpkin juice all over the newspaper. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 237. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 237. If there is anyone who can let Hermione, who still has a resentment in her heart, completely empty her unhappiness, it is definitely Marx. This time, both the editor of Daily Prophet and the gossip writer of Rita Skeeter have completely left the previous remarks about Hogwarts and Dumbledore. Today's front page headlines are a very exaggerated full-page advertising. Britain Magic Circle 1995 Personal Audio-Visual Show, Peak 7-month, The King Reappears. The first audio-visual feast on a history of magic, an unprecedented carnival for you. Lock my heart with my cursed charm 1. Behind the slogan that continually shakes and jumps, it is a magic photo that occupies the entire first edition. What makes people's tongue in wonder is that in this huge and expensive photo, there is only one mysterious back wearing a hooded cloak. The black cloak hunted and danced in the wind, and with the ruins of the surrounding battlefield. It looked really cool. Just at the bottom of this page, a line that is printed is not very conspicuous, but it is not so easy to miss. This concert, provided by Mr. Marx McLawn, provides exclusive technology and financial support. Lock your heart and lock in the second grand promotion of 623 on the newspaper. What? Harry and Ron asked, staring at Hermione, who was squirting pumpkin juice. Don't you see it yourself? Hermione took out wand and cleaned the pumpkin juice from the newspaper and handed it to Harry, who was sitting opposite her. Harry reached out and immediately was shocked by the extremely rare oversized advertisement, but when he looked at it a bit, he found that there was nothing that would make Hermione squirt the pumpkin juice. Ron leaned beside Harry and glanced at the newspaper with a sullen look. Below, at the bottom, Hermione was wiping her mouth. She saw Harry and Ron both confused and immediately waved their hands. Hey. Cough cough cough. Ron is obviously being smothered by his own saliva. At Hogwarts, many students have the habit of ordering newspapers. After all, in the Magic Circle, entertainment activities are really too few, so newspaper publications have become one of the preferred ways of entertainment and relaxation. Not long after, some of the careful students spread the news. There was a lot of buzz in the auditorium, and everyone began to talk to each other. Marx, what are you doing? Harry asked blankly. Who knows? Hermione flattened. I guess he is planning something messy again. I dare say that no matter what Marx is planning, this concert will be wonderful. Ron eagerly tried. "In July, we have already had a holiday. I think we can go see it together." "I don't think that's a good idea," Hermione whispered. In fact, many students have similar ideas to Ron, which is a rare large-scale entertainment event, and it sounds quite fresh. "What is the Emperor?" "It sounds like a person, but who is the handsome mysterious movie Who is Handsome in the back?" In the first edition of the influential Daily Prophet, a full-page ad was published, and the gold galleon consumed was not a small number. What's more, Marx's personal assets are actually a bit stretched, and he certainly can't get that much money. But he can't take it himself, but some people have more to spend. For Marx, this is a typical empty glove white wolf financing. With this money, the Werther family doesn't even look at their eyes, for them, as long as Philosopher's Stone can get it, throwing a gold coin out is not the same as playing. His plan is much more cautious than the previous plan that was abandoned, and the scope of his plans is much greater. "What is this kid doing?" In the instructor's seat, Mad-Eye Moody saw Dumbledore look like a laughed, and then took a look. "It is worthy of the experienced Holderer, who quickly noticed the name of the lowest marks. No matter what he wants to do, at least it must be a stable activity." Dumbledore smiled. "Unfortunately, I guess I can't go to the scene and get a glimpse." As Dumbledore said, there are frequent cases of fragmentation, and the hearts of the Britain Magic Circle are somewhat unsettled. At this time, as long as the event can be successfully completed, it will definitely make most of the wizards relax and gradually become more and more nervous. According to Dumbledore's speculation, Marx is mostly trying to take advantage of this opportunity to gather people's hearts, then he will definitely affect the success of his successor. However, how could Marx leave him with such a powerful workforce? This propaganda was rumored in Hogwarts and even the Magic Circle of the whole UK. Everyone talked about the mysterious activity of this rarely seen. But the initiator of this event, at this moment, shut himself down in the room of the responsive room. This plan is equivalent to giving him a time limit. He must continue to study the Rule Rune during this time. He has a preliminary concept for the so-called strength of Rule. The Rule Rune can be roughly divided into level 3, and what Marx can currently try to understand is the largest number of first-level Rule Runes. The first-level Rule Rune is a material rule, which contains rules for the movement of various substances and the basic structure of matter. Marx's most skilled cooling rune is one of them. But even if he can slowly study and understand, the time spent on each initial understanding of the first-level Rule Rune will be calculated in years, which is obviously not something that can be used for a while. So, what Marx needs to do now is to selectively pukwudgie one or two of them, and infinitely close to the state of complete mastery. The power that comes with the Rule Rune can be called the level strength of Rule. Marx is in such a state of full-blown research, returning to the routine of the past when he was at Hogwarts. Of course, it was impossible to go to class, and that part of the time was also included in the study period, leaving only a small part to maintain understanding of the outside world. During this time, I can see him every day, even accompanying him, only Luna alone. However, please don't think that only Marx will be so desperate for research. Miss Blois, they just have a full stomach, are sleeping. Please don't use the branches to lick them. Oh, it doesn't seem to be the head is on the other side. Behind the hunting lodge in Hagrid, there are several wooden shelves with a large flat bottom. In those shallow flat-bottomed baskets lined with a layer of soft and tender lettuce leaves, a round fluffy fat worm is lying so lazily inside, seems to be sleeping in hoo-hoo. Winnie squatted on the side of the wooden shelves, using a green branch to gently squat on the heads of the worms. It is inevitable that there will be mistakes, right? Saliva, thickener, Winnie said concisely. And that all Hagrid was squinting at her, continually telling her that she should come back later. But he found that he and the little girl seemed to be completely unable to communicate. A fat bug in the basket seemed to be a bit uncomfortable by Winnie, twisted and changed his posture, and then went to sleep. In fact, Winnie has been dealing with Hagrid for some time, since she started letting Hagrid help her raise such a group of flobberworms. But Hagrid knows that Winnie seems to be very concerned about these baby bugs. Since that day, she has been here every day, and from time to time she will use the branches to smash it up, no matter what Hagrid said. What makes Hagrid more scared is that although this little girl looks very cute, she has no expression at all. Just as she looks at her expressionlessly holding branches and holding a strip of flobberworm, the scene is uncomfortable. Just like today, Winnie is also very persistent to finish them one by one, and then they stand up and turn around calmly, leaving only Hagrid, who can't be accustomed to leave. Do you say that this is fun? Hagrid hesitated to pick up the branches, and couldn't help but also reached into the basket and groaned. Oh, sorry. His hand hurriedly collapsed because he found himself looking wrong. Damn, these little guys' heads and shares are too difficult to tell, Hagrid said with anger. On the other hand, Winnie ran to the observatory after class and started a new round of potion practice. No one knows what she is doing, but at least, she seems to be fulfilling every day. That's it. Winnie knocked Cauldron with wand and looked at the orange medicinal liquid inside, hesitating to himself. After a while, she shook her head. A medicinal liquid to pot all cleaned out. The effect is not enough. She licked her mouth and lowered her head, and wrote down a few lines of matching data and effect identification in her notebook. If someone can take a closer look, they can find that the thick note she has placed on the ground has been densely packed with more than half of it. The most of them are red crosses one after another. Winnie, she did very good knowledge potion to learn, but that does not seem to affect her dedication opponents in the study. Even if she failed again and again, she never thought about giving up. In silence, she put down the quill in her hand and started a new match. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 238. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 238. How is it going to formally take over the championship? That's still to say. It's awesome. The second ad campaign has already been released today. You should be a rehearsal for the third task of tomorrow's top 3 teams. If I can't catch up with 7 in the future, Professor Dumbledore will personally assist you. Let the greatest white wizard of the day come to help me. And only you can do it. No, Dumbledore didn't do it because I didn't do it. You have to understand this. This show is to make all ordinary wizards no longer feel scared and upset about Voldemort's resurgence. Dumbledore is for the whole Wizard of the Britain Magic Circle. And you should also perform well for this. Yes, I can understand that true popularity is built on people's trust. On 6's 23 day, when everyone was discussing the new full-page ad on Daily Prophet, Marks and Lockhart spoke secretly in the basement of Hogwarts Castle, Snape's office. Tomorrow is the day when the third task of the top 3 starts. Marks, one of the protagonists, delivered the opportunity to Gilderoy Lockhart. When Voldemort's forces focused their attention on the top 3 events and the grand event in July, they couldn't have expected it. It was a dazzling scorpion made by Marks. When Polyjuice potion is running out, remember to come here to add it in advance. Don't make a setback. After all, Marks stood up and left without hesitation. He is so eager to attract the attention of others, just to create opportunities, to find the real solution to the burial place of the monumental monument. The method in the Book of Sin is too negative. Perhaps for that, it is indeed excusable, but for the current Marks, let a thing that does not know when it will explode stay in the hands of others. That is too insecure. After repeated analysis, Marks put aside the 2 direct and indirect Rowena Bronze Kitty and Ghost Swamp in North America. But it is also a clue that the book repeatedly reminds can't touch, but chooses. Hogwarts Castle, the 2nd floor, the disrepaired girls' washroom. Oh, Mr. McLawn, long time no see. Marks just opened the door to the bathroom and immediately saw Moaning Myrtle suddenly slamming into his eyes, sobbing, and greeted him. Marks just nodded and walked straight to the sink as the entrance to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Yes. The Book of Sin mentions the message that the enchanted monument was sealed by Salazar Slytherin, and did not say that this clue is dangerous. Obviously this is a relatively safe way to explore the Monument of Confusion, and what is related to Salazar Slytherin is definitely the Chamber of Secrets. Although Marks had searched it carefully last time, he didn't have much to gain at the time, and he later collapsed the Chamber of Secrets. I have to say that behavior is really a satire for him now. Marks pulled out the wand and pointed at the tap. Suddenly, the faucet is like a living, suddenly stretched out, turned into a silver snake to Marks. The speed is no less than any spell attack. But Marks's hand holding the wand didn't tremble. He stared at the oncoming silver snake and increased the output of magic power. This is a transfiguration duel that spans the age. If someone else can sense magic power, it will inevitably find that the magic power fluctuations here have exceeded the normal spelling intensity. Marks's expression was very dignified. He could feel it, even after 1,000 years. The power of Salazar Slytherin still surprised him. Moaning Myrtle pouted and she even forgot to sob. Although she could not detect the real situation, even the Silver Snake's raid made her feel a little overwhelmed. After the last Chamber of Secrets opening and this Silver Snake counterattack, she may not dare to stay here again. As time passed, the Silver Snake expanded under the suppression of Marks along with the sink below, and the Chamber of Secrets was forcibly opened by him. It seems that magic power is really not enough. As he muttered, he jumped into the huge pipes that were revealed. It's been a long time since I've been here last time, but the terrain looks no change. He was only slightly sighed until he stood at the door of the real Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Shimon had automatically closed when he left last time, and to open it, he had to rely on Parseltongue. Originally Marks was going to blast directly, but he had to admit that he had opened the entrance before, and he had to admit that he might not be able to crack the stone door with violence. No, maybe you can try. Marks stretched out wand and pointed forward. Magic power turned into a silk thread, and a rune quietly outlined at the tip. For a time, the surrounding area was chilly, and Marks was immediately coated with a layer of silver cream within a few tens of feet. The next moment, he waved wand backhand, and the cooling power concentrated on the regular rune went straight to the stone door. The stone door together with the surrounding stone wall turned into a strange white dot. Click-cacker. As a series of subtle pops emerged from the stone gate, the entire stone gate split into a white piece of varying size under very low temperatures. Marks waved away the regular rune, and even deeper took a deep breath, alleviating the vain feeling caused by the rapid magic power consumption. Taking a break, he looked up and the scene in the Chamber of Secrets was already in his expectation. It was a ruin of ruins with a lot of stones. But the situation inside is not as serious as he had imagined earlier. Using the levitation charm to open the rock that blocked the road, Marks walked up to the Chamber of Secrets and looked up, and couldn't help but secretly nodded. At the beginning, he moved some hands and feet on the support column inside, and exploded the columns that Basilisk did not knock down, so that they could not withstand their own weight and collapsed. But obviously, those pillars are only used to support the ceiling of the stone above. The structure of the Chamber of Secrets itself is not dependent on the pillars to stabilize. At that time, he only took a layer of shell inside the Chamber of Secrets. So, the decision of the year was a bit right, Marks said, raising the wand and projecting a beam of light. As the rays of light illuminate the Chamber of Secrets a little bit, the hole in the distance, which is at most 2 people, is quietly revealed. Look at that position, it should be behind the huge statue of Salazar Slytherin that year. Whatever the purpose of Slytherin's original hidden entrance, it is obviously not set up for violent vandals like Marks. But nowadays, the correct way to enter is already unknown. Marks held the wand, stepping on a piece of gravel over the stone that covered the ground and flew straight over there. But when he came to the entrance, he found that there was a strange magic power around him that seemed to be moving at any time, and seemed to be full of mysterious magic. Marks stopped immediately and hovered in midair. Soul magic? When he sensed that the magic power suddenly burst and gathered before the entrance, A green humanoid apparition emerged there. Needless to say, the look of the pointed monkey is as if Salazar Slytherin is not running. Hey, hey! Once again heard the familiar CC sound. Marx couldn't help but take a forehead. This broken chamber of secrets was designed entirely for Voldemort. Parseltongue is not something that can't be learned, even because of its syllable lore and some ancient curses. There are many wizards in ancient times. But now, I want to learn and have nowhere to learn. In addition to Voldemort's natural Parseltongue, or Harry, who is a cheap of Voldemort, it's not easy to learn it. CC.R. See the apparition. CC, Marx sighed silently. Can you speak, people? He was loudly shouted. CC speaking. Marx pointed to Slytherin's apparition. CC.Ha. After several trials, Marx finally determined that the apparition left by Salazar had no independent consciousness to retain. Since it is impossible to communicate, then, he was going to try it out with a soul magic, but he didn't expect the apparition to sneak away after he was CC. Although I don't know if I missed any important information, I can confirm that there is no other magic residue. Marx has to leave doubts and fall into the entrance channel. As far as Marx is concerned, there is nothing unusual about this passage. It is like an ordinary stone tunnel. It extends all the way forward, and the more it goes, the darker it is. On the stone wall of the channel, there is no other trick except the gap between the stones. Between the hustle and bustle, Marx seems to have come to the underground graveyard of a mole world. In addition to reminding him of the magic power residue, any indication that this is almost the same as an ancient mole tomb. After a long tunnel trip, Marx came to a small space chamber. There aren't too many furnishings here, only 2 bookcases made of black wood, and a plain black desk. There is no magic to protect them from the years. The underground moisture has caused them to have been severely spoiled, and the chairs in front of the desk have even been scattered. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 239. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 239. The sultry and moist atmosphere, filled in the double chamber of secrets, and even breathing in it, there will be a feeling of heavy stagnation. The decaying blackwood leaned against the corner and barely supported the bookcase to maintain its posture of 1,000 years ago. The corner of the desk has collapsed, revealing the slightly greenish old stone wall behind it. Although it is full of traces of corruption that have been corrupted by time, it is even more impressive than the passage of time. But it is even more amazing why they have not been silently turned into a black soil between the millennium. Time has been long enough. If there is no magic protection, I am afraid not to mention Marx. Even in the era of Dumbledore, I have never seen such a scene. Maybe it was magic protected here, but because Salazar Slytherin didn't intend to keep it here, so the magic time left is not that long. Marx thought for himself, and stretched out the door of the bookcase. But unexpectedly the wall collapsed. When he pulled out a book from the collapsed wet planks, he found that their condition was even worse. All the pages of the book were glued together by some slippery substance, and even if they barely tossed a page, they could not distinguish the above handwriting. As for the desk next to it, it is even more empty. There are only 2 meaningless scratches on the table, as if telling someone about a story unknown to anyone. It seems that there is nothing valuable in the Chamber of Secrets in this Chamber of Secrets. Even so, Marx is still taking a closer look at everything here, since you can still see the apparition that Salazar deliberately left. There are certainly clues left here, but he hasn't found it yet. Just as he was searching for something in the corner of this Chamber of Secrets, it was like feeling something. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the wall behind him. There is nothing on the stone wall. There is no carving, no decoration, only the wet brown moss grows between the bricks. It looks a little disgusting. No, he did feel it, and there was a very subtle magic power fluctuation. After thinking about it, Marx extended the wand to point to that position, and a trace of magic power spread from the tip. The next second, his eyebrows pick a little, and if you think about it, nodded. If he didn't guess wrong, there was a magic that had solidified there. but the magic power used to maintain it was already exhausted. The magic power that he sent just now was swallowed up, which is the best proof. After thinking for a moment, Marx put the wand on the stone wall and used the principle of flashback to hand out a magic power, trying to get it to work again. With the magic power injection, countless green spot debris spewed out in the cracks of the stone bricks, gathered around Marx's side and swirled around. Marx always pays attention to these light particles, but does not find any signs of danger, just swirling around him, like a group of tiny fireflies, silently flowing. He can feel that this solid magic power is not expensive, not something with huge might. When Marx's magic power was injected to a certain extent, the light particles suddenly dispersed, just like repairing the stone chamber, putting everything on the layer like a real green apparition. Looking at this, it is very similar to Salazar's apparition seen at the entrance. Marx put down the wand, and when he turned around, he immediately noticed that there was a sometimes blurred and sometimes clear map on the stone wall above the desk. A world map 1,000 years ago? Marx couldn't help but grin. This is much more detailed than Rowena's nautical chart. Unfortunately, everything he sees now is just a phantom. When the magic power is exhausted, it will return to its previous state. After squatting around and discovering that there were no other suspicious things, he put his attention on the map. This map contains a lot of information, but it is a variety of places thousands of years ago, marked with the ancient magic one after another. Marx can be roughly understood. But today, the ancient cities and settlements have long been crushed by the wheels of history. The places on the map are completely meaningless, and even if he looks at it, it is hard to find anything worth noting. Instead, there is a red circle that gives him a few more eyes. As recorded in the Book of Sin, there is the place where the Monument of Incitement is now, Albania. Whether that is Salazar Slytherin with the past, at least for now, he definitely has been there. It was just the note next to the red circle that made Marx stunned. Despicable.herpo.tomb 3 vocabulary composed of the ancient magic, without any deep meaning, shallow and straightforward, but let Marx cannot help sucked in a cold breath. Herpo the Foul is the oldest and most powerful dark wizard known in the literature. Almost all wizards learn about him through childhood fairy tales. But even if the dark wizard is a household name, it is not enough to really understand him. If you haven't checked it specifically, most people will think that he lived in the same period as Hogwarts' 4 founders. However, in order to understand the information about Horcrux invented by this old fellow, Marx has reviewed quite a bit of information. According to sporadic records, Herpo the Foul is a dark wizard active in ancient Greece, at least 1,000 years before the life of Hogwarts' 4 founders. This is an ancient monster of not just in name only, but also in reality. The most prosperous period of magic development is the time to come. When the name of such an old monster suddenly popped up, Marx began to feel a little guilty. The loss of magic is too tragic, and people lose the benchmark for judgment. When future generations try to explore the traces left by the ancestors, they will inevitably shrink their hands and feet, so that they will not be allowed to enter. Even Marx, who has already touched the strength of rule, feels a little weak at the moment. Slytherin dare to go. I don't dare to go without it. After watching this in the Chamber of Secrets, Marx, who had no other gains, glanced at the more illusory map, and then took a deep breath and re-entered the Phantom Stone Chamber. This time was not affluent. After Marx added a pack, he avoided the sight of others and went to Albania without stopping. In Britain, only Gatwick has direct flights to Albania. For efficiency, Marx had to fly at full speed on the broomstick for more than a few kilometers of 30, and the whole face was numb by the wind. But what is the solution? Can't use disapparition. He is also desperate. It was not until the afternoon that he was able to board the plane to Tirana, the capital of Albania. This time, the journey began. No, this one should be here. On the plane, the moles are doing some time to do things, such as reading, and playing puzzles. Sitting next to Marx, a father and a daughter. Father is about 40, and the female child is about the same age as Marx. Marx sat in the porthole, and the female child sat, well, sitting in the aisle, and her father was mercilessly occupied. At this moment, the uncle, which looks quite gentlemanly, is spelling a pair of landscape paintings. Her daughter will occasionally give a command, but the two have been fighting for more than an hour, but the whole painting has only been spelled out. A corner. Marx leaned against the side of the porthole, his hands crossed over his chest, lazily watching them fight, but his heart was wandering about other things. The flight duration of this flight is expected to be around 4 hours. When arriving in Tirana, it is estimated that it has just entered the night. Another hour passed, and the father and the daughter joined forces to fight each other and finally assembled 4 corners and 4 sides. It can be seen that this has brought a lot of confidence to them. However, at this moment, the plane suddenly shocked. Flying the air on the opportunity always makes people feel a little scared, but Marx has upon it, and laughs out loudly. Who can think of it? The father and daughter spend more than 2 hours spelling out a small half. As a result, the plane shook, and the pieces of Huala on the puzzle board flew. In the sight of the two men's horror, their previous efforts were turned into a bubble at this moment. The female child was so angry that she couldn't care what was shy when she heard Marx's laughter, and glanced at him. Sorry. Marx, he, authentic, I also like puzzles, I will help you. He helped pick up the jigsaw pieces scattered on the ground, and then took the puzzle in the hands of the gentleman uncle. And then the fight was made under the dumbfounded eyes of the father and the daughter. No matter how complicated the puzzles are, it is far less difficult than the framework of the rune array. This boring homework Marx has long been used to it. The corners are indeed the easiest to spell, and can also be used as a benchmark for subsequent puzzles. When he finishes all the stitches, the puzzles near the edges can also judge the approximate area according to the color patches. I saw him who Ali stopped and put together, so that the next father and daughter are stunned. More than 10 minutes passed, and a world-class masterpiece, The Last Supper, appeared in front of the three. This is really so cool. The girl flashed her eyes, incredulously authentic. Marx is holding a puzzle and staring at the work of the famous Italian artist Leonardo da Vinci. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 240. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 240. In my world, there is a religious story of the death of Judas. The number 13 stands for betrayal and misfortune. In Magic Circle, whether it is divination, digital magic power or soul science, it also records the negative power of this number. Divination. Professor Sybil Middle. Trelawney also said a prophecy, 13 people eat together, and the first person who stands up after a meal will die first. However, few people know that in the summon technique of the ancient times, the number that symbolizes ominence has been used most. Marx borrowed 3 books from the Werther family, all of which were literature on the ancient Monsum. Although there is very little content in it, some of the most basic concepts are clear, which makes Marx quite satisfied. According to the book, summon is roughly divided into 2 categories. One is the spiritual summon technique, and the other is the demon summon technique. Judging by Marx, the former summon is a mimetic semi-living body such as a rock giant or a beast, and should be one of the origins of modern transfiguration, while the latter, summon, is a demon from hell. I am afraid that it is not small with soul science association. However, although these 2 types are called summon, they are 2 different magics. Among the 3 books in the Werther family, only the latter, the demon summon, is involved. There is no hell. Marx does not know, but the demon summon has a close relationship with the number 13, which is already clear to the chest, looking at the jigsaw puzzle called The Last Supper in his hand, especially looking at the Judas above the lose one's head out of fear. Marx's heart gave a very awkward feeling. Thank you. Marx returned the puzzle to the father and daughter, then leaned closer to the portal and stopped talking to them. The father and the daughter looked at the puzzle before and after Marx, and they couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Father, what is he thinking? The female child looked dull. It was not until the plane arrived at Mother Teresa International Airport in Tirana, the capital of Albania. Marks opened his eyes on time and left the plane with other passengers. Looking up at the clear blue sky above the airport, Marks couldn't help but shake his head, then lifted his legs and moved towards a corner of no one. To be honest, some of the previous speculations made him much less interested in the demon summon technique. If there is no accident, he believes that this summon technique is very likely to require a soul sacrifice. Like making Horcrux, this evil method can have a mental impact on the operator. As far as his understanding of the rule rune is concerned, all magic that has a bad influence on the spirit is the anti-rule magic, which is commonly known as the dark magic of the magic circle. Even with the Avada Kedavra curse that has been repeatedly simplified, Marks will use as little as possible to avoid unnecessary burdens on his spirit, not to mention Horcrux and demons. With the disillusionment charm and the flying broom, Marks has long been accustomed to avoiding the site of the mole, which is located in a deep forest in the north of Tirana. I don't know if it's a coincidence, whether it's the ruins of the lakeside palace in Rowena or the tomb of Herpo the Foul that Marks is going to, all in Albania. The linear distance between the two is even more than 10 kilometers. After a slight pause in the sky above a dense forest, Marks relied on the superiority of the sky to judge the direction of the mountain range. After reconfirming the specific location, he pressed the broom handle and swooped down into the forest. Voila! As the green canopy was crushed by Marks's curse, he controlled the broom to fall smoothly into this deep, dark jungle. Voldemort was able to find the old temple at first, because he had been working on the death at the door of the forest for a full decade. The existence of Horcrux made him unable to die completely, but it was very difficult to resurrect. In order to prevent himself from being lost in the illusion of life and death, he is often attached to some small animals with weak spiritual power, constantly lingering in this forest. By chance, he discovered the little old temple hidden deep in the jungle. However, Marks doesn't have that many time to try one's luck. Little guys, all come out for a walk. Marks swayed the sleeves and swung a wand, and a total of 17 alienated Akramancula Pata hovered around Marks, and at the speed of Marks, they dispersed at a very fast speed. Or do you say that in the eyes of parents, child is always a child? Even though each of them is now half a body taller than Marks, in the eyes of Marks, this group of little guys is always a noisy little spider in an iron box. After small 1 to small 7 all went out, Marks began to wander around easily. Searching for a spell does not work, which makes it impossible for him to find a target in the way he is best at. In this way, in addition to being able to perceive magic power fluctuations within a certain range, he has no other advantage in search. Instead of being busy for a long time, I still have no way to go. It is better to let the group of guys help him find it quickly and easily. In fact, it is true. It took only half an hour or so, and the little 3 and little 7 have already returned to Marks. Late. Garbage in. What? Yes, small 7 and Xiojiu have already begun to learn to speak. But the accent does not know who to learn with it. Every time it sounds like it is a monk. Marks simply rolled over and sat on the little 7, letting them take him all the way to the deeper parts of the forest. Whenever this time, Marks always has to feel that the suspension effect of the spider mount is truly top-notch, and the 8 legs are swaying up and down, and their bodies are only slightly undulating with the shift of the center of gravity. Variety. Hey, are you a monkey? Don't climb the tree. Marks is beautiful. Suddenly I felt that my body was tilting, and I quickly reached out and hooked the big long legs of Xioki. As the surrounding woods became denser and the trees grew taller, Marks finally saw an ancient temple hidden in the darkness of the jungle. Go get your brothers and sisters back, and then wait here for me. Marks rolled over and swayed freely, and then walked up the dilapidated old temple with the lit wand. This is a stone ancient temple full of plant vines and green moss everywhere. The concealment in the forest is very high. Even if it is a little farther away, it is easy to ignore it. Marx stood in the doorway of the ancient temple and looked inside. It seemed that there was nothing else besides the slate ground. With a little thought, he walked cautiously toward the old temple. Well, until he stepped inside, it was discovered that because of the angle, it was difficult to find out in the middle of the broken bricks that there was a deep hole in the middle of the underground. Judging from the various traces in the vicinity, it is definitely not Voldemort to discover this underground passage, but it is much earlier than that. Salazar Slytherin traveled here for a long time, and then briefly remarked his grave. Marx snarled. I don't think Slytherin is a magic circle. Since it is here, can there still be the reason? Even if Marx is clear, most of the following are right and wrong, but if he doesn't want to take a look, he can't really get it. Fortunately, there are Salazar Slytherin and Voldemort. There are two good wizards who have been stunned. At least before the Monument of Incitement, the risk factor of the Earth Palace is much smaller. Tightly tightening the wand, Marx took a step and went down to the dark hole. Just a few steps into the road, Marx followed the light of the wand radiance and saw a lot of broken rune nicks. Perhaps a long time ago, a lot of defensive magic arrays were engraved here, but now they have lost their magical effect. After a sloping channel, followed by a 180 degrees corner, Marx sees another down channel. It seems that the tomb of Herpo the Foul is still deep in the ground, and it is not easy to find the entrance. Time passed by a little bit. In addition to Marx's own footsteps, there was no other movement in the passage. This quiet feeling was vaguely revealing a secret, and seemed to reject the arrival of outsiders. Finally, Marx walked and found that the wall that had been slightly forced to disappear suddenly disappeared. Because the ground was too dark, he didn't react at all. It was already in the tomb. Marx reinforces the light clusters on the wand, and the surrounding visible range becomes much larger immediately. You can see some of the stone walls on both sides. Then, the murals on the stone wall immediately attracted his attention to the past. What is it? On the left side of the tomb is a rather tall stone wall with a paint that outlines a lifelike picture. What's more worth mentioning is that these murals are not faded and broken due to time, and still maintain quite beautiful colors. They are one after the other, extending all the way to the depths of the tomb. On the mural in front of Marx, there is a green field, trees, birds, griffin, dragon. A variety of ordinary creatures or magical creatures. It can be seen from these different creatures that the common animals and plants at that time were not different from the present, but the magical creatures did not change much. Among the murals, the most eye-catching is the huge giant dragon. This ancient giant dragon occupies almost a small half of the picture. It stretches its wings and looks down at all the little creatures on the ground from a height, like a god. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 241. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 241. Going forward, it was the second mural, in which the giant dragon had already swallowed its head, and the grass on the ground became a solid pool of earthy yellow. This mural depicts the giant dragon opening a dragon kiss and screaming at the city. It can be seen that the people in the city are running around, but they are still roasted by the burning dragons, and they are all flying in the sky. There are all kinds of Mars in the city and the flames of the sky. The whole picture has a cruel beauty, and the incomparable impact makes people feel shocked. Marx continued to move forward and saw the third mural. Still the giant dragon is raging, still alive, and still the flames are flying. But Marx sees that on the city wall at the front of the city, 5 ancient wizards in old robes are standing. Above the wizards, there are 2 strange dragons that are several times larger than the average dragon. They are going straight to the giant dragon above the clouds. The 2 dragons are composed of blue-white ice crystals. Next to the 2 ice crystal dragons, the other 3 ancient wizards raised their long poles in their hands, and the 3 different colors, but also the dazzling light column cut through the sky, directly shot the dragon head of the giant dragon. If you put it in front, Marx can only see the mural, but now he can see some doorways. The ice crystal dragon is undoubtedly the so-called spirit summon, and the three beams of light let Marx taste the taste of regular rune. Reminiscent of Pettigrew Peter, who was dealing with the form of the Black Death, he used the Phoenician magic to force the cooling rules to produce. Is it a level 2 rule rune? Whether it's an air explosive ring around the light column or a solid light-like column itself, he has to guess on the level 2 rule rune. However, the amazing and fascinating antiquity magic was completely shattered in the next mural. The ancient wizard died for injuries, the ice crystal dragon has long been missing, and the three beams of light, only on the head of the giant dragon left a fleshy scar. The giant dragon is no longer calm, but it is even more horrible than before. The huge mountain-like body swooped down from the sky, and there was a large pit on the ground. The front city wall collapsed more than half, and the city was in danger. The next shocking turn, but in the fourth painting, vividly and thoroughly, it was another ancient wizard, holding a staff in one hand and holding a long sword in one hand. The unknown magic power wraps around the sword of the long sword, exploding infinite rays of light. He faced an ancient giant dragon that was thousands of times larger than his own small body, but he did not retreat. He bravely flew up and greeted him. This is a rare scene of only fighting giant dragon. Marx was not unusually amazed by the mysterious and powerful wizard, because he found himself inexplicably familiar with the eyes of the wizard. That is a pair of red blood stains. Absolutely where I have seen. He subconsciously moved his gaze to the long sword in the wizard's hand, and then saw a red dot on the hilt. He knew where he had seen it. It was Harry, who was suddenly mad. Although Harry had gone mad twice, the red light in his eyes was not obvious. Once reminded by this mural, he immediately found the momentary picture from the piecemeal memory. The first time Harry yelled at Dragon, and the second time, it was the one that Harry suddenly attacked himself but was blocked by Luna. Even though Marx had already been overwhelmed by Luna's move, he crossed Luna's neck and sneaked a glimpse of the scarlet, but he was not completely ignored. Although the long sword in the mural is not detailed until the carvings on the sword are drawn, the ruby on the hilt is really big enough, and even the murals will not be forgotten. However, the Gryffindor sword has such a large formidable power. Then on the next mural, the back of the wizard carrying a sword and carrying a scepter on his back, and on the side of the ruined city, the ancient giant dragon was already in the same place. Later, there are a lot of things, such as killing demons, killing deep-sea giant beast, etc., without exception, all about the great achievements of the sword. Even if the person in charge of the sword changed and changed, the formidable power of the sword did not change at all. The only difference is that some people have finished their work after killing the target, but some people have turned back and turned on the endless slaughter. After reading this long row of murals one by one, Marx immediately looked at the wall on the other side of the tomb. Not surprisingly, there were also murals corresponding to the Gryffindor sword here. The opposite mural depicts a round mirror with a height, the silver frame and base, the confusing mirror, and even the lines on the round mirror are clearly identifiable. There is only a story about this mirror, but it is different from the sword that is also evil in the opposite side. What it causes is totally a disaster. Every time the mirror is in the world, it will cause the horror of the city level. If it is in the wild, if it appears in the city will definitely become a dead city. As can be seen from the murals, all mole people and ordinary creatures will be unconsciously sloppy. And there are even a lot of weak-ch wizards and magical creatures that will be ruthlessly recruited. Looking at the translucent black and white blocks on the screen, it is undoubtedly a representative soul. They are attracted by some strange power, and the flood of infinite endless souls flows into the illusory mirror. It is precisely because the long river made up of souls is so large that most of the murals have turned into black and white tones, which are almost forgotten. These murals should all be colored. Just two large rows of murals made Marx look dumb. These are all ghosts. If you count the enchanting monument, 3 divine artifacts left over from ancient times. No, Where is divine artifact? Clearly is the source of disaster. If you continue to move forward, you may see something more horrible. If this world is full of such messy ghosts, but it is no worse than the mole's nuclear warheads, heaven knows when the entire earth will be plowed again. Marx rubbed his arms and stared at the murals. He is not alone now. He can't lose Luna, whether it is for his present self or for his own future. He must do his utmost to protect the girl. However, can he really turn a blind eye to those weird and frightening ghosts? The enchanted monument has been opened halfway by Voldemort, and the other half will be opened. Can he guarantee that everything, as stated in the Book of Sin, can keep Voldemort in the state of the eye forever as long as he keeps Voldemort between life and death? In the end, isn't it time to look at it? Marx sighed, said, "Don't mention this mirror and the Gryffindor sword. At least the enchanting monument must be understood." No longer hesitating, Marx lifted his legs and walked straight to the next tomb. After the first tomb, Marx found two other tombs through the usual tombs. Unlike the first tomb, the latter two tombs are much wider, but the amount of information is much less. In addition to a large number of funerary objects that have been broken and even turned into dust, there are several strange magic arrays that have been destroyed. There are regular runes, but there are other auxiliary magic and symbols. Some marks are very familiar, but there are also many strange characters that he does not recognize at all. On both sides of the third tomb, he also found dozens of symmetrical ear chambers. It's just that, without exception, everything that was originally placed in it has been destroyed, which makes Marx want to pick a few to take a commemorative mood. The entire underground tomb is very large and can even be called an earth palace. When Marx walked to the end of the ear chamber, he found that the outer periphery was completely hollowed out. A stalwart pillar supported the space around the earth palace, and the tomb itself seemed to be like a real underground palace, whether its exquisite stone carvings and endless stone pillars, or the tombs that extend in all directions. People have to admire the majesty of this tomb. However, it is reasonable to say that no matter how magnificent it is and how refined it is, its essence is still a grave. But where is the coffin? Marx stood in the last main tomb and looked at the huge black stone monument in the top of the sky, instinctively spit. In fact, there is no coffin in his mind, because he can feel that an aggressive force is constantly trying to erode his consciousness. However, after losing the emotions and regaining the emotional twists and turns, Marx's spirit willpower is already tyrannical, and the power in the stone tablet can't help him at all. Power. You want power. After discovering that it was impossible to erode Marx's consciousness, the power in the stone simply conveyed a message directly to Marx, a spiritual exchange that was directly out of the language. But Marx didn't have a bird at all. When he found out that the other party's means didn't work for him, he was sighed in relief, even when he looked around the huge stone. It's just that the size of this stuff is not small. Almost the broad main tomb room occupies the majority. If Marx didn't guess wrong, the coffin will definitely be underneath. Is so tightly pressed, I am afraid that the body will not climb out of the coffin. Marx habitually sighed, then stared at the base of the stone in the next second and took a sigh of relief. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 242. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 242. Marx didn't really see anything worthy of surprise, but because he suddenly remembered. The one who invented Horcrux's method of production, isn't it lying under the ground? In this way, it really makes sense. No matter how many Horcrux Herpo the Fowler has done for himself, and whether he has already lost his mind because of the soul's insufficiency, the most important thing is that he may not die. And what should I do if I want to deal with a guy who can be resurrected indefinitely? Marx immediately bowed his head and looked at the base of the enchanted monument, and he was hesitant Herpo the Foul, mostly by Slytherin with a coffin to seal it down. However, this seems to be somewhat different from what is described in the Book of Sin. There is no mention of Herpo the Foul. Moreover, although Marx just wandered around the big circle of the enchanted monument, it did not find any traces related to Slytherin. So, in the Book of Sin, How did the self of the future know? The enchanted monument is generally dark and the surface is smooth and new. In addition to some simple and rough patterns on the base, there are no other details to watch. Since there are no clues around, it is not on the top, or on dash. No, I haven't lived yet. Marks glanced down at the base of the stone, and then he stepped on a magic book and steadily rose to the top of the enchanted monument. Dark as a jade-like stone on the top, still as smooth as a knife, although some stones and dust fell on it, slightly concealing its own black, but still black and white. Marks didn't dare to touch the stone, but he hovered over the sky for a while, and suddenly he noticed that the silver light flashed through his eyes. He looked at the wand that was shining in his hand, even when he flew away from the flash. This is. Behind a pile of rubble, the silver shines back in Marks's line of sight, constantly reflecting the rays of light emitted by the wand glow. Snake. He waved wand, removed the stones of messy, and cleaned up the dust by the way. Then, a shiny silver snake stick was completely revealed. It was inserted obliquely on the stone tablet, like a nail on a wooden board. It was unremarkable, but it was deeply immersed on it. Even the enchanted monument appeared several fine cracks. This time Marks finally understood why the Book of Sin said that Salazar Slytherin sealed the Monument of Incitement, and it seems that the Monument of Confusion is indeed still in the seal. Unexpectedly, Slytherin not only sealed the Monument of Temptation, but also sealed Herpo the Foul with the enchanting monument. This is a beautiful chain seal, a ring and a ring. It is amazing. Only when Marks was still a big hit for Slytherin's masterpiece, the enchanting monument was still conveying a piece of temptation to him, one after another, as if never stop. Whenever people think of something that hasn't been done, time will always run fast, so that you can't catch up with your belt. In the tension of Harry and Hermione's expectations, 6's 23-day quietly passed. The next morning, the birds passed over the castle, and the chirp chirp twit twitter called to announce the gradual rise of the temperature. The sky was blue and green, as if it had been brushed several times by the oil brush, and there was no cloud. Oh, Merlin's heel. The third task of the Triwizard Tournament will be coming tonight. And the 4 champions will come together to win the championship trophy. The students in the 3 schools are very excited, but they don't expect their own champion to win the championship, even the remote wizards of Durmstrang. This is entirely because Marks seems to be lazy in every competition, which makes them not sure, in the third task, whether Marks will be willing to make a lot of water and let the trophy be handed over. Relatively speaking, Hogwarts students seem to be more excited, especially Gryffindor. In the early morning dining table, they started to make trouble. No way, Hogwarts has 2 champions, and they are all in Gryffindor. Don't they cheer them up? But Harry was very nervous. He didn't look very good. It was estimated that he might have a nervous stomach when he was there. The experience in the maze was too shocking. He now has a shadow on the top 3. The students are taking the exam all day. Yes, I have already entered the exam week in recent days. But the champion of the top 3 is exempt from the exam. When everyone was squatting in front of the question, Harry and Hermione sat behind the classroom and flipped through the book to find some of the spells available in the game. Even if you can find one more. Harry thought about it all the time, but it didn't make much difference. Potter, Granger, and Champion gathered for breakfast in the conference room next to the auditorium. Professor McGonagall walked over to Gryffindor's long table. But the game started only at night. Harry accidentally sprinkled the scrambled eggs. He thought he had missed the time. I know, Potter, Professor McGonagall said. The relatives of the champion are invited to watch the finals, and you can meet. When Professor McGonagall walked away, Harry looked at her back and started to stay. She doesn't think the Dursley family will come? He asked Ron awkwardly. I don't know, Ron said. Oh, Harry, I have to go quickly. The exam is going to be late. See you later. Harry silently finished his breakfast in the hall that was getting cold. He saw Fleur Delacour stand up from the Ravenclaw table and walk into the conference room with his younger sister. In a short while, Marks also calmly walked over there. But Harry didn't move. He really didn't want to go. Hermione, go ahead. It's not easy for your father-mother to come once. Harry understood that he had no relatives. He was not willing to see his relatives who risked his life. What the silly things are you talking about? Hermione crossed her hips. Do you remember what Marks said? Are you going to let him alone? Oh. Yes, you are right. Just as he slowly got up, the door of the conference room opened and Marks came out. Harry, hurry up. They are waiting for you. Harry stood up in confusion. The Dursley family could not come. He and Hermione walked through the hall and pushed the door into the conference room. As soon as he entered the door, he heard that Fleur was talking in French and her mother Gabou. Fleur's little younger sister Gabrielle took her mother's hand and stared at Marks by the bright eyes, staring at the mammoth. The Marks standing by the window looks a bit bleak. I don't know who opened the window. The outside wind and the wind blew in, disturbing his hair and giving him a layer of vicissitudes. Oh, father, mother, are you really here? Hermione said in surprise. Is this okay? Do you understand that this is the Scorpio? Then, Harry turned his head and saw Mrs. Weasley and Bill standing in front of the fireplace, looking at him with a smile. I didn't expect it, Mrs. Weasley said enthusiastically. Harry smirked and greeted him. We thought about coming to see you, Harry. She leaned over and kissed Harry's cheek. How are you? Bill smiled and shook hands with Harry. Charlie wants to come, but he can't walk. He said that the one you killed, the Treebee, is so wonderful. It's incredible. Harry noticed that Fleur Delacour crossed his mother's shoulder and looked at Bill very interested. It can be seen that she is not disgusted with long hair and earrings with fangs. But I also looked at it, and she turned her head back. You are so good, Harry said softly to Mrs. Weasley. I still think about it, Dursley. Well, Mrs. Weasley gave up his mouth. She has always avoided criticizing Mr. and Mrs. Dursley in front of Harry, but every time she hears their name, her eyes will catch fire. It's good to come back, Bill said, looking at the conference room. I haven't seen this place for 5 years. Is the portrait of the crazy knight still there? Sir Cadogan? Oh, still, said Harry, who met Sir Cadogan last year. What about Fat Lady? Bill asked. She was there when I was at school, Mrs. Weasley said. One day I went back to dormitory at 4 in the morning, and she trained me a pass. What are you doing outside of dormitory at 4 in the morning? Bill looked at him with amazement. Mrs. Weasley smiled and his eyes sparkled. I walked with you, father. He was caught by the then prisoner Apollo Prillo. You have a mark on your father now. Take us around, Harry? Bill said. Okay, Harry said, and suddenly he saw Marks in his eyes. He immediately stopped. And Marks is here. Let's go together. Oh, we think too, Mrs. Weasley unfortunately said. But McLawn said there is something to think about and you can't hang out with us. Oh. Is it? Harry thought. Nothing. He likes to think, usually in the same way. If so, then. Harry looked back and looked at the Marks side, but saw that the other person was rushing back and pretending not to see himself. What's wrong, Harry? Bill asked strangely. No, nothing. Harry scratched his scalp and looked dull. It just seems like a little. Nothing. Should it be an illusion? Marks is often solitary in his usual life. Who knows what he is busy with recently? He still does not bother to do it. To be honest, he really doesn't dare to get close to Marks now, because it always reminds him of some bad memories. Just in the clear eyes of Gabrielle, the juvenile by the window sighed softly and sighed. Oh, the wind is so good today. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 243. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 243. The sun rises out of the window and will sprinkle the warmth of the rays of light to the earth. The pleasant climate will dispel the coldness of the past and put a golden coat on the Hogwarts castle. In the conference room next to the auditorium, the sun slanted through the window, filling the emptiness here. Of course, This is the emptiness of a person who is solely Marx, because he has no family at all. Fleur's younger sister, Gabrielle Delacour, took her mother's hand and shook her eyes at the water, squinting at the Marx standing alone at the window and bathing in the sun. From Gabrielle's point of view, Marx just happened to block the rising sun, so she could barely see the other's expression. All she could see was a silhouette of a teenager who was outlined by the bright sun. "Oh, today's wind is so good." An inexplicable sigh came from the direction of the sun, accompanied by a gust of spring breeze, and the hair that was blown by the wind, messy. The sigh was like a cloud of smoke, but with some inexplicable dignity. Gabrielle licked his mouth and was a little silent for a while. Then she suddenly let go of Mother's hand and bravely took a step forward. Mr. Lawn, the wind itself has no sound." The skirt of the female child's feet fluttered slightly, filled with layers of ripples. The face of Marx was stiff and could be restored to calm again. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and ignored the female child's serious correction. "But the wind seems to be sobbing." Mr. Lawn. Gabrielle looked at him with pure eyes and said seriously, "The wind won't cry." Fleur quickly stretched her hand and then looked at Marx with her strange eyes with her different A's. In fact, Fleur was just a doubt, but the mothers of the sisters frowned slightly. "Gabrielle, don't talk to strange people." She regained the hands of youngest daughter and whispered in French. Unfortunately, the Marx is now really fluent in French. His face flashed for a moment, but immediately stretched his face and tried to maintain the superficial image of the coquettish. Marx, Delacour mother and daughter have not had time to continue to say anything, and Hermione has suddenly opened her mouth. "Marx, don't you go together?" she screamed. "That I have come with both father and mother. Let's go outside and enjoy the sun." "Well, and that wind of Miss Granger, the wind is not. Hey." Gabrielle's mother simply caught the mouth of her daughter. She didn't understand. Are these champions and each of them a sulky bard? Nothing to talk about something messy here? However, the Marx that stood in the wind seemed to be smashed at once, and the color of the surprise on the face was almost unmasked. "Well," he finished his expression and suddenly turned back to Hermione. "Go ahead. Take advantage of this wind to bring some bad things before Hogwarts." But at this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened, and Ron hurried in. Didn't he go to the exam? How would it appear here? "Marx." Ron held his knees and looked like a gasping for breath. "Oops." He swallowed his mouth. "My cauldron is leaking again. Can you borrow it?" "Give it to me." Marx paused in the footsteps, deeply took a deep breath, and then stiffly nodded. "Yes, of course." He turned to Ron and said in a deep tone of resentment, "But I want to tell you something first. Diagon Alley's junk shop has a lot of used cauldron for sale, all of which are hay price sales. Why don't you buy 2 more? The wind in June is not so embarrassing, and cauldron, whether it's full price or half price, once it's leaked, it will naturally leak. By the way, it's irrelevant. The potato chips of Britain are really hard to eat. Today, all day, I spent the rest of my life, at least for the champions and their respective parents and elders. Lockhart, disguised as Marx, hasn't tried to attract the attention of the little girl since she planted a big heel in the conference room. What happened to the girls now? Remember when many young girls liked this literary bard fan? On the sloped lawn by the lake, Lockhart sits on the ground and squints with his eyes closed. Do you say I am out of date? It was not until the sun went down that he was called to the auditorium to enjoy the last stop dinner before the game. Ludo Bagman and Cornelius Fudge sat down at the teacher's bench. Bagman looked very happy, but Cornelius Fudge, who was sitting next to Madame Maxime, had a sullen face and a brief remark. Madame Maxime met her head, her eyes seemed a bit red, and Hagrid at the other end of the table looked at her. Dinner is more than usual, but the champions have not eaten much, because everyone is very nervous now, including the Lockhart disguised as Marx. When the magic ceiling was turned from blue to dark purple, Dumbledore stood up behind the faculty and everyone was quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, after another 5 points clock, I will invite everyone to the Quidditch Stadium to watch the last event of the Triwizard Tournament. Now, please the champions follow Mr. Bagman and go to the stadium to get ready. The 4 champions stood up. Everyone's expressions are different. Fleur seems to be hesitant, and Marks is squinting. Hermione is relatively better, but the most nervous is our Mr. Potter. Is it okay, Harry? Bagman asked as they walked down the stone steps. Is the confidence? Oh, yes, Harry said. Of course, it was casually dealt with. He kept tweeting the curses he had practiced in his mind. They all remembered, but this did not make him feel better. On the other hand, the Marks, which has been hung with his eyes, suddenly raised his head, with a hint of deep consolation in his eyes. When they walked into the Quidditch Stadium, they found that everything here had become completely unrecognizable. A wide circular platform was built on the original Quidditch Stadium, which completely covered the huge caves with the lawn. In the center of the circular platform, a disc-shaped shallow pit was pulled out, surrounded by 4 half-human high grey stone pillars. And at the top of the stone pillar, there is a bottle of transparent potion bottle with different shades of powder. Is that a Floo powder? Why is there many colors? The entire venue looks like an empty altar, and the 4 champions are undoubtedly the candidates who will soon be sacrifices. After 5 points, the surrounding stands began to enter. Hundreds of students squatted into the air, filled with excitement and chaotic footsteps. The sky is now clear and deep blue, and the stars gradually reveal the silhouette. They are as flashing as ever, just like countless pairs of eyes, watching everything here. Professors Hagrid, Professor Moody, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick walked into the stadium and came to Bagman and several champions. Their hats are adorned with flashing red stars, except Hagrid, whose red star is behind his terry vest. We will always be here, Professor McGonagall said to the champions. If you have difficulties, want to get help or decide to abstain, use the fire spell to light the powder in the bottle. We will have someone to help you. I understand. Question mark. Professor, is that Floo powder? Hermione couldn't help but ask. Professor McGonagall nodded. Yes, it is a special custom Floo powder for this project. When they are ignited, the Floo network node fixed in the bottle will ignite the magic flame on the ground and connect the 2 places. The Floo network route. But this special Floo powder is very expensive. It only has 1 usage. Please carefully judge the timing of use. Do you know? They are nodded together. Well, you can ignite the magical flames that are transmitted randomly. Bagman said happily to the 4 rescuers. Good luck to you, Marks, Harry, Hermione, Hagrid whispered, and the 4 men walked toward the altar in the middle and stood by the 4 pillars. Then, Professor McGonagall took out a Floo powder and sprinkled it into the shallow depression. Suddenly, a flaming flame swelled high and turned it into a bright green bonfire. At this time, Bagman pointed to his throat with wand and read Sonorous, so his magic magnified sound echoed in the stands. Ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me report the current score. The current leader is Marks McLawn, 88. The first place, Durmstrang Magic School. The applause and cheers are not too many, but it is not too small. Many students who like Marks are trying to applaud and break the silent night sky. The second place is Harry Potter, 73 points, Hogwarts Magic School. Another applause sounded, and his home court advantage gave him more encouragement. Hermione Granger, 64 points, third place, Hogwarts Magic School. Compared to Harry, Hermione got a lot less applause. After all, Harry's legendary experience made him destined to add a lot of points in others' minds. Finally, fourth place, Fleur Delacour, 62, Buxbaton's Academy of Magic. Recognizable, only Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Ron, and Hermione applauded Fleur in the stands, and only the students of Buxbaton's were left. Of course, there is a dull Madame Maxime. She seems to think that Fleur is 2 points lower than Hermione. At this time, Bagman suddenly raised his voice and raised his hands in full of energy. "Now, Mr. McClawn, please listen to my whistle," he shouted. 3.2 Go to the magic flame. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 244. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 244. The green flaming flames on the ground burned, and as the night wind swayed gently, the whole venue was illuminated with a bit of green, making it seem strange and strange. The magic flame is connected to the temporary structure of the Floo network and is set to continuously hop through the line network, transferring each person entering it to a different underground floor. It is said that the entire 500 layer is separated underneath, and only one of them has a magic item as the trophy of this Triwizard Tournament trophy. If you want to reach that level, you must pass the test and face each like the puzzles and dangers, and carefully look for the most correct clues. Lockhart, disguised as Marx, was the first to step into the magic flame, thanks to the excellent performance of Marx in the second task, which gave him a good situation. This is the level that students want to come out of. Walking into Green's magic flame, Lockhart found himself in a cylindrical room with a diameter of 100 feet and a height of nearly 10 feet. When Bagman introduced it, he said that the cards involved were all proposed by students and professors. If anyone wants to encounter a simple level, it will be enough to see the face. Just like Lockhart, he just came in and found that this layer is definitely a program from a professor. The reason why he made such a judgment is entirely because no student wants to have such a simple and boring subject. In the middle of the big room, there is a desk with only one parchment. On that piece of paper, there is such a question. In 1289, a panel of Sardinian wizards participated in the International Wizard Conference of the year and submitted an important proposal to advocate the management of the division of the wizard forces. Excuse me. Is the annual International Wizard Conference held in a few months? Needless to say, even Lockhart can guess. This level is the subject of Professor Binns in charge of the Hogwarts A History of Magic class. In addition to the boringest professor who lectured, who else will make such a level? And on the opposite side of the desk with the parchment, the three flames are constantly beating, and there are three different numbers on the wall behind them: August, September and October. International Wizard Conference? Lockhart sighed with a bitter face. Merlin's fingernails. Am I taking an A History of Magic exam? If Marx is really going to participate, he always loves to listen to the A History of Magic class. He will definitely choose the September answer with the slightest hesitation. At that time, it was because the proposal submitted by the Sardinian Wizard Group was too large that the organizer would specifically advance the meeting by 1 month to ensure that there was enough time during the meeting to collect opinions from all sides. I remember, every time the International Wizard Conference should be held in October, Lockhart whispered as he walked indefinitely toward the pile of magic flames on the right hand, and after squatting, he lifted his legs and went in. With a light sound, he is one step away from the correct floor. Just then, the second-placed Harry had already entered his first level. Unlike Lockhart, the first level Harry encountered was a fairly interesting small game. In the Magic Circle of the United States, there is a hot sport that was born of Quidditch, but it has a charm that is comparable to Quidditch, called Ghost Air Burst. In the campaign of Ghosts and Blasts, there are 11 athletes on each side. The teammates pass each other's ghost balls. It's a regular ball like quaffle. They have to try to throw it into a small cauldron at the top of the stadium before it explodes. Any athlete holding a ghost air ball, if the ball explodes in his hands, he must withdraw from the game. Once the ghost ball is safely thrown into the small cauldron with the ghost ball explosion-proof potion, the team that hits the team gets the 1 point and then takes a new ghost ball to the stadium. Now, in the room where Harry is located, there is a ghost ball that will explode everywhere. They are floating along the fixed trajectory, and while they are not disturbing each other, their drifting routes are miscellaneous, making people dazzled. To pass this level and continue to move toward the target floor, Harry had to pass through the gap between the ghost balls to reach the green flame across the room. It is conceivable that if you encounter those ghost air balls, all the trajectories will be more complicated, and their explosion countdown will be forced to open due to human contact. Once a ball explodes, it will inevitably cause a chain explosion in the entire room. Even if the formidable power of the ghost airball explosion is not large, here, the number of ghost airballs is quite a lot. If there is a collective explosion, Harry is very likely to be blown up and faint. Oh, he raised his hand nervously, and sometimes he bent over, and sometimes he leaned sideways and carefully walked through the gaps between a lot of ghost air balls. This kind of dodgeball game doesn't know who made it. It's really exciting, but it also tests the ability of the people. At this moment, Harry was walking on the ground with one foot, making the eagle wings, and raised his upper body slightly to avoid the arrival of the next ghost ball. To say that Harry's physical coordination is still very good, the usual Quidditch exercise also makes his reaction more rapid. He was already in the middle of the room when he was sweating because of all sorts of strange moves. But I have to say that when Harry faces a positive challenge, he usually has a brain without a brain. It is reasonable to say that the trick to passing this is to go against the curved wall. This allows the passers-by to worry about ghost balls falling behind them, so they can concentrate on avoiding the ball in front. However, Harry has always been a gentleman with a beautiful appearance, but he is brave enough to face the bleak life of the ultimate rough man. Oh no. After more than half of the journey, Harry, who was smashing the chairs and shunning the 3 ghost air balls, was caught in the chairs by another ghost ball. There are not many left overs. What he should do at the moment is to force the flames to rush over. But Harry apparently hadn't turned around yet. He snorted, and after he found that the trajectory of the ball didn't change too much, he still delightedly intends to avoid the other 2 balls. When he just wanted to understand what he should do and stepped forward toward the magic flame, an explosion suddenly sounded behind him. Then, a thrust slammed into Harry's back and slammed him straight into the flames. Ow! In a screaming call, the flames suddenly slammed and Harry was transferred to the next level. In theory, even if the odds are small, there are 2 or more chances that the champion will break into a layer at the same time. But no one thought that this possibility would come so fast. Hermione and Fleur were only 2 points between each other. They were randomly sent to the magic flame one after the other. But they found out that there was still someone next to them. Ms. Granger, Mr. Lacroix. The facts tell us that when 2 female children with very high self-esteem collide, they can always collide with a series of very embarrassing sparks. We are afraid to be sent to the same floor. Hermione glanced at Fleur and was reluctant. I think if the root of the magic flame connection on each floor is fixed, then we are likely to always together. Fleur gracefully licked his hair. Miss Granger, you can follow me. I will take you to the right route. No, no. Hermione snorted and turned and walked forward. This layer, the magic glass, is divided into 9 areas of the shape of the well, and the magic flame is constantly burning in the middle of the area. Hermione and Fleur are standing at the starting point. After observing, they found that they had to travel around a large circle and pass through the outer 8 areas to successfully reach the place where the green flame was. On the wall of the compartment as the starting point, an ordinary oil painting is hanging. On the other side of the compartment is a rough stone door. On the side of the closed stone door, a few square small slabs were scattered on the ground, which seemed to be suspicious. The magical creature in this painting is a Acromantula. Fleur looked up at the painting and felt a little uncomfortable. For a spider with a hairy or female foot, a female child is always a little scared. Exactly, this is a painting about Acromantula predation, Hermione added. After that, she went straight to Shimon. Hermione is right. On this dark-colored painting, 4 Acromantula are painted. They crowded together in the forest and collaborated to hunt down a horned bee that had entered the woods. Next to it, there were 3 salamanders flowing past and rushing to a bonfire not far away. One of the Acromantula seems to have an interest in them and wants to catch up. In the corner of this painting, There is a spurted spider web hanging on the trunk of a tree. These slate, each with a character like Nirvana. When Fleur was still pondering the painting, Hermione suddenly started talking, and there is a row of grooves on the door. Oh, these are numbers. Fleur turned his head and glanced at it, and then nodded. This is obvious. The designer must be the champion. Find the password to open the stone in this painting, isn't it? Hermione also moved her eyes back to the oil painting. She only took a moment to figure it out, and she took out a piece of stone that was engraved with a number sign like Nirvana. So I quickly thought of the answer. Wait. Fleur hurriedly shouted. I don't think that's the piece. You guessed it wrong. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 245. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 245. For ancient studies such as Niven, the 8 eyes of Acromantula represent the number 8, the 2 golden angles of the horned beast represent the number 2, the salamander can only survive for 6 hours after leaving the flame, so its existence represents the number 6. In fact, this oil painting about Acromantula prayed a simple math problem. You see, 4 Acromantula are preying on a horned beast, and their target is 3 passing salamanders. Fleur is making her explanation for Hermione. So, 4 times 8 minus 2, then subtract 3 times to 6. The answer should be 12. In fact, Hermione didn't really want to say anything to her. This Triwizard Tournament game, there was no such thing as a champion from the beginning. It was a chaotic multi-party matchup. There is also a mesh bag of Acromantula knots. Hermione calmly corrected Righteous Path. We don't know what's inside, but it's definitely a prey. That means unknown, and in Niven, the unknown symbol represents the number 7. Fleur looked back at the oil painting. Her mouth moved again, but finally she nodded. At this point in Hermione's hand, holding a slate with a simplified symbol of the fiver-legged beast, that represents the number 5. For the young wizard who has studied the study of ancient runes seriously in school, there is no obstacle to unraveling the foundation of this little puzzle. It is more testable, but it is still the flexibility of thinking when using knowledge. Fleur must have seen the spider's mesh bag, but she didn't think of the relevant knowledge. Even if the tips were enough, it stands to reason that Fleur normally can't be found, but today it seems to be a bit out of shape. In the next few puzzles, Hermione's resolution was so fast that Fleur was surprised, and the elegance at the beginning seemed to slowly fade away. Between the 2 female children, there was a strange tacit understanding. There was less and less dialogue between them. Usually Hermione explained the answer process of the puzzle a little, then Fleur nodded, and let Hermione clean the obstacles and the 2 moved on. The atmosphere between the 2 becomes more and more weird, until Hermione noticed that Fleur's expression began to become gloomy. She finally seemed to confirm what it was, and secretly nodded. In the entire underground tower, Harry is steadily moving forward with trepidation. Hermione and Fleur are all the same, and only the Lockhart disguised as Marx is drifting away from the target floor. I don't know what happened. Ron sat on the table and looked at the green flames underneath. He felt a little empty when he was unconscious. He did not have the opportunity to participate in this 3rd round, which is always a hollow in his heart. The entire viewing table is very lively. Everyone is discussing who will win, although the support is different. But to say the champion, the vast majority of people actually default to Marx is the only candidate. His performance in the top 3 is actually not eye-catching, but who made his current reputation too loud. A wizard who has survived the World Cup finals, the Ministry of Magic has always been silent, has become a topic of great daily wizards. There are even many people who think that he may have something to do with the Death Eater. Of course, there is still no arbitrary wizard to publicly publish the relevant arguments about the return of Voldemort. Whether or not you have had similar speculations, it turns out that everyone actually doesn't want to think about this possibility at all, even if it is almost clearly placed in front of everyone. That was just the resurgence of the Death Eater's remaining parties. The Britain Ministry of Magic was not in a hurry. What are we going to do? Although this is just some of the public's ideas, it is enough to explain a lot of problems. But who knows, the Marx the only candidate for the championship, has gone from the beginning, and Hermione, which most people don't care about, is arrogant with Fleur, who has always been underperforming. To be honest, objectively according to the level of the current age, only Harry is the most normal person. The game time is passing by, but this third task has no time limit. In any case, as long as the champion has not decided, the game will continue, unless the 4 champions take the initiative or passive abstention. Bagman will really end the game. On the main guest table where the referee group is located, only Dumbledore is looking calmly at the bottom. His sharp vision is like penetrating the platform and seeing everything that the champions under the ground face. Defindo. On one of the underground floors, Hermione and Fleur met a combat level. In this level, the 2 female children showed extraordinary strength, and the several active armor were perfectly forced to retreat, and almost simultaneously jumped into the magic flame guarded by the active armor. The 2 have already experienced 10 levels. Most of these levels are not difficult, and occasionally a few more difficult, also overcome by Hermione. When they passed the floor again, as the magic flame in front of them disappeared silently, a heat wave suddenly hit the 2 sides. At this level of the room, it was all flames at first glance, and the hot flame tongue rose up on the ground, almost reaching the ceiling. It was only after a long time that the 2 men had faintly oozing sweat on their foreheads. Cold is like ice. Hermione immediately put herself in a frozen curse, and she glanced at Fleur next to her, and then stepped into the sea of fire with the slightest hesitation. The full flame quickly swallowed her, and she disappeared after a few breaths. Fleur didn't seem to be behind. She also painted the gourd, set herself a frozen curse, and then hurried into the flames to chase Hermione's footsteps. Once you entered the sea of fire, you will find that the flames are not completely connected. Although you can't see anything else at the sight of the flame, there are still some gaps in the middle. Hermione took the lead in the front, and her steps were decisive and steady, as if she knew where to go, and she didn't stop for a moment. Fleur, who followed, didn't have time to keep up. It was only a few seconds before she finally found Hermione's silhouette. After the 2 were in tandem, the direction chosen was quickly deviated. The curse of curse does not last long on its own, and there are some negative effects of slow movement. In such a large sea of fire, from time to time you have to make up for yourself to ensure long-term activities in the flame. In addition to the effect of freezing spells on small creatures, spelling yourself can also be used to avoid fire. If you do not talk about side effects, its fire-resisting effect is actually better than the fireproof and anti-wit curse. The flame that is enough to cause severe burns and even death may only give the curse a little bit of numbness. As long as the whole person has not been wrapped in a common flame, there will be no problems. After all, the flames of nature burn oxygen when consumed, and the wizard naturally needs to breathe. After a short while, the flame in front of Hermione suddenly changed color, and this has already found the correct exit to the next floor. However, the strange thing is that she did not step into it, but instead pointed out the wand in her hand. Confringo. Almost as soon as I read the mantra, a burst of sound spread throughout the floor level. Fleur, who was still searching for exports elsewhere, suddenly turned his head, and the gloomy eyes looked straight at the direction of the explosion. She could even see vaguely that the flame where Hermione was located slammed open, and the fire was filled with a layer of flames. The next second, Hermione stepped into the green flame and left the layer of heat waves. No one knows what it means to cast the spell, but her behavior is obviously guiding Fleur. Could it be that she is just expressing goodwill to Fleur, or is that because she is a very kind girl? There are only 2 people who understand the meaning of her behavior. One of them, already at the depths of the forests of Albania, is dealing with the ancient Earth Palace tombs. The other, at this time, is sitting in the center of the main table, watching his place calmly with his wise blue eyes. Everything you can see. The night, gradually becoming deeper, seems to be interpreting the coming of darkness. The trees in the forbidden forest in the distance are swaying with the breeze, filled with a wave of leaves, but it is not true in the night. Occasionally there is a wheat, which brings a little life to this slightly dull night sky. It was under this night sky that in the corner of Hogwarts, a young girl was still performing expression research on the expression of expressionless. She didn't care that the Triwizard Tournament had reached the final, or that she hadn't noticed the Triwizard Tournament. In her eyes, only the cauldron in front of him is the object to be noticed. When everyone was in a moment of excitement for the top three, a slight rustling sound suddenly appeared in the corner where she was. The medicinal liquid in cauldron seemed to have some new changes. Just then, with the sound of poo, the lid of the cauldron bounced. Unicorn corner powder, 0.1 ounces. She carefully opened the lid and poured a little bit of golden powder that had already been prepared into the cauldron, which was slightly blue and smoked. Then, a group of purple-black smoke that couldn't be seen from the horizon vacated, and it flashed a little bit glittering, which matched the starlight in the sky. Young girl took off the wide-necked spire's wizard cap on the top of the head, and a white hair pours down, setting her pure eyes more and more clear and clear. Among the eyes, faintly filled with a rare hope, flashed past. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 246. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 246. Among the underground towers, Hermione took the lead and did not hesitate. To be honest, even if Marks comes to this level, it may not be better than her. It seems that she already knows the correct way to pass all the level puzzles. Since the moment she and Fleur stepped forward, she always hung in front of her, not going too fast, but not letting the other catch up. After successively breaking through a level of checkpoints, as the front was wide open, an empty floor immediately reflected her eyes. At this level, there is something that is almost clear at a glance. In the middle of the round room, a beautifully carved stone platform stands there. On the top of this spherical stone egg, there is a magnificent crown with a golden glow. Hermione flashed aside calmly, then clenched the wand and stared at the position she had just appeared. Her expression is very focused, her eyes are more calm, and she seems to have been very skilled in this kind of thing. She waited patiently, and the wand in her hand pointed firmly to the front. She knew that the goal must have appeared soon. Just as she concentrated her attention and waited for something, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of her, and she looked at the other god's look, apparently not yet set in the transmission of the Floo network. Suddenly, a red light smashed the air between the two, silently hitting the other side. Peng! The unskilled impact made the other party completely unprepared and was suddenly knocked down on the ground by the stunning spell. Army Protection Expelliarmus. Hermione's speed is only 1 second less than the other, but this is enough to completely disarm the other. A wand quietly flew up and fell to the place where the severe meters were outside. Don't act blindly without thinking. Hermione stretched out wand and decisively placed on the other's neck. Until then, the surprise attack was about to end, and Hermione held the tight Fleur firmly on the ground and took control. However, Fleur at the moment did not show a little panic. She just struggled with a stern effort, staring at Hermione's face with her eyes, with a very straightforward fierceness in her gaze. Moreover, there is even a trace of confusion and sluggishness. Hermione didn't care about Fleur's strange performance at all. She seemed to understand the cause and effect of the whole thing. She reached out and took a small potion bottle from her arms, and opened the cork and poured it into Fleur's mouth. Say, who are you? Who sent you? What are the attempts? Hermione frowned, her words sharp and decisive. Fleur's look was a bit confusing, constantly twirling to get out of Hermione's control, but he couldn't help it. But although she resisted, she answered the question very honestly. I am Fleur Middle. Delacour. Mother want me to take Diadem from Ravenclaw. She doesn't seem to be very cooperative, and her behavior is particularly violent. Who is your mother sent? No, don't know. She didn't say. So, do you have any other accomplices? I do not know. Do you know anything? The last question, is the Imperious Curse that your mother gave you? No, how could it? Imph. Hermione coldly snorted, wand again in his hand, Petrificus Totalus. The next moment, Fleur was in a stiff position, his legs and feet lying flat on the ground, no longer struggling to move. Hermione blinked and then touched her chin very masculinely, then shook her head again. That kid is right, Voldemort is really aiming at Diadem. She frowns, whispered then said, well. It seems that this little girl is really Delacour, right? After all, Veritaserum is not. I will lie. I am afraid that her mother is already under the control of Imperius Curse. This time I invited the Elders of Champion to meet the children, but it really brought out the means of the Dark Lord. Since there are no more people here, Hermione doesn't have to be pretending to be like that. After thinking a little, she bent over and pulled out a bottle with blue special Floo powder, then placed a levitation charm to carry the rigid Fleur and limped to the corner. Later, she used the disillusionment charm to temporarily cover up her figure. Look at his habit of walking, familiar people can see at a glance. This Hermione is simply posing as Mad-Eye Moody. Speaking of it, this little girl is really bad. Just, since she doesn't know anything at all, it can't be delayed. There must be a companion outside, and definitely not only her mother. Hermione glanced at Diadem above the middle stone platform, then took out the bottle with the red special Floo powder and fell to the ground, and the wand ignited it instantly. Then, instead of the rest kit coming in, she decisively stepped into the red flame and disappeared into place. At the same time, in the center of the circular platform on the ground, everyone just saw the green magic flame suddenly turned into a red color. Hermione quickly rushed out from inside. I wave, she shouted, and immediately disregarded the audience's slightly surprised eyes, quickly left the platform and broke into the common room on the sidelines. The Hermione mouth that had just rushed into the common room twisted, and then spit it out. A small core fell on her palm. Just listening to her clearing the voice, the sound line has changed back to the hoarseness of Mad-Eye Moody. Although he seems to be in a hurry, the perennial career has made him very organized. Even if it is urgent now, it will not let him forget to put a disillusionment charm on himself. With a cool shower of water from the top of his head, the moody, still Hermione immediately became transparent. When he confirmed that it was correct, he hurriedly left the common room and rushed to Dumbledore. In fact, the real Hermione didn't have much easier at this time than the Mad-Eye Moody disguised as Hermione with Polyjuice Potion. However, the difficulties on her side are from her parents. Mother, I said it, I didn't like Harry. We are just good friends. In the girls' bedroom of the Gryffindor Tower, Hermione was blushing and explaining hard, but that didn't seem to work. Oh, baby, I mean, maybe that. McLawn. Her mother smiled in a narrow voice. Don't be so shy, you have been 15 this year, I want you to be my mother. Scorpio. Mother, I don't want to listen to you and father's past. Hermione couldn't help but hold her forehead, unable to speak. Yes, I was 15 years old. Only 15 is old, I think. This is not too early for the female child? Her mother glared at the shoulder of the daughter. Although I haven't seen Mr. McLawn, the Mr. Potter looks good today. If you are satisfied, you must hurry. Although I am reluctant to father, if my baby daughter likes it, father will have to agree. Mr. Granger's words sounded sad, but his face was full of sly smiles. Hey, father. Hermione grinned and twitched her head. Really? Which one do you like? This father and mother can come here to have a look. Although many things look strange, but my baby seems to be happy every year. Mr. Granger seems to be interested, laughing, and he continues, and I can still remember it. Last time our little baby seemed to hide in the room and secretly cried. Who is it for? No, I didn't cry. Hermione suddenly turned her head back and wrinkled her nose and argued loudly. Normally, Miss Everyway, who is always independent and self-improving in front of everyone, is more like a normal female child in front of her family. Seeing her looks like a spoiled, temperamental look, the Grangers were laughed heartily. The daughter of their family is all good, and she is better than others in her childhood. Girls who are too strong on the surface are also very vulnerable, especially when they encounter a male child who is stronger than her. Even worse, a female child like Hermione is also prone to the kind of male child although it is too difficult to find a male child who can make her convinced. But now, seeing some of the Granger couples, they are even more worried for them. As long as their baby daughter can live happily, how is it good? But they also can hardly imagine what happened. Will they let their daughters secretly cry? It's just that although the Grangers found out that their daughters seemed to have reorganized their mood, they only vaguely guessed the specific situation. Although they are just getting together to tease their daughters, their real purpose is to see the criminal murderer who makes the daughter cry. Oh fine. Maybe it's just a suspect, who knows? Baby, talk about it. What can't you talk to father mother? Hermione's mother glared at her. If someone wants to bully my little baby, mother can't let him go. Yes, can't let go. Mr. Granger added he. Hermione sat beside them, twisting her mouth open, but she finally shook her head. No, father. Mother. I will solve it myself, and he didn't bully me. Although she said this on her mouth, Hermione couldn't help but complain. Yeah, he didn't bully me. Just because he didn't bully me, she secretly HMPH and shook her head again. I won't let him bully me. I want it's right to bully him. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 247. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 247. Under the night, it is the dark world. In the shadows that the stars and the moon's silver glow can't reach, the dangerous forces are gradually condensing. Unknown fear is gaining momentum in the hands of the Dark Lord. Just under a cliff a few miles from Hogwarts Castle, there is a much smaller village in the village of Hogsmeade. In this village, only 5 families live next to each other. Here, they opened up a few pastures and fields, and lived a self-sufficient freehand life. Although the generations lived here, but there are not many descendants. The number of residents here has not increased much. It's just been here for a long time, but it's also a small cemetery for the ancestors to bury. However, just tonight, this small village, which is very leisurely all year round, has a group of dangerous elements covering his face. Headed by, it was a handsome young man. Master, Werewolf has completely lost contact, and one can't find it. In the cemetery, the most central member sat around in a circle, and the young man facing the circle was respectfully respected, and the recent captured news was reported one by one. They have just completely annihilated the 5 ordinary wizard families in the village. Under the influence of the curse, it is simply an invisible massacre. At this moment, you can still see it from here, and the lights in several houses across the cemetery have been extinguished. The original Worm family now only has a strong death atmosphere. On the outskirts of those center members, dozens of ordinary wizard members who are also wearing cloak are gathering together, waiting silently for the order. And a little further, there are even a few non-wizard members wandering aimlessly, such as the awkward troll, and, for example, a huge snake. Werewolf doesn't have to worry about it. Those guys are just as unreliable as vampire. The young man said calmly. Today's action is important, and no more failures are allowed. You all remember that what we have to do is to test. Be careful, understand? Yes. Everyone answered in unison. The young man nodded a little, and then turned his eyes to the starry sky above his head. Next, just wait for the news. Master, we are eager to know. At this moment, a low voice suddenly asked, I beg you to tell us, how did you finish this miracle? Come back to us. Long story, Lucius. The young man laughed. The beginning of the story, and the end, related to 2 male children. One of us is our current alliance. He lazily walked to the periphery. The eyes of the entire circle fell on him, and the big snake slowly climbed to his side. Of course you know. They said that Harry Potter is my nemesis, isn't it? The handsome young voice said that the black flames seemed to be in the heart of everyone here, and the dark mark on the crowd was beating like a fire, causing them to almost scream. You all know that on the night I lost magic power and body, I wanted to kill him. His mother died to save him, inadvertently gave him some protection. I admit that this is what I did not expect. I can't touch the boy. The young man stretched out the cold fingertips of a slender, pale finger from his horns, and a strange breath immediately rushed to the face. The young man laughed and put down his fingers and continued to tell the members around him, "Friends, I admit that I am miscalculated. My spells were thrown back to myself by the woman's stupid sacrifice. The pain is more than everything, friends, nothing can resist it. I was stripped of the flesh, not as good as ghost, worse than the humblest soul. But I am still alive. What am I? I don't know until now. I am a person who is farther away than anyone on the road of longevity. You know my goal, conquer death. Now I have been tested, see at least one or two of the experiments that came to me worked. Because I didn't die, even though the spells were fatal. However, I was as weak as the weakest creatures. There was no way to help myself. I didn't have the flesh, but I was able to helping each of my spells needs to use wand. I remember that in the days and nights that couldn't be combined, I just forced myself to live again and again. I hid in a distant forest, waiting. My loyal Death Eaters would definitely I have to find a way to find me. I will definitely have someone to use the magic that I can't do, and I am a flesh. But I waited. The circle of members has made another chill. The youth let the horror escalate in silence, and then continue to say, I only have one magic power left. I can attach it to others. But I dare not go to many places, because I know that Horror is still looking for me everywhere. I sometimes attach to animals. Snakes are of course my favorite, but they are not much better than pure ghosts because their bodies are not suitable for magic. And my possession shortens them lifespan. They haven't lived for a long time. Later, 4 years ago, my resurrection seemed to have hope. A young, stupid, easygoing wizard walked into the forest where I settled, and it happened to be hit by me. Oh, that seems to be the opportunity I dreamed of. Because he is a teacher at Dumbledore School. He is very easy for me to be. He brought me back to the country. Then I attached it to him and watched him closely, instructed him to execute my order. But my plan failed. I didn't steal Philosopher's Stone. I can't guarantee immortality. I was defeated. This time it was defeated by another boy. Just a little. There was another silence, no trace of movement, and even the leaves of the yew on the edge of the cemetery were still. The members were motionless, and the shiny eyes on the mask stared at the youth, seemingly wondering what. The servant. I left Hogwarts with my willpower. The young man continued. I went back to the distant hiding place. Then the servant died. But I gained more power! Exclamation mark. Trust me, it's not easy. Yes, it might be my darkest period. No Death Eater, no one. I have to rely on myself. 1 or 2 wizards in the circle moved uncomfortably, but the youth did not care. Then, less than a year ago, when I almost gave up hope, hope finally came out. A servant found me. That is Wormtail. When he first escaped from the trial, he was chased by his former friends and nowhere to hide. So he decided to return to his master. He has long been known as the country where I am hiding, looking for me and helping me succeed in mastering the power of the present. He said, reached out and beckoned. A black gas immediately flashed in his palm, like a burning black flame, exactly the same as the 2 groups of apparition in his pupil. The black flame is like a light that can be swallowed up. But it's a pity that he is still dead. He died in the hands of our current allies. You said, is this not interesting? The young man showed a terrifying smile, and his eyes became hollow and indifferent. I know. Yes, I understand. You must be very confused. Since that McClone has always been against me, why should I work with him? In fact, I can tell you. He smirked. Because I understand very well. His philosophy is very different from Dumbledore's hypocritical old man. He can understand the meaning of dark magic, and he is also obsessed with it, intoxicated. Speaking of this, he smiled with a fascinating charm, and with a smile, with a calm fanaticism. About magic, it's not that he said denial. He can really deny it. At the same time, in Hogwarts Castle, Several students with abnormal behavior are communicating with each other. Although they have not act blindly without thinking for the time being, they are the best time to wait for the shot. The opportunity is created by the people, not the waiting for the rabbit to easily wait. Responsible for the time, but it is the mother of Fleur of Imperious Curse. At the scene of the Triwizard Tournament, she was sitting in the face of the small Gabrielle with a look of indifference, staring at the magic flame in the center of the circular platform below. Once Fleur took the diadem of Ravenclaw as the Triwizard Cup and appeared there, she would start to stir up the turmoil and send out Dark Mark to inform her of the people who should not inform us to create even greater confusion. But if Fleur doesn't get diadem, she has to wait and wait for diadem to start moving. This action does not allow failure. It is Imperious Curse on Fleur Mother, which was applied by Voldemort. This is the most elaborate temptation plan for him. Voldemort, who could have planned all of this, didn't expect that his series of behaviors would have been guessed before Marx left. This is a game between Marx and Voldemort. Although the two are far apart, their confrontation has already begun when Marx solved those werewolf. I know, Dumbledore, sitting on their main table, leaned back slightly and whispered behind the seemingly unmanned person. I'm having trouble, Alastor. Let everyone raise the spirit. Always pay attention to the school. Everything is moving. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 248. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 248. In terms of the results, Harry finally won the Ravenclaw diadem in place of the Triwizard Cup, which ended the reopening of the Triwizard Tournament. The audience cheered for him as Harry held diadem with a smile from the green flame. Even if the soup of the top three has changed its taste, the people who drink the soup will not taste it. In fact, they are all happy. Ending with Harry as the champion is actually a good ending. However, the game of all parties hidden behind this grand event can only be said to have just begun. At the same time that Harry's handheld diadem appeared in front of everyone, the chaos under the vaults and calm has already begun. Dumbledore sat on the table, calmly watching the young wizards cheering for Harry. But his vicissitudes of life felt a little bit. To be honest, he is very fond of Harry, a child who can never be a person. Harry had the courage to the enemy in his heart, and there was a decisive decision against others, but he did not. Yes, no one can imagine that this man, known as the greatest white wizard of the present, is actually at least, he does not think he has enough courage. Everyone thinks he is strong. And he is really strong, but only Marx can vaguely understand how strong the old wizard is. However, it is such a very powerful wizard, but in reality he is lamenting his cowardly. He hates himself. He hated the self who saw his younger sister dying, and hated the one who couldn't correct Tom Riddle, and hated the one who had big love but didn't have the courage to break the worldly rules. He hates this self who only knows how to blame himself. Dumbledore is actually very clear. Whether it is Voldemort's actions or Marx's action plan, he has already understood. But when two students fight each other, whether it is good or evil, he wants to save, but he can't save. On the same day, Marx made a big fuss about the World Cup and played a play with him, but afterwards he could only sigh for his performance in the ruins. He has to admit that he has never been a good teacher. Is there a good teacher like him who can only watch his two students fight each other and kill him? He didn't want anyone in Marx and Tom to die. He hoped that the two could live together in peace and call him a professor. But he has never been able to wake Tom, not at all. What's even more ridiculous is that when Tom, which Voldemort tried to disturb the entire Britain magic circle, he found that he couldn't personally erase his students from this world. What he can do is only to let his two students fight and kill each other. If you can use my death for a good ending, I think it's the best. Dumbledore thought about it more than once, and he even assumed a plan for it. Looking at the glamorous Harry below, and thinking about Marx in the southeast of Europe, Dumbledore shook his head. Harry, the child, said that at least his life direction is traceable. Marx, that child. Even the experienced Dumbledore can't guess what Marx will grow into. Marx is actually a very selfish child, or he is only determined to be the most fundamental principle in his heart. When a person or something involves his principles, good or evil will not affect his judgment. Dumbledore wouldn't be surprised if Marx would destroy world for something in the future. Fortunately, the child also knows the beauty of love. This is one of the reasons why Dumbledore is willing to let go and let him act. As Dumbledore calmly thought about it, he suddenly seemed to notice something, turning his erratic line of sight back into Harry's direction. Tom Riddle's minions finally got started. Potter, is this a magic item to replace the Triwizard Cup? What is this? In the crowd of people, Harry held the diadem of Ravenclaw and stood in the middle, laughing and showing it to the surrounding young wizards. This is the proof that he has worked hard, passed through the levels, and finally became the champion. For an ordinary young wizard, he is indeed a child with courage and strength. If you ignore the metamorphosis of Marx, it is not an accident that Harry becomes a champion. But when the entire third project is left with such a normal person, the champion is a bit awkward. Of course, there are not many people who know the truth. Hey, Potter, give it to me. What magic item is this? It looks so cool. Ravenclaw's diadem quickly passed through the crowd, and most of the young wizards wanted to touch it, and Harry was not that stingy. Just as everyone was watching Diadem for a moment, a strange noise came from afar. Everyone turned around and looked at it, but immediately found out that the scene they saw had an inexhaustible sense of sight. Dark mark. More than this time, more students have recognized what the gimmicks in the air mean. Panic. Come again. There was a riot in the crowd, and everyone either looked around or shouted, and even the students who were cautious had begun to move. Harry suddenly found out that Diadem, who had been in the crowd, lost his mark. Just then, two students sneaked away from the crowd and rushed to the exit of the Quidditch stadium. Moody, who was always on the sidelines, immediately followed. Albus, on Dumbledore's side, other professors began to take the initiative to maintain order, while Professor McGonagall paused his footsteps and looked at Dumbledore. This is handed over to you first, Minerva. Dumbledore stood up and still calmly said, I went over there to see the situation. But, Diadem of Ravenclaw? McGonagall looked down and hesitated. No, it's okay. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Diadem can't lose it. Our first priority is to protect students' safety. After all, Dumbledore glanced down at the bottom and quickly rushed in the direction of the school gate. Tunks, watch your head. On the edge of the woods outside the school gate, the battle on the wide road was fierce. Long before the Dark Mark was issued, Voldemort's Death Eaters had been battling with the ambushing Order of the Phoenix, and the various magical beams were staggered, brick fragments and turf-soiled soil flying. The battle is quite chaotic. Looking at the number of people, it is obvious that the Death Eater is going to be more. Even so, that's not all. Compared to the Death Eater who was on standby in the graveyard, the number is obviously not much. Therefore, members of the Order of the Phoenix as an early warning team can resist for a while. Only then can you find out that the number of Order of the Phoenix is still too small. It is not enough to just respond to Voldemort's offense. It's no wonder that the purpose of the Order of the Phoenix is mainly to resist the Death Eater in the dark. Crucio, among the trees by the roadside, Bellatrix was laughing and falling from the canopy, with the slightest hesitation, and a Cruciatus curse was released to Tunks. Tunks scored well in Aura's training, and the reaction was quite quick. When she heard the warning from Lupin in front, she immediately rolled over to avoid it. Expelliarmus. A red light beam shot at Bellatrix, but it was a bit of a hurry to cast ahead. Even if it was fast enough, it was easily evaded by the other side. Tunks is not meant to hit the other side. She just wants to give herself a little time to stabilize the fighting rhythm. Protego. Stupefy. At that moment, Tunks' defense, Bellatrix' attack, the fighting habits of both began to appear. Tunks knows that his combat capability is not a strength, and although it is not unresisting, it will not always take advantage of time. Therefore, she is more focused on defense and dodge. Bellatrix has always been defended, and she has always been a bit scornful for the defensive spell Avada Kedavra. Tunks looked round and hurriedly leapt to the side again. Shield Charm couldn't help but curse. She had to avoid it, or she would die. Ha ha ha. The main talent is the most powerful. Long live Dark Lord. Bellatrix screamed sharply and released the next curse in the direction of Tunks's evasion. For her, the burden of using the sorcerer was not small. It was not a spell that could be cast continuously. The other members of Order of the Phoenix have been shackled, and even Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Eliterer, has been heavily cared for by several Death Eaters. However, in such a critical situation, Tunks is not without counterattack. She saw the other side attack strong, aggressive, and once again rolled over and hid in the bush. When Bellatrix cast 2 spells on the bush, she was already in the other direction. When I wanted to pull out the bushes and try to get Tunks back out, Bellatrix suddenly heard a sound from the left-hand side. "It's me, Lestrange." A slightly dull male voice rang from behind the tree over there, and then a tall and strong big man suddenly came out. "Goyle, you don't go there to fight. Why are you running here?" Bellatrix asked sharply. Goyle said with a rough voice, "I need to see if you need help." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 249. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 249. "I have to look at your side and need help," Goyle, who just got out of the back of the tree, said sullenly, and took 2 steps to the side. Bellatrix waved impatiently. "No, you can go back and help Crabbe. They will do it without you." Dealing with a newly appointed girl, her Bellatrix needs someone else's help. After glanced at Golov tall and strong, she continued to chase the grass that Tunks fled. But she did not expect that she had just turned around, and the corner of her eye saw a flash of red light. Stupefy. "What?" Bellatrix's reaction was not slow. I saw that she immediately wanted to dodge to the side. But after all, I still didn't have time. Only half a word was spit in her mouth, and she felt a strong attack on her lower back, and then she fell straight on the ground. Until then, the Goyle behind her was a hee-hee smile, and the shape of the face changed into the appearance of Tunks. In fact, if the environment is complex and there is no open space for the terrain, Tunks, which is not good at frontal combat, is completely awkward. Once there is an obstacle that obscures the line of sight, the advantages of Tunks come into play. "This big man is really bad, and there is too much meat," Tunks complained, and he did not feel relieved to add a full-body curse to Bellatrix lying on the ground. Just as she wanted to get rid of the other side, the sound of the single-thought curse sounded quietly from the wood in her side, and then another flash of fire flashed. She was a-tumbling again and again, and couldn't take care of the Bellatrix she had put down, and quickly moved around the forest. Fighting in the woods is such a bad thing. It is difficult for anyone with inexperience to find the exact location of the sneak attacker in the dense woods. Although I am a bit unwilling, if the brain is smothered the situation of the enemy in the darkness will never change, and it will be too passive. The pain of a retraining is not a bad thing, and Tunks understands the dangers. However, let's not mention that Tunks is here in the forest in order to try to get rid of the sneak attacker. Lupin is still suffering from the enemy's entanglement and does not try to help her. At this time on the boulevard, the main fighting power of both sides is hot. In fact, it is the main force, but it does not mean that the main members of Death Eater are here. This time Voldemort assigns people, but most of them are peripheral members who are not strong. Order of the Phoenix has an Eliterer Kingsley Pressure Field, as well as Mundungus and Daedalus and the others, but after all, it is still better than the Death Eater. Fortunately, their main purpose is to drag the other party as much as possible, and there is no need to force the other party to enter. Even if it is war and retreat, as long as there is no casualties, it will be a profit. It must be said that Kingsley is one of the main players of the Order of the Phoenix, fighting unambiguously. He built a few earth walls with a spell and kept on interfering with each other's progress. Even if it looks awkward, he alone dragged several ordinary Death Eaters, and he really out of the ordinary. Between the obstacles temporarily built with the curse on the avenue, the various beams of the curse are constantly interlaced, and the stone fragments are splashed and scattered, and the face is hurt. Occasionally, there are people on the Death Eater who are hit by the curse, lying or kneeling on the ground, and no one is going to care. The human indifference of the evil people is already revealed. Even though the number of people has been reduced, few people have gone to the woods. Their individual strength is not strong. If they go to the woods, once they are dispersed, their advantages will disappear. They are not all fools. This is still the night of the moon star, and their mission is a tentative attack. Fighting on the boulevard is their primary choice. At least, Voldemort ordered it. The night wind is still blowing the leaves casually, filled with layers of green waves, but the sounds of various spells and the intermittent shouts of the curse, but completely rustled the rustling between the canopies. In today's night, which is not peaceful, the sound of fighting has added a bit of incitement and uneasiness. Voldemort hasn't appeared yet. The members of Death Eater's Center are just a few. Who knows, which corner are they waiting for the opportunity to shoot? Levigippus. Kingsley released another spell, and then he flashed behind the obstacle and gave a soft breath. He did not know when the reinforcements on their side would arrive. On the open space in front of Hogwarts Castle, Mad-Eye Moody has returned to his own appearance. At the moment, he is chasing the two guys who look like they are running. Army Protection, Expelliarmus. Since the two guys sneaked away from the Quidditch Stadium and tried to leave Hogwarts, Moody was already eyeing them. When Moody appeared, one of them had already fallen inadvertently. The other guy immediately wanted to put a shield charm on his own, but didn't expect Moody's curse to come very quickly. He had not finished his spell and was completely unprepared by Moody. Although he was not taken away from the wand, it was so flashing that he immediately fell into the wind. The real power of the old Moody seems to be gradually revealed, which is to prove that his appearance usually causes the Death Eater panic, and this time is no exception. Impedimenta. Moody's last spell was just released, and the next spell was followed. The other side just looked at the evasion. It was obvious that I had not yet had time to stand still. I immediately found myself falling into a thick glue, and the action immediately became slow. Stupefy. When the Moody third spell rushed into the other's head, the man was trapped in the effect of impediment jinx, completely unable to resist. The battle was unusually fast. The old Moody was an enemy. Although one of the results was caused by a sneak attack, it is not difficult to see that the veteran Olderer is still brave. After regaining Ravenclaw's diadem, Moody rushed back to the back door, a lake there. In general, it was not a suitable offensive line, but it had to be guarded. As for the two Death Eaters who lurked in the school to grab diadem, after they vented their letters, they are now worthless. Moody just made up for a control spell, and they put them in the same corner for a while. If Voldemort's plan for this time is actually quite detailed in the arrangement, whether it's inside or outside the capture of Ravenclaw's diadem, or a full-scale exploratory attack, it's enough to keep Hogwarts' existing defensive forces busy. Even if Snape is a double-faced spy, as long as he can't reveal his identity, he can't completely reveal the news of Voldemort to Dumbledore. But now Marks is also stirring up on Voldemort, and the situation is very different. Even if Snape communicated the message to Dumbledore and used it to deploy the defense perfectly, Snape could push the message leak to Marks. Snape is an important nail that Dumbledore nailed to Voldemort. As long as he is still there, the Order of the Phoenix will never become a blind. Dumbledore certainly understands these things, but now, although he went to the school gate, he did not immediately go to the members of the Order of the Phoenix. One is because he found that they are not too dangerous, and the other is Voldemort's backhand. His greatest strength is to be used to fight, because no one knows. Voldemort, which has not appeared yet, will it happen tonight? If he appeared in person, where will he appear again? Dumbledore stared in the dark and stared at the members of the Order of the Phoenix, waiting quietly. With the depth of the night, the moonlight gradually became thicker, and the clouds in the night sky did not seem to be much. Presumably tomorrow, and a sunny day. Before dawn, The threat posed by Voldemort was the biggest difficulty tonight. Just as the young wizards were taken to the castle auditorium by the professor, and the rest of the Forbidden Forest seemed to flash a few stops of cold shivers down one's spine. Compared to the chaos of Hogwarts Castle, at this moment, far below the mountains of Albania, Marx is sitting on the ground and recording research notes. The object of his research is naturally the huge monument of confusion, because there is a lot of information in the Book of Sin. Now he studies it, but it is a little simpler than imagined. What can be said, for this mysterious ancient magic prop? It cannot be studied at a time. Marx is also very clear about this, and the time left for him is not too much. He wrote in a hurry on the note, and the writing appeared to be some messy, but he didn't have time to care about those. The content he writes can't be written automatically with the spell. Many things related to the rules need to be recorded by the devil in person. Handwriting is one of the essential steps in this research. After a while, he put the quill into the ink bottle, and by the way, he rubbed his wrist and relaxed it, because of the long-term writing, the slightly stiff muscles. Calculating the time, it is estimated that Hogwarts has almost started. He took out the magic pocket watch, opened the watch cover and looked at the time, then replugged it back into the pocket of the shirt vest, which forced him to stretch. No, I have to speed up the speed. He pondered it and poured himself a bottle of refreshing potion, and then immediately reinvested in the study. In front of him, next to the base of the enchanting monument, a rune map is faintly fascinating with blue ray of light, adding a mysterious taste to the main burial chamber. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 250. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 250. Roar. When the sound of the stunned thunder broke through the night sky, several groups of rich black air dragged the long tail from the distance. They bring not only the atmosphere of evil, but also a panic from the unknown. Just as a few black air wants to rush directly into Hogwarts Castle in the air, it seems to have hit a layer of invisible wall, all falling straight to the ground. Peng! Along with a burst of gravel, they fell in front of the school gates one after another, and the horses were pulled out of several shallow pits. If someone has the heart to see, when it is blocked by the unknown barrier, there is a rune in the sky above the castle. This is not the original defensive magic of Hogwarts Castle, but the masterpiece of Dundor of Wand is now being held. Umble 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 umbly. Roar. Zero Masters Effect Board Study without the slightest hesitation. Sense. Idola. Marx. Wizard Cross Magic within the body. Agic Power Silicon Germanium. Dare of the Phoenix Currency Ogog Hogwarts. Theta F. Umble 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 fork H. Let Dumbledore Gallium Elder 1 cent so ammonia chain Theta as usual. Umble 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 Umbledore degree C. H. Death Etref Dumbledore Jade. Young Wizard's Child Key. Litwick and the others. Brief remark. Key GGC Go Nagel M Adam Maxime 0. 1 Ruther Delacour D Currency. Flirt Chain Y. Adam Maximus Delacour C Go Nagel. Hill D Effect Full Adam Maxime McGonagall But a full Adam Maxime McGonagall D. Madam Maxime Flitwick. Hagrid Harry H. Hagrid Pure. Harry Hermione Omni Effect Argon Valve Hagrid Don Whispered. Hermione Curl and Ellip. Harry Shrugged 0 Hagrid Hermione. Hermione hearing this. Umbrella Professor Moody Task. Bumbledore. Hermione F Sense. Marx Metamorphic Ammonia Slippery G. Ari 1 Refined or rec not recognizing anifamily. Refined or ability apostrophe. Harry illity. Marx and Lion. Marx. E. Marx Open Chain 3. No matter what the impact, it is bigger than the pressure he brings to everyone. Just if the pressure is good or bad, you have to look at the young wizard's own mentality. As it is now, the most sensible Hermione, now is the first to stand up. Harry, Ron. And everyone. She looked up and looked around and said seriously, "Our school is having trouble." As a student, we are also a member of Hogwarts. We can't always shrink into the protection of professors. We can't let Professor Dumbledore go out alone to withstand the crisis. We also have an obligation to protect our school. Maybe our strength is very small, yes, insignificant. But I think, as long as we can work together, we can definitely put the Death Eater, Voldemort, out. Sitting around her is a whole silent student. But when she mentioned the word Voldemort, the young wizards that had been suppressed were not so nervous, and many people began to whisper. At the gate of the auditorium, Professor Flitwick couldn't help but take a step forward. He thought that if Hermione went on, maybe the children would be more nervous and scared. Normally, Professor McGonagall, who has always been sensible, grabbed him and shook his head gently toward him. Still continuing, in order to allow her words to be conveyed to the ear of each student, she even added assent to herself. Among us, there is the brave Gryffindor, the smart Ravenclaw, the hard-working Hufflepuff, and the savvy Slytherin. Yes, I don't really like Slytherin, but... Hermione sang loudly around. But Marks McLawn and I said that Slytherin is also a Hogwarts student and has excellent wizard qualities. Although I haven't figured it out yet, I believe what Marks said. I believe that when Hogwarts encounters difficulties, everyone will fight for the school we have been living in. Having said that, Hermione suddenly increased the volume and said, just like Marks once said at the graduate farewell party, "We are all Hogwarts." The voice didn't fall, and Hermione slammed into Harry's lap. Don't look at her so grandiose. Then the blood is boiling, but in her heart, the original purpose is for her own selfishness. She really can't stand it. On the road of continuous advancement, she can only look at the back of Marks's back and forth, as if she will never catch up with him. Go ahead, Hermione Jane Granger, she whispered to herself.